Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Ultimate Databank Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I'm sorry Midoriya-san, but whilst what you're describing certainly sounds like it might be a quirk, there is no way we can check for intelligence quirks, even though he lacks the vestigial joint. The doctor says with a seemingly regretful sigh, though his thick mustache masked the slight twitch on the edges of his mouth. So what happens now then? Inko asks, keenly aware that this may end up being her son's last hope. Well, as I say, it sounds enough like a quirk that I can put it down as a possible intelligence quirk. However, I must stress that legally that might as well be a quirkless diagnosis. There is currently research being done on a potential blood test that can detect quirk factor, but that's still a couple of years away from being publicly available, and there's no guarantee it will be offered to him for free by that point, if at all. They both nod at that, the elder of the pair fully aware of the discrimination quirkless people face and the younger clinging desperately at the chance of being a hero, and so asks, "Are there any heroes with intelligence quirks?" The doctor nods and says, "A few, yes. Yue's new principal is an animal with one that makes him smarter than humans. Also, I believe All Might's sidekick has some sort of intelligence quirk, but no one is entirely sure what it is." The mention of All Might is enough to bring a toothy grin to the boy's face, distracting him long enough for the doctor to suggest to Inko, regardless of if he's quirkless but smart or if this is indeed his quirk, I suggest helping him find more than just those two for him to look up to. Also, I will let his school know about his status as gifted so they can properly nurture it. Although, there is no guarantee they will. "Thank you Tsubasa-case, I will," she says with a nod and a determined, if slight, smile. Once the two of them had left, a smirk spreads across the doctor's lips and makes a note to alert Sensei of the child in his next report. A child with a powerful intelligence quirk like that would help his master's plans considerably, he was sure. He just needed an opportunity to make use of that. Life had not been kind to him in the next 5 years since his diagnosis. So far, his school had completely ignored the fact that he might have a quirk and the fact that he learns far faster than any other student, and left him to get stuck at the relatively glacial pace of his classmates, who routinely harassed him for being seemingly quirkless. Today, however, Midoriya was stuck. Unlike normal when he was stuck between two bullies like normal, he was instead stuck somewhere between awestruck at being at UA and bored out of his mind at having to wait for his mother to finish looking around the art exhibition some of the students were putting on in the school's visitor center. As far as he could tell, he couldn't even see any pro heroes about either, although even the now 9-year-old figured that if they were here they were probably in their civilian clothes rather than costumes. Heroes didn't have to wear their costumes all the time, after all. Deciding to pass the time working on his notebook, he finds an empty chair along the wall next to the door out of the hall the exhibition was held in and begins writing in it, muttering under his breath. Plasmid might be a distance fighter primarily, but he does use his quirk to wrap his limbs in plasma and fight in melee and shows some skill in martial arts. So against Eraserhead he might have a chance, assuming he can avoid the capture weapon. Actually, how does the capture weapon even work? He pauses his comparison and looks up in thought, only for a scruffy and tired-looking man with unkempt black hair to be standing in front of him and giving him a bemused look before saying, "You're better than that than some of my students, kid." Thank you," he replies, blinking twice in surprise and confusion before asking, "You're a teacher here then?" as he pps his head to the side slightly. When the stranger nods, his eyes narrowing, his pupils seemingly dilating as his mind goes into overdrive so he can try to identify him. If he was a teacher at UA, then he was a pro hero, but since he didn't seem to be wearing a hero costume, it was hard to say. He was almost tempted to say that the man's long black hair that had been tied back into a sort of short ponytail and equally black clothes reminded him of Eraserhead, but surely that's just perception bias, as he'd just been thinking about him for his analysis. Right? The stranger's chuckling alerts him to the fact that he was mumbling before standing up straight and says, "Got it one kid, although I don't use my hero name when I'm not on duty. Call me Aizawa. And nice to meet you Aizawa-san. I am Midoriya Izuku." You know, you're not supposed to use your quirk in public like that, Midoriya. The child frowned at that, the sad look in his eyes making it clear to Aizawa just how wrong he had been. Attempting something resembling damage control, Aizawa steps forward and says, "Sorry, looked like you had some kind of intelligence quirk for a moment." "I have a PIQ," the boy says meekly, clearly not happy with the ambiguity. "Nizu would love to meet you either way," Aizawa says, standing up straight again. "He's been looking for her." He trails off, not wanting to use the rodent's choice of words and refer to him as a project, but is cut off before he can settle on the right word. "Excuse me, who are you and why are you talking to my son?" Aizawa whips around, an alarmed look in his eyes for being caught off guard until he remembers where he is and registers what the short woman said to him, though before he could offer an apology Izuku speaks up, Mum, he's a teacher here. He really likes my hero analysis." Inko blinks twice, a mix of surprise and confusion on her face as she looks at Izuku, then at the man and back again before asking, "Art out really?" There was a lot of different emotions in her voice, but the one Aizawa picked out the most was a faint hope for her son, something he felt obligated to assist as he explains, "Yes, the headmaster has been on the lookout for someone with, well, either an intelligence quirk or a keen mind to take on as a sort of successor." By this point Izuku was happily vibrating with excitement. It was no All Might, of course, but being trained in quirk analytics and how to apply it to heroics by the single most famous intelligence-type hero in the country? How could he say no to that? "Will we be required to do anything?" Inko asks, all too eager to help her son fulfill his dream, reasoning that this path will also be the least potentially harmful to him as well. Once again Aizawa is interrupted as a large white mouse, dog-bear thing. Izuku swore up and down he was some kind of ferret, suddenly poked his head around the door next to Izuku's seat and declares, "Not at all, Midoriya-sen." Perhaps a little louder than he had to, startling nearly everyone in the room before continuing a bit quieter, "But perhaps we should continue this conversation in my office, unless you'd like to look around the exhibition some more?" As they walked the short distance from the building the exhibition was being held into the main building, Nizu walked alongside Izuku at the front, reading his notebook and occasionally asking him questions about its contents or his thought process as Aizawa and Inko trailed behind. Aizawa prided himself on being hard to read if he tried to be, which he was as he tried to find the right words to ask a delicate question, only for Inko to flash him a sad smile and say, "He doesn't have an extra joint. And a lot of people think he has some kind of intelligence quirk, but no one's entirely sure since he can't put what he does into words properly. Normally when someone asks he says something along the lines of, 'I just think harder.'" She pauses for a moment as she watches her son explain to Nizu why he felt that Ingenium could do well on water if he had the right support items before continuing. The uncertainty hasn't been great for him. More than a few bully him for being quirkless even if he tries to hide or deny it. Aizawa sighs at that, knowing all too well how children bully each other just for their quirks. He looks at the boy who was now explaining to Nizu his thought process on one of the hero comparisons in the notebook as they entered the main building before asking, "How old is he?" "He's 9, only slightly too old for the free blood tests, and to pay for them is just too expensive." At that Nizu speaks up to all of them and announces, "If my suspicions are correct then UA will be more than happy to pay the cost of a blood test. Assuming our own recovery girl doesn't have the means to do it herself." Unsurprisingly that causes Izuku to practically vibrate with excitement until he catches sight of his mother's stern, "Calm down right this second" glare which she soon breaks to ask, "I understand that you want a successor Nizuhake's, but why would you do all of this for us?" It is generally rather difficult to read non-human faces, but his smile seems to drop for just a moment before he explains, "Please, just call me Nizu. And to answer your question, intelligence heroes are extremely rare, due a wide variety of reasons from misdiagnosis as quirkless, as I suspect Izuku is, to candidates being headhunted by various companies and agencies to just not being seen as cool as other kinds. And since we're not entirely sure what my lifespan will be, it's only prudent that I make sure I have someone ready to take my place when the time comes." From there they continued to discuss the minutiae as they got to his office, interrupted only by Recovery Girl arriving to take a blood sample and Izuku's barely constrained freakout over meeting her. Nizu reassured them that, should they agree to it, he would take Izuku on as a student even if the blood test confirmed that he didn't have a quirk. From there, it was a simple case of deciding what he would need to study and when. Aizawa and Nizu were taking drastically different opinions on this, however, as Nizu wanted them to focus on what he was sure was the boys' quirk for now, whilst Aizawa believed they should stress non-quirk-based training. The deadlock was only broken by Izuku himself asking, "WBID, don't we do non-quirk stuff until the blood test comes back and then go from there?" Recovery Girl-san did say it would take 3 to 4 months to get back. Nizu breaks into a broad grin at the boy's suggestion before he looks to Inko and proclaims, "Midoriya-san, I have every confidence that your son will be the greatest intelligence hero the world has ever seen." That Monday, Izuku ran up to his longtime friend and occasional bully Bakugo Katsuki, eager to tell him as much as he was allowed to before school started. Kaken. Guess what? Bakugo clearly wasn't fully awake yet and so wasn't in the mood for Midoriya's boundless energy, but even he could tell that this was something big. He hadn't seen him this happy in a very long time. "What is it, nerd?" he sighs, prepared to give him a chance to tell him what was up at least. "We found someone willing to pay for the quirk blood test. I'm gonna be getting training too, though I'm not allowed to go into details yet." The second part was a lot quieter, the boy careful to respect Nizu's wishes despite his sheer excitement. Bakugo takes one look at him and says, "What, whilst you were at that art show at UA?" Once again Midoriya was caught off guard by his childhood friend's intellect that was normally hidden under layers of hate and anger management issues, and nods before saying, "One of the teachers there saw me working on one of my analysis notebooks, then Nizu appeared out of nowhere and offered us it. Said he'd tutor me even if I didn't have a quirk, though I think he was convinced I do have some sort of intelligence quirk." Before the conversation could go on much longer, a teacher with a vibrant green mantis-like head and a long blonde ponytail walks up to them and says, "Midoriya-kun, the principal wanted to speak with you before school started about something that happened this weekend," in a voice that seemed to almost be composed of 3 different voices at once. Both of them stood bolt upright at the sound, a side effect of the teacher's respect quirk and the jarring sound of her voice. "Why is Hizui-sensei?" Logically, Midoriya knew that Hizui's quirk was always active, constanting making her voice carry an unnatural weight of authority that made disobeying her a matter of willpower. Emotively, he hated it with the fury of 1,000 dying stars, and half a sideways glance at Bakugo confirmed that he felt the same. Analytically, he wondered, not for the first time, about the limits of such a quirk. Vocal quirks didn't work across electronic mediums, but what else? He also privately wondered why she hadn't used it to be a hero or even a villain. Even he could see she would have made for a powerful crime lord with it. Given her mutations, it was extremely hard to tell for sure, but he was certain she looked upset whenever she heard someone call it a villain quirk, and he concluded that either she'd been bullied for a long time for it or she'd had some sort of run-in with villains looking to abuse it. Or both. Hizui's hand on his shoulder gently shaking him snapped him out of his internal monologue, which he'd barely been able to keep internal rather than mutter it more as a side effect of her quirk than anything else. "All right, Sensei. I don't know what he wants specifically, but the event itself is a good thing." He beams at her, but what caught her off guard was the explosive blonde next to him nodding emphatically. Everyone in the school was fully aware at their complex relationship, student and teacher both. Once Hizui and Midoriya had left him alone, Bakugo frowns, thinking to himself, "If that nerd is gonna get tutored by Nizu, then he's sure to get into UA. Not gonna stop me being #1 hero though. No one cares about intelligence heroes." Still, even he saw how the nerd's hero analysis could be useful. Izuku had come up with more ideas for super moves for him to try out than he had at this point. At one point he had tried to stop him getting himself killed attempting to be a hero without a quirk that would help in a fight. Then he not only beat him to the ground in 5 seconds flat, but he also listed a number of intelligence heroes which forced the explosive boy to reconsider, though their relationship had been tense in the year or so following that incident. If he was going to be tutored by Nizu though, Bakugo realized, then it wouldn't be impossible that other teachers will as well. Maybe teach him martial arts and other stuff to help in a fight. Deciding the nerd would need a sparring partner in the days to come outside of his tutoring, Bakugo concludes that they will both get into UA or die trying as a vicious smile spreads across his lips. unnerving anyone who looks over at him. Nizu has been called away to help on a big case, so I'm going to step in and work on your physical endurance. Once you've built up your stamina, we can move on to strength and speed training and martial arts. If you do have some kind of analysis quirk, that last one shouldn't be too hard. Once Nizu gets back, we'll alternate sessions for a while until the results of your blood test come in. Aizawa explains, his expression blank as usual as he leads both Midoriyas across the campus to a sports field. When is he returning? Inko asks, curiously. Strictly speaking, she didn't have to attend, but Nizu offered to let her attend the first few to ease any concerns she might have. He wasn't sure. Could be next week, it could be next month. Unfortunately, the entire case is so classified, not even I know anything about it. Izuku takes in the environment around him as they walk, which he hadn't really had a chance to the last time he was there, as they were first in the visitor center, which is right by the main entrance, and then he was so focused on explaining his analytics to Nizu that he simply didn't register the fact that he was going inside UA's main building. Campus was strange. It seemed to him that the vast majority of the conventional lessons were held in the main building. However, the amount of room they seemed to have for hero course training grounds seemed ridiculous. It occurred to him that that might just be because he lacked a sense of scale due to his age. Aizawa glances over at Izuku as he seems to be taking in the campus around them as they finally reached the sports ground. The boy was wearing some sensible workout clothes, all of which were All Might branded. Aizawa wasn't especially surprised that not only did the blonde hero have a line of children's workout clothes, which even he could tell was decently made, but that Izuku had a complete set. Aizawa begins to teach him some basic stretches and warm-up exercises, stressing that their importance perhaps more than he needed to. He could tell Midoriya was smart even without a quirk. Wasn't too sure about his survival instincts though. Whilst he was able to pick up on how to do each activity, he showed him quickly enough. Aizawa suspected his theoretical quirk helped with that. It soon became clear that the boy was less in shape than they had hoped. Still, even Aizawa was impressed that he refused to give up despite being splayed out on the ground and panting for breath. Not that he showed it, of course. Just as he was about to help the boy up to his feet to teach him some breathing exercises, an all too familiar object made of plastic and metal smacks him over the back of the head, causing him to stand bolt upright and say, "It was Nizu's idea to start with this, and I made every effort to tailor it to what I thought his physical ability was," in a tone that was clearly as defensive as he got before an old-sounding female voice snaps back. And we can see where that ended up. Aizawa, he isn't one of your students capable of running a marathon at the drop of a hat. She sighs before stepping out from behind him, surprising Inko once again with her height, or lack thereof, just enough to stop her teasing comment before she can make it, something that only continues as has Izuku's nerd-out-induced second wind that lets him jump to his feet. Recovery Girl can only smile at his outburst, answering his questions as it was fairly obvious that he had forced himself to go through this routine last time they had met. She notices that his pupils were dilating whenever she answered his questions, only furthering the case that he had an intelligence quirk. Once it seems like he's ran out of questions, Recovery Girl asks one of her own. "It seemed like your pupils were dilating quite a few times. Are you trying to use what you think your quirk is more?" At that, Izuku pauses, as do Aizawa and Inko as they look up from their quiet conversation to the other pair before he answers, Not especially? Maybe it automatically activates when I get new information in some way?" Recovery Girl nods thoughtfully as she rummages through one of her pockets and hands him some of her high-energy gummies as she suggests, "Well, we can let your school know about this and get them to keep track. And eat those, they'll help you restore your energy." Izuku frowns at that before stating, "I'm ahead of all my schoolwork, but they insist on keeping me at the pace of everyone else. They've started being a bit better since they found out about this though." He chucks the gummies into his mouth and makes a vague gesture towards the area around them as the adults frown. After a few moments, Aizawa sighs and says, "They probably didn't believe you have a quirk and are now trying to use this as a chance to claim partial credit." "That's what I thought," Izuku says quietly, the bitterness in his voice feeling out of place coming from the boy most people thought of as a perpetual ray of sunshine, although it was no secret the school had long been failing to meet his needs. He decides to move from the suddenly gloomy conversation and says, "All right, So I'm assuming we're probably only going to do so much in these sessions. Is there anything you think I should look up or do between them? Aizawa smiles. Or smirks slightly, which is pretty much the closest he gets to smiling unless he's specifically trying to unnerve people. The kid had potential, that much was clear. A strong work ethic and a desire to help people were, to him, the two most important traits a hero could have. They begin to make a list of things he should research, to help not just prepare him for the mental gauntlet that will be training with Nizu, but also to help him stay far enough ahead of his schoolwork to focus his energy on his training and to eventually learn martial arts. As the two-talk recovery girl gives Inko a dietary guide for him to follow, pointing out that the combination of PBRTY and heavy training, both physical and mental, means he's going to need a lot of nutrients to maintain growth, causing Inko to worry about the potential costs. Her work as a prep chef in a struggling restaurant and the allowance from the fund for Izuku Hisashi left in his will would only go so far, after all. Nizu, is the case you've been working on to do with All Might's disappearance? Izuku asks tentatively as he fidgets in a seat in his office for his first session with him, doubting the furry principal would give him a straight answer. In the end, it had taken 6 weeks for Nizu to return, forcing him to have 3 sessions a week with Aizawa rather than the planned 2, but it was clear to the man already that his ability to learn rapidly would help enormously in anything he did. It made Aizawa question just how his school had missed it when it was so obvious, and had made a note to speak to Nizu about chasing them for it. Nizu can only smile at the boy's deduction as he carefully slides a cup of green tea to his student and says, "Yes, actually, and well done for asking the right question. Unsurprisingly, I can't go into any details about the case. I can confirm he isn't missing. Just, he has to take some time off." All Might was injured? Nizu sighs, his eyes losing the pleased gleam they previously held as he says, "Physically and mentally, I'm afraid." He shakes his head before announcing, "But we mustn't dwell on that. After all, he is but one man that will have to retire sooner or later anyway, and we must prepare the next generation to pick up the slack. Now then, Aizawa has been keeping me up to date on your training, but how do you think it has been going, Midoriya?" Izuku isn't entirely sure if it was something in the tea or just the atmosphere of Nizu's office, but he found himself being a lot more honest and open to what he continued to maintain was some kind of ferret. Or maybe a stoat. Nonetheless, he freely discussed with the principal how the last 6 weeks of his training had went and was itching to work on what they were certain was his quirk. The blood test had come back as positive for quirk factor. Indeed, he had a fairly high amount of it, which, whilst not really an indicator for the power of a person's quirk, nonetheless made him extremely happy. There was a part of him that questioned how it got back so soon, since the estimate he'd been given would have put it at a couple more months down the line, but Nizu explained that he had pulled some favors to get it expedited. The conversation eventually dies down, and after a few moments of silent thought, Nizu speaks up and says, "Well, I think we can now confirm you have some form of analysis quirk. Most likely it works by allowing you to rapidly process and store information, which means our lessons are going to focus on what to use that information for and how. Your quirk notebooks are impressive, for example, but don't really go into anything that would help in a fight. Which is probably a good thing for now, since if they did and they got into the hands of a villain," he chooses to leave the words unspoken as he sees Midoriya pale in front of him at the thought before the boy suggests, "Well, I could try to write in code. Surely a quirk like mine would allow me to be good at code making and breaking, right?" "Right, you are, Midoriya. That was exactly where I was going with this." He pulls out a few pieces of paper and hands them to the boy as Midoriya pulls out a pencil and begins to explain the basics of cryptography, noting that his eyes were indeed dilating as Aizawa and Recovery Girl had reported as he does so. Soon Midoriya has filled an entire page filled with possible ciphers and begins to write out some simple sentences in encoded English as Nizu stands next to him, a frown on his animalistic lips as he says, "That code doesn't match any of the ciphers you wrote." Midoriya looks up at him sheepishly and says, I couldn't decide which one I should use, so I layered all of them on top of each other." Nizu can only blink with surprise that a 9-year-old had independently come up with a technique that humans normally needed a computer to do, and Nizu himself could only keep track of a pawful of different overlapping ciphers. "This is highly impressive, Midoriya. If you can do this by hand, I think we can skip to the other idea I had for your notes, which would be a synthetic alphabet. Do you understand what that means? The child nods before answering. Instead of the normal alphabet, I use one of my own creation. Right. That's quite right. The key thing when designing an alphabet is that it needs to be simple enough to quickly use and reproduce, but distinct enough to make sure you can recognize each letter at a glance, especially since you're using English, which has a relatively small alphabet. They begin to work together to create a fairly straightforward alphabet that consists largely of lines connected by small circles or dots. The rest of their first Saturday session follows similar lines and covers a variety of topics until, at 5 p.m., the bells ring and the students begin to leave, as several of the courses are 6 days a week instead of 5. Just as they finish packing up, there's a knock at the door, and after getting permission to enter, a middle-aged-looking bald man covered in tattoos enters, clad in a costume that consisted of a thick vest covered in squares of varying colors and black cargo trousers and matching heavy boots. The man's piercing turquoise eyes immediately focusing on Midoriya before he says in a deep voice, "So this is the mysterious student you picked up, boss?" Nizu simply gestures for the boy to introduce himself, which he does. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, Canvas-san." The man completely failed to hide the look on his face at being recognized by a child, who continues, I didn't know you're a teacher here too." "Well, how about we go introduce you to the rest of the teachers? Your mother is in the staff room after all." Canvas glances up at Nizu for approval, which he gets with a single nod. Izuku stands and rubs his temples, gaining concerned looks from both of the adults, with Canvas asking, "You okay, kid?" "Yeah, just a headache." Nizu hums in thought for a split second before suggesting, "Possibly due to overuse of your quirk. Ever get anything like that when learning over a period of time?" As they begin to make their way over to the staff room, Midoriya mulls over Nizu's suggestion before finally saying as they reach the stairs, "I think I can gain as much data as I can get without causing strain, but processing or possibly accessing too much is what causes it." "That certainly sounds plausible, Midoriya. We'll be sure to keep that in mind going forward. And in our report to the Quirk Registration Service." Speaking of kid, Canvas speaks up, "Have you thought of what you're going to name your quirk?" "I have actually. I was thinking Databank." "Sounds good to me, Midoriya." Nizu smiles before turning to look at Canvas just as they reach the door and asks, "Shall we?" Inko might not have been as much into heroes as her son, but even she was still a bit starstruck every time she went into UA. This time was different though. Nizu had more or less flat out stated that he would prefer her to leave the two to their work, and so she had left to do some errands before returning and ending up waiting in the staff room. She suspected the principal had a paw in how everyone she spoke to encouraged her to wait there. She didn't have to know his quirk to realize he was the sort who pulled the strings of a lot of things. At some point she'd ended up discussing professional cooking with Lunch Rush, who, she would freely admit to pretty much anyone that wasn't the man himself, was probably her favorite hero due to her background. I must admit, it really is nice to talk about this sort of thing. The others in the kitchen I work in look down at me since I'm prep, even though I only took it since it was the only back-of-house job I could find that was flexible enough for me because of Izuku. She confesses eventually, a tinge of shame and displeasure in her voice. Lunch Rush lets out a long-suffering sigh before saying, "I know that feeling all too well. Egos like that are why I keep my staff small." He pauses for a moment, wringing his wrists before asking, "That reminds me, you said you're a qualified pastry chef, right?" Inko nods eagerly, hoping this was going where she thought it was but didn't want to jump to conclusions. Before Lunch Rush could follow up his question, the trio enter, causing him to instead turn and ask, "Hey Nizu, we're still looking for a pastry chef, right?" as he gestures to her. Nizu can only grin as he declares, "Why do you think I wanted her to visit the staff room?" As Inko begins to cry tears of happiness, a yellow sleeping bag shifts and rises in a way that reminds Izuku of some kind of undead. Maybe a vampire? He catches sight of Aizawa's perpetually tired face inside after a moment and settles on zombie. For now, he decides to brush off that mental tangent and smiles broadly as he runs over and hugs his mother tightly, the pair of them on the brink of tears of happiness, with the pair of Midoriyas both elect to ignore Aizawa tiredly and grumpily mumbling, You people are way too emotional. Oh, give it a rest, Shoyuta. Not everyone is an emotionless coffee zombie like you. Canvas says, deciding to poke some fun at him. They're being illogical. Aizawa protests, clearly not happy with the idea of being teased. She's just been offered her dream job at UA of all places. Honestly, I would say it's rather logical for them to display emotions at a time like this. Aizawa grunts non-committally, which Canvas took as a sign that he had conceded the point before continuing. Besides, what isn't logical is bottling up your emotions. We both know that isn't healthy for anyone, especially someone in as high stress of a job as Pro Hero. Aizawa can only glare at him for that statement before stating, I do not bottle up my emotions, I just don't let them show. There's a difference. And why are we having this conversation right now anyway? Oh, would you rather we have it when Mike was around? Aizawa pauses as he reaches into his sleeping bag that had long been lovingly nicknamed the cocoon, before shrugging and saying, fair point, and continues until he pulls out a jelly pouch. A surprisingly evil smirk appears on Canvas' face as the eraser hero begins to drink, and he leans closer to whisper, I do have to wonder how he would react to how smitten you look when you see her though, which causes Aizawa to start coughing up the jelly he'd drunk up to that point. Are you all right, Aizawa-san? Inko asks, concerned for him and confused by Canvas basically giggling at the whole thing. In the weeks and months that followed Midoriya's formal quirk registration, things moved quickly with only the disappearance of his old school teacher slowing him down at all. With Nizu's aid, he had been able to figure out exactly what Databank allows him to do, with its properties being threefold. Instant learning, this applies to learning skills as well as information. However, physical skills are still limited by what his body is able to do. Is completely passive and always on unless his quirk is in an overused state. Data retrieval, which is not quite eidetic memory in that he can only bring up information he has previously stored with his quirk. Retrieving information in this way can strain his quirk if too much is brought up too quickly, although this was improving over time. Although practicing any skill he has learned using his quirk means he won't have to rely on his quirk as much to use it, reducing the strain. Data processing, this doesn't necessarily make him smarter. Just that when he actively uses it, he can process and calculate far faster than a baseline human. The magnitude of this varies, with quirk overuse frequently stemming from him going too far with it. Recovery Girl had also worked out that his headaches were indeed caused by him using the active parts of his quirk too much, and stressed that trying to power through too much it might cause permanent damage, which was enough to make Aizawa and Nizu put in place safeguards in case they thought he might try to even before they informed Inko of anything. The now 11-year-old Midoriya had also taken to using Databank to rapidly become something of a polyglot and was already fluent in English, Spanish, French, Mandarin and Cantonese, Chinese, Korean, Dutch, Afrikaans by the end of the first year, and was planning on studying Greek and Russian at some point soon. During this time he had also been learning to read body language and facial expressions, something that even he knew he did a bit too much, especially when he figured out Aizawa seemed to like his mother and vice versa, which he wasn't entirely sure how he felt about. Midoriya had considered raising the topic with either of them, but realized that not only was his mother free to date whoever she wanted, and probably should try to find love again, but that they themselves might not know about it. The other major change was his repaired friendship with Bakugo. Midoriya wasn't entirely sure if it could be described as friendship or just sparring partners, but he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. The fact that he was able to get what his old friend means out of his angry and often rather sweary words helped a lot, however, and the explosive blonde was beginning to drop his aggressive facade more and more due to it being futile around him. Aizawa had been surprisingly supportive of the idea of sparring with him, explaining that only having a single sparring partner tended to cause bad habits to form, and so having at least the current two would help. Midoriya did question his choice of words, but Aizawa merely said it might not come to anything just yet, which left him wondering if they were going to enroll him in a martial arts dojo or something. He may have pulled an all-nighter researching stances and forms from a variety of martial arts that night and fell asleep in class the next morning with a resounding thud as his head hit the desk, but he wouldn't admit that to anyone. Whilst his initial nerd-out had been suppressed when meeting most of the heroes that made up the bulk of UA's staff for various reasons, he had eventually had them for all of them, much to the amusement of all of them. Except Aizawa, who appeared to be stone-faced throughout it, but Midoriya knew his tells well enough at that point to know he was smug at being first, and Canvas, who was still confused as to why a child knew so much about him when Japanese stigma against tattoos made the ones caused by his quirk to be looked down on. It was that very same stigma that caused him to retire from heroics and UA about 14 months after he had first met the Midoriyas, and it was at his farewell party, which was attended by the entire staff, that his successor as modern hero art history teacher was announced. Inko, who had been nicknamed Auntie by pretty much the entire student body by this point, and Lunch Rush had prepared a small buffet for the teachers that evening with more kinds of food than Izuku could name, and the migraine from his training session that day prevented him from considering changing that. Instead, he lay semi-conscious on one of the sofas, upside down with his legs dangling over the back, since his mother was too busy to notice him doing it, let alone scold him for it. "You know, kid, I doubt your mother won't be very happy with you when she notices you're sitting like that," Aizawa says, a smirk on his lips as he stands next to him. Midoriya's gaze flicks over to the cocoon, only to notice present Mike was using it as a dance partner and claiming it had more personality than its owner. He shrugs before answering, "You aren't going to interrupt her work though, are you?" "No, but she and Nizu agree that if they aren't able to, I have to keep you in line." "Oh please, I get that you have a thing for my mum, but can you please not act like you're my dad?" Izuku had been careful not to speak too loudly, but that didn't help when Aizawa's mind was so totally derailed by being called out on that by him that he completely stopped working, instead only blinking and blushing. Hey Mike, I think I broke Grumpy," Izuku calls out, slightly concerned as he finally rolls around to be sitting normally, the entire room laughing as the aforementioned hero takes pictures as he comments, "Wow, little listener, you've gotten a lot more comfortable with us now." As with all their conversations, they spoke in perfect English, something that Izuku had asked for since, although he knew so many languages, he didn't really have many chances to practice them, and practicing skills he had found to be important since it let him use skills without using data retrieval. As Izuku merely shrugs in answer, Mike leans in and whispers, "I don't think anyone else heard, but you weren't as quiet as you hoped, by the way." That statement drains the color from his face rapidly and stammers as he tries to think of a way out of it when Aizawa finally comes to his senses and comments, "Don't give what you can't take, kid," making the three of them laugh. From there the party continues as a leisurely pace, the adults not really willing to drink when they all have some form of work the next day, and Izuku, of course, being far too young to drink. Then, at about 7:30, Hound Dog, with the principal perched on his shoulder, walks in, followed by someone they all recognized for various reasons. "Well, my friends, I'm sure you've been wondering who will be replacing Canvas-san when he retires." Nizu announces from the shoulder he internally referred to as his favorite mobile announcement stage. "Well, wonder no further. Say hello to everyone, Midnight." He gestures to the tall woman behind him. She wasn't wearing her hero costume as the announcement wouldn't be made public for another few days, and they didn't want unneeded poking from the press, as so often happened with staff changes at UA. Both of the Midoriyas noted that with her hair in a loose ponytail and her wearing a plain white blouse and black jeans and cardigan that she really didn't look like her hero persona. The younger of the two added method acting to the list of things he should learn, as he noted she held herself completely differently from the way she did in the few clips of her in action his mother had let him see. "Namuri, since when did you have a teaching license?" Aizawa asks, somewhat incredulously. Surprisingly, it was Canvas who answered by pointing out, "Why do you think I stuck around so long after I announced my intention to retire? We needed to convince the powers that be that giving her one wouldn't end disastrously." Kiyama simply rolls her eyes at the digs at her and says, "Hey, I can be PG if I need to be." Kiyama Namuri can totally be PG, yes, but can Midnight? The hero whose self-chosen epithet is 18 plus only hero? Aizawa smirks, only gaining a middle finger flashed in his direction before Kiyama pps her head to the side slightly and asks, "So, why is there a kid here?" "Ah yes," Nizu explains as Hound Dog helps him down to the ground. "Kiyama-sen, meet Midoriya Izuku, my personal student. His mother works for Lunch Rush, and since this was one of the days he's here anyway, we decided to let him attend." Nizu gestures to Inko as he speaks, who politely bows and decides to keep her mouth firmly sealed shut so she doesn't make an butt of herself. Midnight has been one of her favorites since her debut and the cause of more than one bisexual crisis for her. Not that she would ever admit that, of course. Fortunately, she's saved from the depths of her own mind by her son, who quietly says, "Hello, Midnightin." His still-present migraine was preventing his usual outburst of questions, which would probably have started with, "How do you pronounce your quirk's name? Hey there, kid, so, why are you clutching your head? You heard it. Kid's got an intelligence-type quirk. Using it too much gives him headaches or migraines." Aizawa explains as he fishes out a bottle of painkillers Recovery Girl had given him to use on Midoriya if he seemed like he needed it and promptly hands him one. "Ouch, that's a horrible overuse symptom. Mine just dries out my skin." She shrugs, not really sure what to do with a child so young. It was something she knew she needed to work in for both personas. She also knew she probably shouldn't act like Midnight was a completely separate entity due to the troubling implications she felt it might have. She wasn't entirely if that's how it worked, but she didn't want to take any chances. Heroism was already bad for a person's mental health as it was, after all. She was broken out of her mental tangent by a firm hand on her shoulder and looks over to Canvas, who had pulled up his sleeve as he says, "When this one appeared the other day, I knew what I had to do with it." He presses 2 fingers against a tattoo of a crown on his upper arm, which suddenly glows as he begins to pull it out of his body, making it manifest as a real object before handing it to her as he says, "Didn't come out quite the size I was hoping. Oh well, this should last a couple of hours before going poof." The crown was small, only about 3 inches across, and seemed to be made of gold, but aside from a few stereotypical points on it, it was completely undecorated. Kiyama didn't seem to care though, as she immediately puts it on her head, stands bolt upright as she switches her stance and proclaims, "Midnight is in business, ladies and gentlemen," before dropping the Midnight act and adding, "But first, those sausage rolls," and shuffles off to the buffet. Midoriya returns to his chosen seat after a quick trip to the food table as well and decides to practice one of the skills he had gotten good enough with to not need to use his quirk for, lip reading. He scans around for interesting topics and finds present Mike and Kiyama talking, surprisingly quietly for either of them. He couldn't hear them at all despite the music not being too loud and them only being a few meters away. Midoriya ponders if they're mouthing or are just good at talking quietly. He remembered Aizawa mentioned that whispering carried more than normal talking if the talking was quiet enough, and knew the 3 had been friends for a very long time, so he concluded they all practiced it. He couldn't quite figure out everything they were saying due to the angle, but he did pick out the words Aizawa and sweepstakes, as well as a few others that makes him deeply regret his choice of target, the blush on his cheeks growing rapidly as Aizawa suddenly comments, "I know I do not want to ask what they were saying, but you know you shouldn't do that unless you're on a mission, right?" "Phoenix help me," Izuku mutters, and Aizawa has to force himself not to pry for an explanation. He isn't a member of that Midoriya family, is he? 3 weeks after the party, and it had finally been agreed that Midoriya should start learning martial arts at a dojo, paid for by UA of course, that was licensed to allow the students some quirk usage. He rolls his shoulders one at a time as he and his mother, who had been given time off to take him there, enter the nondescript block of gray that was the building it was housed in, only to realize that the inside was completely different. Full of life and color with tatami mats covering the floor of the place. In his mind, Izuku found the best way to describe the contrast between the inside and outside was that all their creativity had been spent before they reached outside. Or more likely, their budget. They speak with the receptionist briefly before a tall man with short spiky brown hair comes out and introduces himself as one of the instructors before giving them a tour, explaining that UA had told them about Izuku's quirk and that the dojo's sensei had agreed to it as he wanted a student who doesn't have to be taught twice. A quote that has both of them quietly sniggering. Once the tour was done, the instructor brings them to the group he will be in going forward and introduces him to them. There was 10 of them including Midoriya, with the 2 that stuck out the most was a blonde boy with a massive tail that introduced himself as Ojiro Mashireo and a ginger-haired girl named Kendo Itsuka that he couldn't quite decide was cute or badass. Possibly both. "So Midoriya-kun, why are you learning martial arts?" Kendo asks, the instructor nodding in approval at the topic as he talks to Inko quietly. Well, I want to be a hero and I don't really have a physical quirk. He wasn't entirely sure how much he should tell them about his tutoring. The last thing he wanted was to be isolated due to the perception of him being special as had happened at his school with the sole exception of Bakugo, but the explosive boy does as he pleases and Midoriya had long given up trying to figure out why he was how he was. Wait, what is your quirk then? Ojiro asks, his tail swishing from side to side as he speaks. It's called Databank. I can learn instantly except for physical skills and I can process information faster. Although too much of that gives me headaches and cuts out my instant learning. Wow, that's a crazy cool quirk. Thanks, Kendo-san. So wait, what do you mean by physical skills? Ojiro asks once again, knowing that Kendo wasn't the best at sustaining conversations with people she didn't know already even if she had gotten better. I learned the theory behind it instantly, but my ability to pull it off is still limited by my ability to physically do it. I can juggle like 8 different patterns but I can't dance to save my life. For example, Midoriya explains as he mimes one of the juggling patterns he knows, causing Kendo to giggle softly. Fortunately, Midoriya is saved from further embarrassment by the instructor leading them through some stretches and warm-up exercises before asking Kendo to spar with Midoriya so they can get a grasp of what his abilities. It distantly occurs to him as the instructor specifically permits them light quirk usage that he never asked what hers was. Oh well, hopefully this wouldn't end too badly. Well, that could have gone better. He had started off alright. He'd picked a stance and form she happened to be unfamiliar with and his quirk combined with his ability to read people meant he was about to see her attacks coming. However, they came far too quickly and from too many different angles for him to be able to offer much of an offense, and what few strike he was able to make were swatted away by her suddenly massive hands. He suspected that if full quirk usage was allowed they'd probably be bigger than her body. It seemed she was a lot smarter than he had originally given credit for, as she seemed to figure out how he was predicting her attacks and tricked him with a feint made to look like a left jab, drawing his attention away from her right leg that sweep him off his feet and onto the ground in one swift movement. Not bad, Midoriya-kun, the instructor says as he walks over to the pair before continuing. Can you see how you were defeated? Yes, sensei, Kendo-san figured out how I was predicting her and tricked me with a feint. He replies as he gets back up to his feet. Good. You have a powerful quirk, but you're going to have to be careful not tunnel vision with it. Which reminds me, how's your head? Midoriya shakes his head before saying, that wasn't as strenuous as I was expecting, honestly. Well then, ready for another round? For the rest of the session he spars with Kendo, losing every time in spectacular fashion but never in the same way, with every loss, parry, and dodge causing him to figure out where to improve. At the end, Ojiro comes over to them and pats him on the back as he tries to catch his breath as he says, no offense, Midoriya-kun, but you did better than I was expecting. Midoriya wasn't entirely sure what he was expecting him to say, but that wasn't it by any means. Thanks. I think. He's right, Midoriya-kun. I assume it's because of your quirk, but you learn really fast. I could actually feel you getting better and better. It would be fools to not take you. He pauses at that and looks thoughtful for a moment before saying, I might have a recommendation. Not really sure. Should probably find that out, Ojiro points out, causing Midoriya to grunt and nod. So are you going to be joining us in the long term? Kendo asks, not without a hint of excitement in her voice. As far as I know, that's the plan, yeah. Yes, he is, don't worry. Inko says, coming over and putting a hand on his shoulder. Why didn't you tell your new friends about your tutoring, honey? Inko asks as two of them sit on the train back home. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to. He answers quietly, looking down at his lap. Of course you are. She sighs before adding, but that isn't the main reason, is it? Izuku looks up at her with surprise for having figured that out, causing her to chuckle lightly and point out, honey, you aren't the only one that's observant. He has to force himself not to blindside her with information on Aizawa's clear crush on her and instead sighs and answers, I don't want them to act like I'm special. But you are special, dear. What brought this on? He sighs. Kaken is my only friend at school. He pauses. Actually, scratch that, he's probably the only one who talks to me. Inko wasn't sure what to make of that, as it wasn't something she had expected. That he and Katsuki had mended their relationship was great news, of course, but he was being isolated due to his tutoring? Would this continue? Suddenly she has an idea. How about we see about you taking your exams early so you don't have to go to school? Izuku looks up at her with that before saying, what would I do instead? And I'd need to do the same for junior high as well for it to make any amount of sense. I'm sure Nizu will help sort this out. We both know he'll love to have more time with you. Aizawa too. Are you sure you're not saying that because you want to spend more time with Aizawa? He comments quietly before he can stop himself and causing his mother to blush to her shoulders. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku. Mum, you realize reading people is one of the first things Nizu taught me, right? The exasperated sigh Inko makes causes him to laugh the rest of the train journey home. It took a couple of weeks of doing the exams after speaking to Nizu about it, who, to the surprise of no one, had already been considering the idea, but he was soon finished with all of his studies all the way to UA and a few things beyond that. Of course, it occurred to him that telling Kaken all of this would be the hard part. Hopefully his skills at reading people would help him navigate it. So yeah, short version, I'm not going to junior high. What do you mean you're not going to junior high? You're smarter than all those idiots. Yeah, including the teachers, which means it would just a waste of my time to go. Besides, I've already done the courses. Of course you have, you nerd, Bakugo sighs, completely unsurprised. Besides, this way I get to focus on stuff that will actually help with heroics. Probably going to do some high school stuff early too. You're better at English than Mike's kid, and he's our teacher for it, Aizawa comments dryly. Izuku wasn't entirely sure why the man was in their apartment with Bakugo's parents and his mum, but he had a theory that he was making a point not to look into about. Inko nods and explains, it's true, the two of them have an agreement to only talk English to each other. Present Mike struggles with it more often than Izuku. That's just due to my quirk though. That still counts, nerd. Anyway, what are you going to be studying instead of school? Seeing Izuku simply shrug, Aizawa speaks up again and explains, more martial arts mostly, including weapons. We also want to get Power Loader to help him learn engineering and the like. His quirk would be invaluable for making support items, so, if he wanted to, Izuku could probably get a support license as well as a hero one. That reminds me, Aizawa-sensei, would it be an idea for me to get a PI license? Aizawa sighs at that before explaining, we've discussed that with some of our police contacts who said that the application wouldn't be accepted before you were 18 or had your complete hero license. It's completely illogical, I know, but rules are rules. What license? Masaru asks, not quite able to follow the conversation. A private investigator license. Most intelligence heroes have them, as do about 40% of undergrounders like myself. The short version is that it will let him collect evidence that would be admissible in court. His analysis would also be enormous help as well, of course. The phrasing of his explanation causes Katsuki to lean towards Izuku, who simply whispers, Eraserhead, to answer the unspoken question. The conversation is interrupted by a sudden knock on the door, causing Izuku to look at the time. 1 in the afternoon on a Saturday. He wondered who it could be even as his mother opens the door to see someone that looks to be from the postal service who gets her to sign for something. Once he had left, she tears it open and reads it. Izuku watches with concern as he sees her eyes widen with surprise. Then sees confusion, sadness, and even anger trace along her plump face. Seeing all of this, Mitsuki speaks up, what's wrong, Inko? A letter from Hisashi's old finance firm. They claim the trust fund Hisashi set up for Izuku in his will is empty already. But that can't be right. How much was put in there? Aizawa asks, not entirely liking where this was going. About 750 million yen. Hisashi was very wealthy, but the allowances paid by the fund was too small for us to live on since it was meant to supplement my income until Izuku reached 18. The other adults hiss at the vast sum of money, but it was such a large figure that it lost all meaning on Katsuki and even Izuku. Aizawa casts a look between both the Midoriyas that could only really be described as concerned, before saying, Well, we can always see what our legal options are in terms of chasing the rest of it. But, my brother-in-law, Inko isn't really sure how to explain the problem, and so turns the letter over so they can see the watermark on the paper. They didn't really need to see the kanji to understand why Inko was worried to move against him, the orange flames surrounding the emblem in the middle giving away his identity just as much as it did. Endeavor chapter text. Aizawa wasn't entirely sure what reaction he was expecting from Nizu when they brought the letter to him. Anger? Acceptance? He certainly wasn't expecting him to announce, "This is the final piece of the puzzle," loudly to everyone in the room, even though aside from himself it was just the Midoriyas and Aizawa. After getting the letter, they decided it would be best to take it straight to the principal before the day was over. He looks rather pleased with himself as he explains with an almost feral hunger in his eyes that Izuku knew meant he was working on something he considered an interesting puzzle. "I've been amassing a number of infractions committed by Todoroki for quite some time now." What kind of infractions? Inko asks, fairly certain that every sentence out of the mammalian person was going to fill her with a sense of concern and unease. Excessive force and collateral damage mostly. There has been a few rumors of bribery as well, but nothing concrete enough to pass up to the Hero Union. I'm sure we can force them to press for a full audit. Financial forensics is, sadly, not one of my specialties, so my own involvement will be limited outside of collating the various charges against him. So what should we do in the meantime? Inko asks, not willing to get her hopes up. For now, go about your lives. Depending on how much of my time this takes up, we'll have to see about moving up Izuku's tutoring with Power Loader, but that should be the only change. Unless we're not paying you enough to cover your rent. Oh no, of course you are. This is probably my highest paid job to date. There is a pause in the conversation as they all consider what's next before Izuku speaks up. I get that Endeavor isn't the nicest person, but why would he do something so blatantly illegal? That, Izuku, is unfortunately the key question we're going to have to solve to make much in the way of progress. Nizu says his animalistic features making it rather hard for even Izuku to read, although he was fairly certain his mentor was both annoyed and hungry for more information. Is it possible that someone is trying to frame him? Aizawa asks. That's why we need the audit, that much money doesn't just vanish without a trace after all. What did your late husband do, by the way? Maybe that will help, Aizawa says, turning to Inko. He was an inventor mostly. He developed a simple but extremely effective technique for fireproofing regular clothing. The royalties from that alone meant that until he died we didn't have to want for much, though neither of us liked the idea of flaunting our wealth. I thought I recognized his name, Nizu says contemplatively before casting a careful eye over the two Midoriyas before explaining. I fear this case may bring up some unanswered questions that you both may find difficult. What do you mean? Inko asks fearfully, a hand on her son's shoulder. Izuku meanwhile is trying his best to remain emotionless and stoic, but Nizu can see the fear and concern in his eyes. It wasn't unreasonable, he supposed, since they were basically about to declare war on the number 2 hero of Japan. I mean, we have to consider foul play in your husband's death that may have been missed or overlooked at the time. I can't stand the man Nizu, but are you seriously accusing Endeavor of murdering his own brother? Aizawa asks incredulously. Not yet, no. I'll probably just dig up the medical and autopsy reports and see if I can pick anything out. Nizu answers, pausing long enough for Izuku to mutter. It's not like the family obsession with fire allows for anyone that was on that plane to be exhumed. There was a lot to unpack from that statement, they all knew that much. The Midoriya family was exceptionally old, claiming to descend from the samurai clans of old. Many, Izuku included, assumed that was where their other great obsession came from, the color green. When his father's private plane crashed, killing both him and Izuku's grandparents, it was simply a matter of tradition that they be cremated and their ashes sent to the family shrine. Nizu examines the boy's expression, finding it unpleasantly cold as the boy relives the funerals before he coughs gently and continues, true enough. But regardless, we must proceed carefully, regardless of what direction this investigation goes in. Not only is Todoroki Enji an extremely influential figure, he is also a dangerous fighter with a number of sidekicks at his command. Many of them are one step away from being arrested for abuse of heroic privileges. The simple name of the crime was enough to send a shiver through the spine of each of them. It was a well-known fact that the punishment for it went all the way up to the death penalty. It was Aizawa who breaks the silence by asking, "Who owns the patent now?" They could be after that. His company, Firelight Quirk Research. As per his will, it went public after his death. Not sure what happened to it after that though. Inko answers, doubting anyone at Firelight would betray them like this, before adding, "I did get the impression that that was to keep it out of Enji's hands though. The two weren't exactly on the best terms. Enough so that Enji changed his surname just to distance himself from him." How did Endeavor even get his hands on the fund? Izuku asks, confused at this point. He bought the firm that handled it by the looks of it. Nizu says, sliding a copy of a document over to the boy who scans it, his pupils dilating to absorb it rapidly. "Nizu, sir," Izuku begins. "This says the owner of the company that owns it is Todoroki Rei? That's his wife." Inko begins before sighing, "I've only met her 2 or 3 times. I should have done more to convince her to stay away." Nizu looks between the two of them before explaining, "Mrs. Todoroki was put in a specialist hospital after a mental breakdown caused her to attack her youngest child." Given everything that's been coming about Endeavor's lovely personality, there was a clear sense of unease in the room before Izuku says, "Seems a bit too convenient to me." Isolates his children from their mother and allows him access to her resources. His voice was firm and bitter, something that unnerved both Inko and Aizawa. "That's what I fear, but we need more proof." Nizu sighs. "Then surely we need to find someone that will tell us what happened?" "The child," Izuku argues. "He's your age, kid. Legally we wouldn't be able to chase him to testify. But he has siblings, all of whom are adults." Aizawa says, slowing, coming on board with the idea. "The question, then, is which one do we approach? And how do we do it?" Izuku determines, a brief sense of pride rushing over him when he sees how pleased Nizu looks with him for asking the right question once again. Todoroki Fuyumi did not like having to have a security detail. When her father had first insisted on it, she resisted the idea, feeling that it was just him being overly controlling again before he made the, unfortunately true, argument that as the daughter of the number 2 pro hero of the country, she's going to be targeted sooner rather than later by villains looking to get at him. She was fairly certain that meant she had permission to blame him for any crime committed against her though. She had to admit she usually managed to blank out the silver people carrier following her car, its darkened windows obscuring the men inside. She forces herself to focus on the road and carries on with her commute home, the detour to the shop to get some groceries already passed on to the team before they had left, something they always appreciated almost as much as the coffee she made for them. When they arrived at the shop though, there was chaos. It was clear that at one point it had been a robbery, given that a cash register struck her guard's people carrier in the wheel, having been launched through a window. Before she could even process that though, there was an all too familiar rush of flames. At first she thought maybe her father was on the scene, but the mad cackling followed by large gouts of amber flames disproved that quickly. Fuyumi's mind went over what her father had told his non-heroic children about what to do in this sort of case: get somewhere safe and out of the way and stay there until heroes or police tell you to move. She long considered it the nicest thing he'd done for any of them aside from leave them all alone, although he did seem to approve when she said she wanted to become a teacher. Never could tell with him though. By the time Backdraft, Death Arms and Midnight had resolved the situation, Fuyumi was a little bit fed up and bored with the whole thing. The teacher never would have expected villain attacks to be so dull. Clearly the guards had received a similar talk from her father about what to do in an attack since they had gotten out of their car, which they used as cover from the villains, to check up on her, then got back into their car to wait for the heroes. The police made it very clear she needed to wait and give a statement and that she couldn't remain with her father's security detail. That made her a little concerned, perhaps more than it should have. Whilst she had earlier lamented their presence, she had to admit in cases like this having them around helped her nerves a lot. Eventually a police detective arrived, one that she vaguely recognized. Detective Tsukachi, wasn't it? Correct, Todoroki-san. Can you tell me what happened from your perspective? She relays her story, being careful not to leave out any details. The detective smiles calmly and hands her a business card as he says, "Thank you, Todoroki-san. If you think of anything else, don't hesitate to call me, even if it isn't related to this specific case." She catches a minute flick to the side in his gaze, which she realizes is pointed at her security detail. They're finally going after father. She realizes. She simply nods, careful not to tip the guards off, and answers, "I will, don't worry." Once the police portion of dealing with the incident is over, Tsukachi sighs, withering slightly before pulling out his phone as he gets into his car and makes a call. "Nizu? Remember that favor you asked about Todoroki?" "Of course, detective. Did you manage to make contact with one of them?" "The daughter, she was a witness to the grocery store incident earlier today. She seemed to pick up on what I was implying when I gave her my card. Her father has a bunch of goons following her though, allegedly for her security. I have no doubt that's one of their functions, but they won't be able to interfere if you get her into the station." Hopefully she realizes that, although after today she might not be very eager to give them the slip. Ojiro and Kendo look at Midoriya with barely contained concern when they see the stressed and displeased look on his usually happy and excited face as he enters the dojo the next time. In the end, it was the latter that spoke to him first. "Zuzu? Are you all right?" "Oh, I've family stuff, don't worry about it." He pauses for a moment before looking up at her and asking, "Since when did you call me Zuzu?" "Oh crap. I was going to ask you if you were okay with me giving you a nickname like I did with Mashi." She thumbs towards Ojiro, who simply waves with his tail as he goes through some breathing exercises. Izuku was fairly certain it was a wave, at least. "Don't worry. I like it," he says eventually, trying to smile as best he can as he looks her in the eye. At that point the instructor comes in and they're soon split into pairs. Midoriya had become something of a rising star in the dojo, able to take on most people and never fell for the same trick twice. Something Ojiro knew meant he probably didn't stand a chance against him as they begun. Deciding to do his best anyway, he uses his tail to launch himself at Midoriya, aiming a punch at his shoulder only for him to roll out of the way, twisting as he does to land a kick just under Ojiro's ribs and making him grunt in pain. Izuku is up on his feet again before Ojiro has a chance to press the attack and launches a series of jabs from a variety of directions, probing his tailed foe's defenses for weakness as he does his best to dodge, block, and parry the assault. Izuku didn't look like much, but Ojiro had long learned the hard way that he moved fast, and the amount of data he was able to process on the fly meant that every single move the tailed boy could make had already been predicted and planned around. It occurred to Ojiro, briefly as Izuku grabs him by the tail, spins him around and kicks him onto the ground, that the more you sparred with him, the less likely you were to win against him. Slowly, he gets back up to his feet as Izuku rushes over to check up on him and finally asks, "Are you sure you're okay, Midoriya-kun?" "Honestly, Ojiro-san, I'm worried things are going to take a turn for the worse soon." Midoriya had already shown his quirk allowed him to analyze the world around him and make predictions with an unnerving amount of accuracy, so those words coming from him sent a shiver down his spine and put a single question in his mind. What was coming? The news that Endeavor, one of the most widely recognized heroes in Japan, was being charged with a myriad of crimes sent shockwaves through the country. Fraud, blackmail, child abuse, bribery. He had even been charged with abuse of heroic privileges and had his license suspended. What turned that shock into horror, however, was the fact that he fought his way past a small army of pro-heroes and police into a waiting getaway car, screaming about revenge as he escaped and killing 8 with many more wounded. With the disgraced hero branded a villain, the attention of police and press quickly fell on his family and the sidekicks of his agency. Why the F are those vultures attacking his family like that? Can't they read? They're the F&E victims. Izuku snarls at the TV, surprising Bakugo, Ojiro, and Kendo with the intensity of his rage at the news story they overheard as they hung out in the Midoriya flat before they went out. Katsuki had agreed to meeting Izuku's friends from his dojo because he could see the stress from the entire situation building in his friend. He also knew that the green-haired boy didn't really turn off, so making him relax once in a while was something he found to be necessary. Of course, the first time he had said that to him, Izuku had retorted that Katsuki just wanted to hang out as friends again, which he begrudgingly agreed since there was no point lying to someone who could read people so well that some people had assumed he had some kind of telepathy quirk. Ojiro and Kendo had also noticed the stress building in their friend, although they had seen it from him using their sparring as stress relief. His mid-combat analysis and skills in martial arts had grown enormously in the years since he started, and even knocking the 13-year-old down was a rare occurrence in matches at this point, to the extent that most of the adult students struggle against him simply due to him being able to predict what they do before they can even think of it. His two friends had noticed a change in his fighting recently though. They had noticed he had become a lot less smugly calm and more aggressive, which sat at odds with what they knew of the boy. Vultures they may be, but they're still necessary for an open democracy. Aizawa points out as he heads towards the kitchen area, surprising them all. Midoriya hadn't admitted how much he disliked the fact that the man was indeed now, finally, he supposed, dating his mother. He knew that he shouldn't. He was a decent person and a hero to boot. But he still couldn't bear the idea of his mother losing another person she loved, nor the thought of him trying to replace his beloved father. I know, Aizawa-san, doesn't mean I have to like it. But I find it helpful to keep it that way, especially in heroics. That comment causes Kendo to look at the man with surprise, with Ojiro following suit a few moments later. Noticing this, Aizawa, a jelly pouch in his hand, says, "Kid didn't mention it? I'm a pro hero. Underground, mind you." Rather than continuing the conversation, he returns to the master bedroom. His students were on their internships this week, so he didn't have to go into school, but Inko still had to cook for the other courses. Ojiro and Kendo slowly turn to look at Izuku, who withers under their gaze before Bakugo suddenly realizes what's happened and blurts out, "Holy shit, you never told them, did you? You know how much I hate being treated as someone special, Kaken. Remember when I still did normal schooling?" This much the two martial artists did know. His quirk meant that conventional education was a waste of time for him, and so he did all his junior high work before he would have started it. "What? Did you replace it with Zuzu? You've always been pretty cagey about it." Kendo asks after a moment's silence. Izuku sighs, sinking deeper into the armchair he was sitting in before admitting, "Tutorship at UA under Principal Nizu himself. It's an extension of something I've been doing since I was 9. UA pays for my fee at the dojo, as my going is a part of that." The two of them look at him with awe and surprise before remembering what he said about being treated as someone special and causing Ojiro to half ask, half state, "That's why you were isolated at school, isn't it? Not just the fact that you didn't need to be there, but the fact that you've had special training to be a hero for so long." The useless extras were scared of him. Bakugo grunts, getting up to help himself to the lunch Inko had left in the fridge for them all and to put all the boxes on the counter for them. "Kaken," Izuku protests weakly. No, I agree with him on this one, Zuzu. They were scared and jealous of you. Better that than having a bunch of fake friends, I suppose, though. Demon right about that, Ginger. Got FING hordes of extras trying to be my friend just so they can be school friends with a future pro hero. Not right that they avoided the nerd like the plague due to how likely he was to be a hero, then try to buddy up with me. Midoriya had warned them both about Bakugo's habit of giving people vaguely insulting nicknames, but assured them that it was due to him struggling to remember people's names normally, and he never means them to be actually offensive. Kendo doubted that last part, but even she giggled when he called Ojiro vanilla and caused the tailed boy to sigh with exasperation. "You know, I think this is the first time I've ever been glad I'm seen as being normal," Ojiro quips after a few seconds of silence in the room, a smirk on his lips as he digs into his food. "Said it before, Mashi, abnormally normal." Kendo giggles teasingly. "I might just replace his nickname with that." Bakugo mutters loud enough for them all to hear and making Ojiro wail with despair, which has the rest of them laughing to near the point of tears. After they had eaten, they left the flat to head to the nearest theme park, Kendo and Midoriya animatedly discussing battle strategies in front as Ojiro and Bakugo trail behind, the former leaning over to whisper, "We're going to have to play wingman here, aren't we? Maybe not today, but knowing the nerd he'll need it eventually. Kendo-chan isn't much better. Bakugo grunts in acknowledgement before pausing and asks, Nerd said she struggles maintaining conversations? She's much better at that now, and it's only really ever been an issue with people she doesn't know. Bakugo grunts again before suggesting, maybe we should just give them space, see what happens so we can plan going forward. If nothing else, the nerd just needs a chance to de-stress. Midoriya loved going to the theme park, even if it had been ages since he last did. And he got to go with his best friends. What did strike him as odd was the fact that Ojiro and Kaken kept vanishing. Kendo simply shrugged when he mentioned it to her, commenting, Bakugo does as Bakugo pleases. Mashi is probably making sure he doesn't blow up the arcade games or something. Midoriya chuckles at her remark before turning to look at her slightly. The first thing he noticed was the lights of the shops and minigames of the area around them reflecting of his friend's eyes. Midoriya catches himself staring at her and begins to blush before looking around. They were currently in a zone that seemed to be themed after jungle ruins of some kind and stood in a sort of plaza lined with gift stores, minigames, and 3 different restaurants. He continued looking until he saw Bakugo and Ojiro heading towards a toilet building before Kendo puts a hand on his shoulder and asks, Are you okay, Zuzu? In a concerned tone which only makes his blush deepen. I'm not crushing on her. Am I? Phoenix, help me. Why, yeah, was just checking where the others went this time. He says, trying to remain calm as he points to the toilets before continuing, Come on, I want a drink. He puts a hand on her back, noticing firstly that she was a lot more muscly than he thought, and secondly she seemed to tense at his touch slightly before relaxing again. As he begins to lead her towards a stand selling soft drinks, his hands still on her back, her mind begins racing. Can't let him know. Can't let him know. He's basically a mind reader, he knows already. He's just being polite as always and is ignoring it. She looks at him, noticing he was still blushing. Shit, he knows for sure. Oh, he's going to hate me now. He finally catches himself and lets go of her back as he sips on his cola before saying with a huff, The roller coaster in this zone has like an hour-long queue. Kendo just about manages to rein herself in enough to give a coherent answer, yeah, or rather not. Not even just being stuck in a queue for ages. Being stuck next to him. She'd die of embarrassment before they were halfway there. For the first time in a while she finds herself looking at him properly, taking in just how much he had changed in the years since he started at the dojo. He had grown, physically and mentally in that time, and was now noticeably taller than her with broad shoulders, which she attributed to his intense training regime and the fact that he has a proper meal plan. Not only was his training with Nizu, she was still amazed by that bombshell he dropped on her and Mashi, making him far smarter than anyone she knew, but he was also much more confident, almost scarily so, especially in combat. So Zuzu, she begins, not entirely sure what she was going to ask. He simply hums into his drink with an upward inflection instead of answering to get her to continue. Well, what sort of thing do you learn in your tutoring? She eventually blurts out. That wasn't exactly what she wanted to ask, but she was still curious about it. Oh, a bunch of things. Currently I'm learning military strategy and doctrine from Nizu, engineering and how it applies to support tech from Power Loader, non-martial arts-based combat from Eraserhead. He's the pro that you met earlier. I've also been practicing languages with present mic and method acting from Midnight. I think Nizu said he might ask Gunhead or Edgeshot about chipping in with my hand-to-hand, and I'll probably learn first aid from Recovery Girl at some point as well, plus I've been researching a bunch of different stuff in my own time too. He explains. He was clearly proud of all he had learned. But at the same time there was a slight nervousness in his voice that betrayed how much he didn't like how much it had isolated him. What she didn't realize was that the nervousness was actually mostly just him trying to hide his crush on her, to the point that he wasn't even thinking about that. Kendo takes a moment to process all of that. With tutoring like that, he's going to be an incredible hero. Her face falls slowly as dark thoughts cross her mind. There's no way she can compete with him. No way she can even compare to him. Midoriya catches on and grips her hand tightly before saying, Look, just because Nizu wanted to put my instant learning to good use doesn't mean you won't be an awesome hero as well. He gives her a sad smile when she silently nods before continuing, Well, I want each of you in UA with me, alright. I know Mashi wants to go and Kaken is a shoo-in, even if it takes a bit of work for him to not be a complete dickwaffle. That was enough to surprise a warm giggle out of her, allowing him to relax and smile before continuing, but I mean it. You're a good person that's worked hard to get where you are. Sometimes it feels like I've just been given everything without working for it. Now I know that thinking like that is rude to everyone that has helped me train to this point. I know that once I'm in the field I'm going to need every single advantage I can get. But that doesn't change how I feel. You feel like you don't deserve the help you've been given, she sighs, understanding how he feels. You know what imposter syndrome is, right? Yeah. Aizawa says he's never seen anyone as prone to it as I am. That reminds me. How did your mum come to date a pro hero and why is this the first I've heard about it? She says, legitimately curious about it now that she thought about it. He's a teacher at UA. One of my tutors, as I said. He was actually the one who recommended me to Nizu. He pauses for a moment, realizing that even though he tried to avoid playing matchmaker, he was still ultimately the reason they got to know each other. So when my mum got a job there in the kitchens, they were able to interact a lot more outside of the occasional tutorship sessions my mum went to. You know I can't decide if you love him or hate him. He shrugs before stating, when I figure that out I'll let you know. She giggles again, allowing a pleasant warmth to spread throughout his body before elaborating, don't get me wrong, I respect him massively. As a hero, as a teacher, and as a person. It's just that, whilst my dad died when I was pretty young, I still remember how it hurt Mum. I just don't want her to go through that again. I think that's why she's so supportive of the idea that I'll be an intelligence-type hero rather than combat like you guys. For the first time since she first declared that she wanted to be a hero, she thought about how her death in the line of duty might affect those she cares for. Whilst the hero union paid for funerals in full so it wouldn't hurt them in that way, there was something else, though, buried deep in his tone. She tentatively puts her hand on his shoulder before asking, that's not the only thing, is it? I cherish my few memories of my dad more than anything. And the idea of someone else trying to come in and replace him. He was crying at this point, as she expected him to be, and so, her awkward crush ignored for the moment, she pulls him into a tight, reassuring hug. Bakugo and Ojiro look on in the distance, the former's scowl hiding his emotions to all but Midoriya and the later looking somewhere between confused and concerned before he says, that didn't work, did it? Oh, it did. It just fixed a problem that we weren't expecting it to. Ojiro hums with thought before half asking, half stating, Izun is a mess, isn't he? Bakugo sighs at that before saying, he is. He cares about everyone except himself. I'm worried that's going to get him killed. So am I, Vanilla, so am I. So, the great Endeavor himself. Outed as a villain, most of his sidekicks following him to our side? Most interesting. Should we reach out to him, Sensei? Not yet. Give him a chance to establish himself. We should be careful this isn't some sort of elaborate undercover operation. Nizu certainly has the smarts to plan something like that. That reminds me, Sensei. That boy with the intelligence quirk I mentioned, rumor has it he's Nizu's student these days. A not unexpected development. Once our agent is in place, we can work on turning him. Forgive me if I speak beyond my station, Sensei, but I do not believe the boy will join us if we just give him an offer. Oh no, he won't. We just have to make it better than all the alternatives. Several months had passed since the Endeavor scandal first broke out, and whilst the fallen hero hadn't so much as been sighted since his escape, tensions were running high in every level of society, with vigilantes like Stain starting to target the most corrupt of them. It was having an effect, however. Many heroes were starting to realize there was a problem with their behavior and were beginning to clean up their act. Despite his public assertions that Endeavor's one-sided rivalry was a good way of motivating them both to do better, Yagi Tashinori had never liked the man. He remembered meeting his brother once, many years ago, and his fiancée, and was struck by how much of an outcast the then flame hero was within his own family. When he heard about the abuse charges, everything clicked into place. He hated anything that so much reminded him of Hisashi, which included the man's endless kindness and empathy. He wanted a tool to surpass all might, not a family which would only remind the man of his late brother. The skeletal man sighs as he reaches for his phone and calls Nizu. "This is Principal Nizu. Who may I ask is speaking?" comes the squeaky, if smug voice. Yagi grumbles before stating, "You know who it is, Nizu, it's me." He's seen the phone in the furry hero's office. It has caller ID. Nizu laughs briefly before asking, "What do I owe the pleasure, Toshi? You normally avoid talking to me." It was clear he was merely teasing the symbol of peace, but it was already grating him. Not that he showed it, of course. "It's about Todoroki." He finally answers, knowing that would make the rat thing be serious. "I see, these are dark days indeed." "Indeed they are. And things are only going to get worse." "So you're going to start looking for a successor?" "Indeed. I was wondering if you had anyone you think could be good candidates." "Oh, I have a few I can think of. How about you come down and I'll show you some of them?" "That's perfect, thank you." "Oh, there's one thing that might also work. If you were to work here as our heroics teacher, you'd be able to see for yourself much more effectively than just a single session." "You always have another angle, don't you, Nizu?" "Of course. As I've been teaching my personal student, always have a backup plan. Preferably more than one." "So you really do have a personal student?" "Yes." "You remember Todoroki's brother? His son has an intelligence quirk." There was a pause before the principal continues. "He's also unfailingly kind, helpful, and entirely selfless." Yagi lets himself laugh before saying, "I take it he's your top pick for me then?" "So, have you guys thought about hero names?" Ojiro asks. The four of them were once again hanging out at the Midoriya flat, helping Izuku deal with the fact that Aizawa had proposed to his mother, something that he knew he wasn't taking as well as he was showing. "King Explosion Murder." Bakugo announces proudly, his hands on his hips as he does so. "Yeah, good luck with that, Kaken. There's criteria that you have to meet and that won't pass." Midoriya retorts before throwing an orange at him, which the blonde catches. "I don't see you coming out with any good ideas, nerd." "If I know. Blast Zone. How about Ground Zero?" Ojiro suggests. "Oh, I know, didn't you say your costume was gonna be grenade-themed?" Kendo asks. Bakugo simply grunts and nods as he rips his orange open as she continues, "Why not something like Blast Hero, Grenadier?" "Alright, that's probably better than anything else we've come up with." Ojiro shrugs. "I'll consider it." They all knew that that was the closest he was going to saying he liked it. "What about UFS?" "I could only think of a decent epithet, martial arts hero. Only idea for the actual name itself I could think of was Tailman." "What are you doing criticizing my choice of hero name when yours is something that sheet?" The other blonde half-jokingly snarls. "How about Canis?" Izuku suggests. "Thief, does that mean?" Bakugo growls. "Dog. It just means dog in Latin." Kendo explains. "Could work, I guess." "What about you, Itsu?" She simply shrugs at that before saying, "I want something along the lines of Battle Fist." But not. Midoriya throws another orange at Kendo, which she catches with her enlarged right hand just as he throws another one at Ojiro, which smacks him straight in the nose and making him yelp in pain, and the others laugh. It takes them a few minutes to get back to talking about hero names after laughing and teasing Ojiro, but eventually they manage to do so. Battle Fist. "I mean, it's a good starting point, I guess," Ojiro concedes. "Bland though. Almost as bland as vanilla over there." "How about Hand of War?" Midoriya suggests with a shrug as he digs into his own orange, still at the kitchen counter. "Seems a bit excessive to me," Ojiro remarks, getting an agreeing grunt from the other blonde who adds, "Isn't that a kind of jellyfish?" "That's a man-o'-war. Named after a kind of Western warship from back when they all used sails." Midoriya explains. "Are they dangerous?" Kendo asks, a little bit curious. "The jellyfish or the warship?" "Yes." Izuku sighs, having fully expected that answer before he asked before explaining, "The jellyfish's stings hurt like a beach by all accounts and can kill you very rarely." "I think it was just a term used to describe big warships. Having you around is like having your own personal search engine," Ojiro snarks, eager to get revenge on all the digs that were usually sent his way. They continued joking and teasing each other for some time before Bakugo finally asks, "What about you, nerd? What hero name are you gonna use?" "Yeah, you've probably been able to think about it more than any of us," Kendo says with a smile bright enough to make a slight blush appear on Midoriya's face. "And you seem to know what the rules are." Ojiro adds, "I kinda went on a mythology binge trying to find something that represented wisdom and strength." He starts, a little bit embarrassed by his choice. "We don't need the annotated backstory, nerd, just spit it out." Bakugo snarls, which gets nods and approving hums from the others. "Fine. Tactical hero, Wotan. It's an older name for Odin." "The Viking god?" Kendo asks, her knowledge of Western paganism being extremely limited. "Norse god of battle, wisdom, healing, and a bunch of other stuff. He was the chief god of their pantheon." I would have expected." Ojiro pauses, now actually thinking about what he was saying. "Actually, I'm not sure what I was expecting. Sounds cool though. Better than Tailman at least." Bakugo dryly growls, causing the rest to start teasing each other's hero name choices. Shido hated his father more than anything for the years of abuse he had endured from him that were thinly veiled as training. The year of hell they had all gone through since he turned villain, however, had been something else. The fines and reimbursing people his father had stole from had left them struggling to get by. They could barely go out without being harassed by press or the public. No longer were they in their fortified and luxurious compound. The three siblings had been forced into a tiny apartment that had been provided by Nizu on the understanding that the recommendation his father had forced him to take still stood. When he tried to tell Nizu that he didn't want anything that came from him, he was shocked by the change that overcame the mammal, who proceeded to explain that recommendations were done so as to give a fair chance to everyone, since it was felt that those who had them would be too powerful to make a fair assessment of other applicants. Nizu also pointed out that by putting his own feelings before others that he was treading the same path his father did, even if it was for different reasons. Nizu did give them one last thing to think about before he left, however. "Your aunt works at you know. If you want to meet her and your cousin." "And Inko?" Fuyumi asks hesitantly. She only had vague memories of her and Uncle Hisashi at their wedding, as she was barely 4 at the time. "It's up to you, of course. The pair of them are extremely kind and friendly, so I have no doubt they'll accept." He explains before adding, "Indeed, the struggle on their side will be finding the time." "Wait, why not Uncle Hisashi?" Natsuo asks. Their father's hatred of his brother had prevented them from even learning much about their extended family. He himself was only a few months old at their wedding, so he only had what his mother and older siblings had mentioned of them in passing to go on. None of them were particularly adept at reading people, let alone animals of unknown species, and a quirk that allowed them to surpass human intelligence, so they didn't really catch on to his expression falling until his tone became noticeably sadder. Unfortunately, Midoriya Hisashi died about 8 years ago now. It wasn't until a few hours later that everything clicked in Shido's mind. His father had stolen millions from an inheritance fund and hated his brother who died. "We were forced out of our home and mistreated because he stole from them." He wasn't entirely sure what he should do with this revelation. Just that he couldn't meet them. Not yet. Izuku wasn't entirely sure what to make of the fact that the first wedding he had ever attended was his own mother's, to his teacher no less, although he couldn't deny it had taken them long enough. Right now, however, he knew he didn't need his quirk to figure out that weddings are really boring. Even with all the pro-heroes in attendance. He wasn't entirely sure why they were having a Christian ceremony, but he'd picked up a sliver of information about how it had been the most popular type in Japan since before quirks, so he wasn't going to question it too much. Aside from maybe why there were Greek symbols everywhere. He looks down at his suit. It was perhaps a little bit too big for him, but it should last him a while. It was a black 3-piece, although his waistcoat was a pale cream that made it hard to tell where it ended and his shirt underneath began. Completing his outfit was a green tie. He'd even dug out his cufflinks that bore the Midoriya family crest on them. By the time the ceremony finishes and they move on to the distinctly Western wedding reception, he's added world history to his research list and bumped religion up on it. The first thing he notices was the pair of empty seats with the names of the recently deceased water hose duo. Their deaths at the hands of a villain had put something of a dampener on the celebrations, especially since the wild pussycats had been forced to pull out as they now had to care for their son. He was a little bit annoyed at being separated from his mother at the reception, until he realizes that they'd put all of the children on one table. Quite who benefited from that arrangement the most was up for debate. Regardless, his friends, plus a few others, were talking animatedly. He also couldn't quite figure out why Ojiro and Kendo were here. Not that he was complaining. Bakugo, he would have been more surprised if he wasn't here since their mothers were basically sisters. Suddenly a large but familiar hand waves in front of him, snapping him out of his mental tangent and making him blink a few times before the hand's owner says, "Wow, with your eyes that dilated you must be figuring out the meaning of life. Ha! Very funny, Kendo-san." He replies dryly before explaining, "Never been to a wedding before, so there's lots of new information." "I don't quite follow," says a boy with blue hair and glasses. Izuku was fairly certain he was a member of the Ingenium line. What was the name? Ida? He'd not been paying attention and he couldn't see his place name. Nerd here has an intelligence quirk. Lets him learn instantly. Bakugo says with a mouth full of garlic bread. Ida wasn't entirely sure what the subsequent flash of action was, but the next thing he could get his head around was the blonde that was chewing on garlic bread was fending off the boy with the intelligence quirk that he was pretty sure was the bride's son whilst laughing. He assumed friends helping, even as the green-haired boy snarls something about garlic bread. The ginger-haired girl, Kendo, he thinks her name is, suddenly enlarges her hands to the point of being able to grab them both with each hand and force them back in their seats just as a blonde woman with spiky hair drifts over and says, "Are these two fighting over garlic bread again?" in a tone somewhere between teasing and exasperation. "F off, hag." Bakugo snarls, only to get a smack over the head in response, as did Izuku, although his was noticeably gentler. "I told Inko letting you too near garlic bread is a terrible idea." Mitsuki says with a sigh and explains to the other children at the table, the only time these two ever come to blows that isn't just them sparring is if garlic bread is involved. It's been banned from both our houses as a result. She turns to Kendo and smiles as she asks, "Kendo-nder, could you please keep these two idiots in line?" "Don't I always, Bakugo-san?" She replies with a teasing grin and causing both of them to glare at her. "Of course, dear. Someone has to be the voice of reason out of you lot," she says with a cackle before wandering off, muttering something about wine. "I don't think your mum having wine is a good idea." Ojiro says warily, "It isn't, vanilla. Not even slightly." Do you always insult each other?" Ida asks, confused. "It's all in good nature." Izuku laughs, scratching the back of his head with one hand and pointing at Bakugo with a stick of garlic bread with the other, and adds, "Apart from him. Mostly, before taking a bite." "Fight me. Last time you said that to me you were on the ground 5 seconds later." "We were 8, that doesn't count." "Yeah, that was still a full year before I started my training." "Boys behave." Kendo giggles before looking around and trying to change the topic. Notes, "There's more heroes here than I thought there." "Would be. Aizawa is a well-respected hero that's been teaching at UA for years. Of course he knows a bunch." "He went to school with your brother, right, Ida-san?" Izuku explains, gesturing to Ida when he mentions him and getting a nod as an answer. "Yeah, but don't they have to work?" "Heroes are people too, little listener. That means we get time off, especially for big events like this." Present Mike declares loudly as he decides it's his turn to check up on the children's table. "I take it Aizawa figured it was time to send you over where you belong, Mike?" Izuku grins, speaking to him in Japanese for once so the others could understand him. "Oh, the betrayal. I thought you were on my side." Mike pouts overdramatically. "I am on the side of justice." And comedic effect. Shoyuta was right. Introducing you to Ms. Joke would be a terrible idea. Mike says with a sly grin as he looks around until he finds where she's sitting. Izuku had already been told of the pair's interesting relationship multiple times. Sometimes Mike was even sober when he told him again. "Oh, by the way, Izuku, We realized earlier we need to add sign language to your list. Probably Japanese first, then a few others in your own time. He adds as he pats him on the shoulder and goes to grab Ms. Joke so he can introduce her to her old friend's stepson. Are you always so casual with heroes, Midoriya-san? Ida asks, somewhat confusedly. Nah, mostly just Mike. That's the first conversation I've had with him Japanese for a while though. Kind of felt weird. Since his quirk lets him learn instantly, he decided to be a polyglot. Kendo explains as she points at the green-haired boy with her thumb casually. A hyper-polyglot, thank you very much. I don't even know what that means, Ojiro sighs, with Ida grunting in agreement. A polyglot is someone who knows. I think it's 5 languages. A hyper-polyglot is someone who knows dozens. How many do you know at this point, Zuzu? Kendo asks out of sheer curiosity and realizing this was probably the best time to ask. Let's see. Japanese, English, French, Spanish, Italian, Latin, German, Portuguese, Dutch, Afrikaans, Danish, Swedish, Norwegian, Finnish, Russian, Greek, Polish, Turkish, Arabic, Pashto, Hindi, Mongolian, Mandarin and Cantonese Chinese, Korean, Malay, although there's like 20 dialects of that so dash. Before he can continue, however, Bakugo interrupts and summarizes, the amount of languages the nerd knows is, yes. As they laugh at that, Mike returns, followed by a woman with her green hair up in a ponytail and wearing a long navy dress that hid even her feet who says, hey kids. This is becoming the Aizawa's table of judgment, isn't it? Izuku smirks. Oh man, Eraser is going to go insane having to put up that kind of humor all the time. I love it. Ms. Joke grins. I dunno, that depends on if you give me material to keep it up. From the main table Aizawa looks on, a migraine growing just at the thought of Izuku and Joke collaborating before sighing, why did you convince me to invite her? For her part, Inko can only giggle lightly before saying, oh lighten up Shoyuta, they're allowed to have a bit of fun at a party. Besides, it would have been rude not to. The sight of Izuku and his cohorts as well as present Mike and Ms. Joke turning, in unison, to look at him and wave did nothing to settle his concerns. Due to Aizawa's jobs, the newlyweds couldn't go on their honeymoon straight away. In fact, it took another couple of months until they could. Whilst his mother and Aizawa, he was not going to ever call him dad or anything like that, were away. However, Izuku was staying with the Bakugo family for the week. He would have been fine with this, were it not for how loud Katsuki and his mother were. Especially when arguing with each other. Which they did a lot. Izuku wondered aloud to Masaru on the second day if they ever did anything else, which made him laugh and quietly tell him, not really, no. With the Bakugos both working and Katsuki still having to go to school, despite his attempts to weasel out of it, the phrase, the nerd teaches better than those DMED extras being shouted by Katsuki multiple times, Izuku was bored. So much so that he had gone out for a walk. He knew that Kendo had a day off and had arranged to meet with her in town. His mind drifted to how awkward they had been the day the 4 of them went to the theme park. He hoped it wouldn't be that bad again, although he did question if her blushing was because he suddenly had a hand on her back or if it was something else. He was so wrapped up in his train of thought that he didn't even register the manhole cover in the tunnel he was in moving until it suddenly rocketed up and slammed into the roof, the sound causing him to reflexively spin around and adopt a combat stance. Oh Phoenix, help me. He thinks as a dark, writhing mass flows out of the hole until the entire tunnel was blocked off. Izuku takes a step backwards out of pure fear as a deep, malicious voice emerges from the viscous goo. Oh look! A medium-size invisibility suit. Izuku's eyes dilate to the point that his irises are thin circles around black maws as he pushes Databank to its limit. The sheer speed he was processing data means he was able to predict and evade the 3 tendrils that try to grab him, and the next wave and the next. Stay still. This will only hurt whilst you're alive. The voice growls, quickly losing its patience. That was probably a good thing. Izuku realized as his mind was in overdrive, as it meant it would become more rash and planning less. He just needed to think of a plan. Escape? No, this thing will just attack someone else. How could he defeat it? Going on the offense would just get him caught, which would be a death sentence. He backflips over a tendril that was trying to sweep his legs, landing so he was outside the tunnel. He notices a change in its stance, if it could be called that when dealing with an amorphous blob, which he realized was it preparing to body slam him, and he realized he had no way of dodging that, especially as he could feel a powerful migraine building. Suddenly a deep, booming voice echoes through the tunnel, and muffled though it was by the sludge it was unmistakable. "It's fine now. But because I'm here. Oh, thank goodness, All Might is here." Izuku thinks as the symbol of peace delivers a Texas smash powerful enough to cause the villain to splatter everywhere uselessly and still force Izuku back several feet and onto the ground. By the time Izuku regained his senses from the air blast, All Might had just finished stuffing the sludge villain into a soda bottle. As he starts to get up, he's suddenly struck by his quirk-induced migraine, causing him to grip his head and whine instinctively. Hearing the sound, All Might spins around and, despite still grinning from ear to ear, looks at him with worry before saying, "You alright, kid? I didn't hit you as well, did I? Jay, just knocked me back. This is mostly from me using my quirk way too much." "What is your quirk, young man? I'm surprised Nizu didn't tell you." He half mutters. "Ah, you're his personal student?" Izuku grunts affirmatively as he slowly climbs to his feet, still clutching his head like he was scared it was about to fall off. "Should you get yourself to hospital, young man?" All Might asks warily, only for Izuku grabs a bottle of pills from his All Might-themed courier bag and takes a couple dry. They didn't technically need water to go down, but he liked how much it weirded people out that he was doing so. "These should help a bit. Recovery girl prescribed them to me to help deal with it." "Well, in that case, young man, we should probably see about bringing this villain to the police." All Might proclaims loudly as he holds up the bottle, a pair of beady eyes rattling around and looking annoyed, and Izuku could swear he could hear the villain grumbling. "Please stop shaking me." "Wait, why do you need me?" "Because I have absolutely no idea where the station is and I was hoping you would." Izuku was fully aware of the sweat drop trope, but this was the first time he ever felt he understood what it meant to experience it. Nonetheless, he did know where it was and so began to give him a list of directions. His head was starting to feel better already, although he wasn't sure if it was a result of his training or the pills, but regardless he felt a slight twinge in the depths of his mind that he associated with his quirk coming back online. Just as All Might is about to jump to the station, he looks at the bottle in the hero's pocket, his eyes dilating as he checks to see how secure it is. When he realized it would fall out, he instinctively reaches out and grabs onto All Might's shirt just as he takes off and forcing him to cling on for dear life. Between the roar of the wind rushing past his ears and his own panicked screaming, he could barely hear All Might telling him to let go, the man clearly forgetting they were easily 20 meters above even the tallest building in Mustafu. Did he just feel the bottle slip free? He wasn't sure. Eventually he lands a rooftop near the police station, allowing Izuku to let go and take a deep breath. "Kid, that was incredibly reckless." All Might begins as he feels the flame of one for all splutter and taste iron in the back of his mouth just before he involuntarily shifts back in an explosion of cloud. Izuku can only cough as he tries to fan the smoke away from him as he explains, I used my quirk to examine the bottle because it didn't quite look secure and I realized that if you did your flea jump thing it would fall out." His tone was, understandably, rather defensive, although at any other time he would never dare speak back to All Might himself. Izuku looks up just as the smoke begins to dissipate, his eyes widening as he sees his idol's skeletal form, a distant memory of a conversation he had with Nizu long ago springing to mind as he half asks and half states, "That's why you disappeared 5 years ago. Why Nizu had to leave and help you on a big case." All Might can only nod before he starts to cough up blood and says, "Nizu said you were smart." "Yes, the case was kept secret as I'm sure you're aware, but..." He trails off as he lifts the side of his shirt to show him the massive scars on his flank and making Izuku wince. "The villain I fought put up a fight. Took out my stomach and one of my lungs. As a result, I can only stay in my hero form for a few hours a day. When Nizu said you would have to retire eventually, I didn't realize he meant you should have already retired. But the country still needs me, so I will keep going." At that point Izuku's comment about the bottle finally sink in and he looks down at his trousers, only then realizing that the bottle was missing. Sheet, kid, you were right, it's gone. At that point Izuku's eyes dilate as he tries to process where it could have fell. His mind was focused solely on not falling to his death at the time, but he thinks he knows when it might have. From there he can pinpoint where it would have landed, but a fall like that would have broken the bottle enough for him to escape it. I think I know where it went, Izuku says after a few moments of double-checking, ignoring the headache already beginning to reform before running to the thankfully unlocked roof access to the building's stairwell. By the time the pair reached the point it landed, there was a crowd around it, alerting them both to the fact that he had indeed escaped and had already attacked someone. Izuku could pick out a handful of heroes already on the scene, none of whom would really be able to help. Seeing a familiar figure, he weasels his way through the crowd and calls out, "Mount Lady Sin." Takayama was cursing herself. Not only was all the heroes completely useless against this thing due to them all being physical fighters, she couldn't even fit in the alley in her giant form. Suddenly she hears a distinctly familiar voice and turns her head. She sighs in relief and replies, "Kid, what are you doing here?" "Oh, my way to meet with a friend when I saw this." He half lies. Better keep All Might out of this since he was in his civilian form and he didn't know how widespread that secret was among heroes. He suspected not very. It was at that point that he looks at the villain and catches sight of his captive. Or rather, the massive hands swinging wildly, trying to hit anything, and a flash of ginger hair. Kendo. "Who's the kid, lady?" A gruff voice calls out just as Izuku's eyes dilate to their fullest. "Death Arms, you've heard about Nizu's student, right?" Mount Lady asks as explanation. She trusted the kid to work out a plan for them. She doubted she would have done as well as she had without him giving her advice whilst she was at UA. Before the burly man can respond, Izuku suddenly says, "The eyes. The eyes must be a weak point. We need a distraction and someone with a solid aim." He goes over and picks up a sturdy-looking steel pipe that he wasn't going to question where it came from. "That's risky, kid." He moves just right and that pipe will hit the girl. "Can you use your quirk to make the shot?" Empty Lady asks, knowing that he had talked about using his quirk to give him near-perfect aim when she had been at UA through Shear's maths. "That's the idea." Empty Lady turns to Death Arms and says, "I'll distract him by going to Big at the other end of the alley. Once the kid hits him you can run and try to grab the girl." It didn't really need any words spoken for them to take the horns of Empty Lady's costume poking up above the building next to them as the signal to act, Izuku's eyes dilating to their fullest as he fights off his growing migraine to line up the perfect shot before finally javelin tossing the pipe at the villain and yelling, "Go." Izuku could hear the squelching of the villain's eye being impaled cleanly from where he was standing a good 15 meters away and was fairly certain he would hear it in his nightmares for years to come. He would probably also hear the pain screaming coming from the villain as a result in his nightmares as well. As Death Arms got into position to pull Kendo free, Izuku dashed forward, ready to get her clear of the alleyway and to the paramedics on scene already. Unfortunately, Death Arms wasn't quite aware of this as he promptly tosses her at him, knocking them both over. Izuku was able to get her to her feet and helped her run away even as she coughed up the vile black liquid. Once she was at the entrance to the alleyway, he lets go of her and turns around. Empty Lady and Death Arms were struggling with the villain. Deciding to fight through the mind-numbing migraine, his pupils dilate as he scans for anything that might help before realizing he had a stun rod on him and pulls it out of his bag. He probably shouldn't know how to rig one to stay active after the trigger is let go, but he did and had already done so. He activates the mod with a slight twist of the grip, turns it on and prepares to throw it using his quirk to give him pinpoint aim once again. Fortunately for them all, he doesn't have to find out if the villain's morphology means electricity works on him, as a distinct Detroit smash rings out, the air pressure of All Might's attack being enough to once again splatter the foe uselessly. The situation resolved, Izuku turns off his quirk and almost immediately passes out from the eye-watering pain, his nose blocking up as he feels like he's dying. Fortunately, one of the paramedics sees the pain he's in and he's in the back of the ambulance before he can really register anything, still clutching the weapon tightly, although he's just about able to say he took some painkillers earlier and the bottle is in the bag. Itsuka isn't sure what to make of the scene next to her. The paramedics said that Sludge didn't seem to have damaged her respiratory system, but she should nonetheless rest for a while, leaving her with nothing to do but watch her friend in mind-numbing agony. She knew, of course, that headaches were the main symptom of overuse of his quirk, but she had never seen anything like this before, although she was careful to tell the medics all of this, after explaining that he was a friend of hers, and who to call for him since his parents were away. Which is why, just as she had finished giving her statement to the police, Bakugo Mitsuki arrives in a panic and with all the subtlety of a tsunami. Seeing the two, Itsuka's hand firmly grasping Izuku's with a face full of worry as he was still mostly out of it didn't help her concerns too much. Neither of them knew quite what a cluster headache was, but they understood that it was bad when the paramedics explained it was the worst pain in medical science outside of specific quirks and that his mind seemed to have shut down as a defense mechanism. They had, thankfully, pumped him full of painkillers that were safe to use with the ones Recovery Girl had given him, and he was now wearing an oxygen mask, since apparently that helped. To say Katsuki was worried when his mother arrived to pull him out of school for the day would be an understatement, despite his best efforts not to let it show. Said efforts went out the window the moment they got into the car, and his mother explained that Kendo and Izuku were involved in a villain attack. Things only got worse when she continued and said that Izuku pushed his quirk trying to save her, that once he was finished his mind shut down due to the sheer pain. He let out a relieved sigh when they got home to find the pair quietly talking, although Masaru had given Izuku an ice pack to numb the pain and Kendo was coughing a bit. When she saw them, Kendo looks up and says, "Thanks for letting me rest here, Bakugo-san. My parents wanted to know if it would be alright if I stayed here tonight since they'd rather I rest than try to get back home." "Of course, dear, I'll text them for you. Let me know if you two need anything. Or better yet, send this unhelpful brat to do it instead. You two just stay put and recover." Katsuki remains silent throughout the exchange, fully accepting that the pair clearly needed time to heal, but as soon as she was gone he sits on the armchair next to the sofa the pair was on, noting they were holding hands as he did, before asking, "Okay, so what the F happened to you two?" Izuku begins to explain, slowly and carefully, what happened, although he was careful to tweak All Might's involvement to avoid exposing his weakness to them. Izuku did trust them both with his life, but that secret was far larger than him and it wasn't his to share. "Damn it, Zuzu, didn't Recovery Girl tell you that trying to power through your migraines might cause permanent brain damage?" Kendo asks, somewhere between angry and sad for him. "I couldn't just stand by and watch something horrible happen to you, Kendo-san. You're one of my best friends. Nerd, you would have done it if it was Mary FNG Poppins." Bakugo sighs, getting an agreeing nod from Kendo. "Anyways, I'm sorry our afternoon together didn't really happen," Izuku says as he turns his head to Kendo. "What are you apologizing for? You did everything that you could. More than you should have, in fact, and it wasn't your fault to begin with. Besides, we can hang out another time. Saturday?" "I was planning to go to the family shrine then. I think it's been too long." "Are you sure that's a good idea, nerd? I'm the last Midoriya left, Kaken. I have to see it. And my brush with death made me keenly aware that I will die eventually and my ashes will end up there. Didn't you say it was near Chiba City? I could meet up with you." "I'd rather go alone there, sorry Kendo-san." "Hey, after saving my life you can call me Itsuka." "Alright, Itsuka-san." "Nerd, I know you're rich as F-, but do you have to act so formal all the effing time?" Bakugo sighs, getting a warm giggle out of Kendo. Saturday finally arrived, and despite every single Bakugo trying to convince him to take it easy for a while longer, Izuku took the train across to Chiba before getting a connection onto Rakanatai, the town the Midoriya family had made its home in since well before quirks. Despite only coming here a handful of times, he easily found his way to what was once the Midoriya family manor, which was now an orphanage, and goes around to the side to reach his destination. The building was small, as to be expected from a family shrine even for one as wealthy and storied as his. Whilst the black roof tiles were to be expected, the rest of the building was painted in a rich, emerald green and bore a crest he knew on sight. The crest was a black circle with a green border. In the middle, with its wings stretched out wide, was a green bird wreathed in flames. He had been considering adding the family crest onto his hero costume somewhere. "Yui no Gyurenfinikarezu," he mutters as he approaches, speaking the family motto for the first time in a while. To his knowledge, it roughly translated to Green Phoenix Rise Above, and he was fairly certain it summed up the twin family obsessions of green and fire pretty well. A distant part of him wondered if his father's ability to breath green flames was a deciding factor in him being treated more favorably rather than just his intelligence and business acumen. No wonder his uncle changed his name and basically disowned himself. "Welcome, young Lord Midoriya," calls an old female voice as he reaches the door inside, causing him to spin to face her. Distantly, he recognized her as the shrine's attendant. "I am no lord, ma'am," he says humbly. "Perhaps, but you are the last of a noble house and a prodigy in your own right. Come, young lord, there is something you must have," she declares as she heads in, causing him to follow out of curiosity. "One of my tasks is to keep track of your family's illustrious history, and to present each member a book of your history. I finished yours, about a year ago now." "Really? I had no idea. We never found anything like that in father's possessions." "You wouldn't have. As I understand it, he kept his in his office and asked his assistant to burn it if he died, as per the family's traditions." "Do we have any traditions that don't involve burning things? Or the color green?" He sighs, somewhat incredulously. The attendant laughs slightly as she hands him a large book bound in brown leather, the family crest embossed on the otherwise unmarked front before answering, "Oh yes, each male member is expected to make their own weapon once they reach adulthood. Your father forged a dagger, for example." "I think I saw that in his office." "Yes, you did. Now then, I'm sure you have many things to prepare in the run-up to getting into UA, so I suggest you read that and get to work." She quickly ushers him out, it only then occurring to him that he never actually got a chance to look around. Still, a book of the family history? He wondered how complete it was. He also wondered how she knew he was going to UA. He opens the first page out of curiosity, only to feel like he was having a heart attack as he sees a familiar handwriting. "My dearest son, if you are reading this, then somehow I died before I could hand you this book, and for that I am sorry. Ours is a storied family, but not always for the better. As brave and mighty as my brother is, he was cast aside in favor of me when my quirk was declared to be a sign that our family will prosper. I fear that the fact that that prediction came true will have only infuriated NG further. If the worst comes to pass, I ask that you, as the eldest son of the eldest son, reach out to your cousins and help them to be better than I or NG ever was. And no, I was not always a good person. I have swindled and tricked people to get where I am today. Read carefully and learn from our mistakes. Always, Midoriya Hisashi. Yui no Gyurenfinikurezu." A thought strikes him as he finishes reading, causing him to turn on his quirk and flick through, scanning it. Sure enough, there were a few spelling mistakes here and there that seemed out of place. Thanks to his quirk, he was able to make sense of the code as he walked. "The arrow is lit by the pyre, the light shall show the path." It couldn't be that simple, right? Pyrelight did have a building in town, and he was fairly certain that a Midoriya could get himself in without too much trouble. Especially if his hunch was correct. Suddenly something rapidly moves up and down in his peripheral vision, snapping him out of his deep thought, and so he turns to look at it. "It's Suka-san. I thought I said I wanted to do this alone," he says with a sigh. "You did, but I didn't really get a chance to thank you for saving my life. And besides, it looks like you've found yourself a puzzle. Phoenix, help me, you have no idea." He begins to explain what he's found and theorized so far. "Are you sure you aren't overthinking this? Also, why do you swear by a phoenix?" "Phoenix? It's a family thing." He explains as he thumbs towards the crest on the shrine before continuing, "I might be overthinking things, but Midoriyas aren't exactly known for taking the most obvious path. If my father had his way, our motto would be Occam's razor." Kendo can't help but laugh at that, clearly seeing how happier her friend felt talking about his father, and decides that even if he could, and probably felt like he needed to, do it himself, having someone there to provide emotional support would help him a lot. As the two begin to make their way towards the Pyrelight building, Izuku was dimly aware of the boy that looked about their age with the white and red-colored hair, and he briefly pondered if he was some kind of genetic chimera or if it was quirk weirdness. but with his focus divided between his task and his friend, he didn't really have a chance to consider it for long after turning the corner away from him. Shido wasn't entirely sure why he was in Reconnecting, but he knew it was where his family originated. Surely they can't be as bad as my old man, he thinks as he pushes up his hood, not wanting to draw attention to himself. He considered dyeing his hair, but they didn't really have the money for it. Besides, he had no idea how to do it. After wandering around for a while, he eventually found what appeared to have once been a fairly luxurious manor, although the sign outside proclaimed it to be Midoriya Memorial Orphanage, established 193 QA. The family manor got turned into an orphanage? Shido makes a note of that before looking around, just as a green-haired boy holding a leather book walks past, hand in hand with a girl. Both looked like they were around his age and were talking about phoenixes, which even Shido knew was an important part of the family's history. He walks the way they came once they turn the corner and soon finds the shrine. He couldn't help but feel like he was intruding. Todorokis were not Midoriyas. His father had seen to that. He wanted to know more about his past. He steps closer, using the knowledge that his father would hate the fact that he even thought about coming here as motivation to keep going. He politely knocks on the door to the shrine, only to hear an old woman's voice call out, "Come in, young Master Todoroki." As disconcerting as it was that she knew who he was, CCTV? The perception quirk of some kind? He enters, finding the shrine attendant lighting some sticks on incense. The Viridian Scion and the Chimera. Both shall seek knowledge of lost family past to find their future. The woman quotes before turning around and explaining, "My quirk is called prophecy. It allows me, well, the gift of prophecy, although they're usually rather vague and I can't really choose when they happen. But since your cousin just left, I could only assume that it was you, young master. All your questions will be answered by this book." She hands him a book, identical to the one he saw the green-haired boy carrying. "That must have been my cousin. I should have said something to him. Thank you. I will be sure to read this carefully. One question though. Why am I helping you despite everything your father has done? Because despite his best efforts you are all still Midoriyas. And besides, you are not him. You are free to choose your own path in life, especially since he's been forced into hiding." In the days and weeks to come he would find himself thinking about her words frequently. It wasn't until they were outside the Firelight building that either of them realized they were holding hands, the book now stashed away in Izuku's bag. When they did, they both let go as if their hand was burned and apologize in unison. Izuku sighs, a sad smile on his face as he says, "I think we need to talk about us. But right now, I have to do this. And it will be easier if they see the son of their founder on his own." "All right." Kendo agrees, although what she was agreeing to not even she could say, though he went inside before she could decide. On the way to Firelight he had gone through the book again, trying to figure out what kind of pseudonym the person he needed to talk to had taken. Fortunately, as he crossed the polished marble effect floor to the reception desk, he was recognized by the bat-headed person manning it, who sits bolt upright and says, "Welcome, young master. He's free to see you now. He's on the 5th floor, second office on the right if you take the middle corridor from the elevator." That was much more straightforward than expected. Izuku thinks before saying, "Thank you," and heading straight towards the elevator. Finding the office in question was fairly easy with the instructions he had been given, although he was fairly certain that the receptionist would have had more than enough time to call up ahead. Sure enough, he comes to the right door and knocks twice. "Enter." A voice rings out. The inside was fairly undecorated, a single picture of a white-haired woman Izuku didn't recognize on the man's desk. But what gave away the fact that this was indeed the right place was the fact that the man's hair had been dyed an unashamed neon green. There was a moment where he wondered if it was natural, but he saw flecks of the same green in the man's scalp. "Welcome, Midoriya-san. I've been wondering when you would visit." The man smiles as he gestures to the chair opposite his desk. "I wasn't aware of the book until today, I'm afraid. Only went to the shrine on a whim. But it's nice to finally meet you in person, although I'm not sure if you still go by Toya." "Todoroki. I changed my name to Midoriya Toya when I came to work for your father." They discussed a wide variety of topics, From Izuku's studies under Nizu to the research Pyrolite has been conducting into non-hero support tech. Things the everyday person can use, was how Toya phrased it. Izuku knew that he wasn't getting the full details, and he would have been surprised if he was, but the ideas they had were certainly giving him some of his own. Eventually there was a pause in the conversation before Izuku asks, "Do you know what my father asked of me in the note left in the book?" "Of course. I asked him to do so." How do you think I should go about it?" "Well, with my father in hiding the question will be finding them. Fortunately, you're going to UA and I suspect you'll end up in the same class as Shido." "That sounds like something Nizu would do. You know him better than I." "From there, reaching out to Shido should be your first task. After that, getting hold of Fuyumi and Natsuo should be simple enough." "And Aunt Rei?" Izuku asks, gesturing to the picture. He wasn't entirely sure if he was right in assuming it was her, but it seemed like a safe bet. "If you can see her." "I haven't even been able to get an update out of the hospital." "Your father's work?" "Hard to say. I gave up well before he was accused of anything. Still can't believe he stole so much from you by misusing his power of attorney over mother's assets. I'm worried your siblings aren't going to like me due to them having to bear the brunt of repaying it." "I heard they were forced to move out of the old man's compound, yeah? Well, if there was one good thing he tried to instill in each of us was to be happy with our home, but not materialistic. Although, that might be something he picked up from mother." "One last thing, Toya, what do you think your father is going to do? He still hasn't made a move anywhere." "He's scared. The second he pokes his head out, All Might will lead a small army of heroes and police against him before he can blink. No, he's waiting for something to draw attention away from him before tries anything." "The next big threat? You think he knows? Something is coming?" Kendo could tell Izuku was emotionally exhausted as he walked out of the building, but she nonetheless ran up to him and grasps both his hands to pull him into a firm hug, which he returns as she begins to ask, "When you wanted to know about us, did you mean?" "Yeah, I did. It's just that sooner or later I'm going to mess up and I don't want to lose you as a friend. Besides, we're going to be training to be heroes soon. Are we really going to have the time to do anything together?" "No, you won't, Izuku. You're an incredible person. And you're right to be worried about our time and focus, but I don't want to give up before we even begin." Before Izuku can even begin to argue back, Itsuka releases the hug, only to pull him into a kiss instead. "Holy F," was the sole thought echoing through his mind when she pulls back after what felt like an eternity, both of them blushing to the point of looking like they were glowing. Kendo giggles at his completely frazzled reaction before admitting, "Were you not barely conscious after pushing your quirk too far? And the fact that I'm pretty sure my lips would have tasted of death from the sludge, I would have kissed you the other day after you saved me." "Sorry." "For what?" "I don't know. Giving myself a cluster headache like a dumbass and shutting down." "Okay, yes, that was stupid. But you did it to save me. Just please, turn down the self-sacrificing." "I'll try. Come on, my mom said you can swing by and grab some food. Although Reconnecting has an awesome beach if you wanted." "Does it look like I brought swimwear? Anyway, how did you know how to get to the shrine and when I would be there?" "Bakugo-san told me." "Of course she did. I do wonder if Kaken played a hand in that. We both know he's a lot softer than he pretends. Don't tell him I said that though." Izuku laughs at that before simply stating, "My lips are sealed." Izuku wasn't entirely sure what kind of reaction he was expecting when Ojiro, who he had finally started calling Mashi, and Kaken found out he was now dating Itsu. But Mashi handing the other blonde what looked like 5,000 yen was not it. "Did you bet on if we would get together?" "When?" Bakugo grins. They were at the Bakugo household on the morning of the entrance exam. Izuku himself had already been informed that the trial for recommendation students would be held at the same time, so he was also prepared to head over. "Captain C4 over here said before you, I said after." Mashi says, grinning from ear to ear at Izuku's clear displeasure. "Kaken, I know what you're thinking. Captain C4 is a terrible hero name. F off nerd." Mitsuki can only shake her head at their conversation, although she was certainly glad Izuku and Itsuka had finally figured out their feelings. She silently prided herself as being a great wingwoman. She considered bragging, but didn't want to interrupt them as they prepare for the entrance exam. Before she could change her mind, however, the doorbell rang, which caused her to leave the room to answer it. To the surprise of absolutely no one, it was Kendo who promptly heads to the living room and plops herself down next to Izuku, who puts his arm around her shoulders without a second thought or even looking at her. Disgusting lovebirds. Bakugo grins, clearly joking. Sounds like someone's jealous. Kaken. Up. I wonder who of though. Itsu adds before turning Izuku's head to kiss him. They were all somewhat surprised at how physically affectionate the pair were even in public. Although the fact that Izuku was already blushing madly put things into perspective. Hey nerd, got any intel on the exam? Nothing solid. But Aizawa did pass on a bit of advice, and I have an observation I made from previous year's entrance exams. Aizawa said that so long as you act like a hero you'll do well. I personally noted that the scenarios, it changes every year, are designed by Nizu. So if it seems straightforward, look again. Izuku explains. Sounds to me like we should expect some kind of hidden mechanic to do with heroic behavior during it. Kendo postulates. I take it you don't know what the scenario this year is? Ojiro asks. Nope. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell. Fair. What are you gonna be doing then? Not sure exactly. Apparently each recommendation candidate is given a bespoke test. Since mine is today as well, I'm betting I have to profile the successful candidates. Or maybe just a random selection. Well, they know you have friends that are taking the exam, letting you see our scores early would just be asking for trouble. Kendo points out. Izuku was about to respond to that when Mitsuki suddenly gets their attention. Kids, it's time to go. Having parted ways with his friends at the entrance, he makes his way up to Nizu's office once again, his mind going over what he had learned so far. In terms of support tech, his ideas from Pyrelight coupled with Power Loader's instruction had allowed him to make an entire arsenal of electric weaponry, although none really stuck out to him as the weapon he wanted the world to know him for. Power Loader had also raised his concerns with Nizu that the kid can make a flamethrower out of paper mache and a toothpick. Izuku felt it was to be expected from a Midoriya with an intelligence quirk that he could rig anything to function as a flamethrower. He had even designed a special kind of flamethrower fuel that burned cleanly, preventing burning residue clinging to people so as to avoid causing excessive harm to them. He was fairly certain that the fuel would allow him at least a small flamethrower built into his costume. He'd also been working on a system that would completely isolate him from the outside world, preventing certain kinds of quirks from working on him, although the camera array he had planned to replace a traditional visor with was far too heavy for use just yet. Maybe a single camera instead? Where would he locate it? On the side? Would just be a target, surely. Getting back on track, he felt that his medical training with Recovery Girl was not as successful as he had hoped. It wasn't so much as he was struggling with the work as he was struggling to feel comfortable with it. He'd been practicing using his quirk to aim various weapons as well, both with Aizawa and on his own, although most of his friends no longer let him offer them oranges as a result of being hit in the face. He was confident in his hand-to-hand abilities at this point, as it was rare even for new enemies to defeat him, although he was fully aware that spars were a far cry from a real battle. He had also had great success with adapting to using weaponry, from swords to eskrima sticks to staves. He'd even tried his hand with a kusarigama, although it hadn't been easy to learn to say the least. He'd also learned to pick locks, crack safes by ear, play a few different instruments, and could hack pretty much anything that wasn't designed by someone else with an intelligence quirk. He wasn't entirely sure how useful those skills would be for a hero, but he reasoned that since he learns instantly, he might as well have as many skills as possible. Izuku had also been doing a lot of independent research into other ideas for support tech he could field, from drones to lasers to metamaterials, and had gained some interesting ideas for how to apply them. By the time his mental monologue was over, he was at the door to Nizu's office, where the recommendation candidates would meet and receive their special assignments. After knocking and getting permission to enter, he sees a group of 9 other candidates and a suspicious lack of furry principal, especially since he had just called him in. Nizu, sir, Are you hiding in the vase again? He asks, somewhat unenthused. Yes, I am. He shouts, leaping out of the vase and into the air, surprising everyone else before landing neatly in front of it. Well, that was one way of getting everyone's attention, at the least. Izuku decides to remain standing, as were a few of the other candidates, as Nizu begins to explain how things will work. It was all technically a refresher, but it was important to make sure they all knew how it would work just in case. Nizu then walks over to his desk and grabs a series of folders, handing out one to each of them as he explains, "These contain your designated assignment. As I said, they're designed by myself to specifically cater to your skills and quirk. I also have a timetable here of when you will be taking yours." Izuku takes a look at the timetable in question, noticing that his name wasn't on it, and so is about to ask when Nizu explains, "Midoriya, the practical starts in about 2 hours, but Aizawa suggested you arrive at the control room early, so just head over once we leave." Understood. The black-haired girl next to him looked confused before he explains, "I have an intelligence-type quirk. My assignment is going to be to write analyses on 5 general heroics applicants, chosen by Present Mike when I start, based on their practical exam performance." Ah, I see. I have to build something using a blueprint I won't be given beforehand. A Yaoyorozu, I take it? She nods at that, not entirely sure how to react to being identified so easily. Noticing her reaction, he says, "Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you. A Midoriya with green hair? They must love you. Pretty sure that's why my grandparents were fine with my dad marrying a chef," he says with a shrug, not entirely sure himself whether or not he was joking. He looks a bit sad after a moment before adding, "Although, after the plane crash a few years ago, it's just me and the Todorokis left, and thanks to my delight of an uncle, I've only ever spoken to one of my cousins." "Oh, I'm sorry, I had no idea." A boy with white and red hair that looked vaguely familiar to Izuku perks up at the mention of one of his cousins. Fuyumi and Natsuo would have mentioned it if it was either of them. Could it be Toya? Shido thinks as Izuku glances over at him, his eyes dilating as he examines him before turning his attention back to Yaoyorozu when she asks, "So, you seem to know Nizu, have you met before?" "Oh yeah. My mother works in the kitchen here, and since I have an intelligence quirk, Nizu took me on as a personal student when I was 9. From there they talk about themselves and are introduced to a few of the other candidates when they come up to look at the timetable. Hananuki's quirk seemed to be very interesting to him, as did Suburaba's. He expected they would both get in along with Yaoyorozu. Nizu kicks them out before the conversation can go much longer, however, pointing out that they all had work to do soon and that they would need to do any preparation before their trial started. Izuku hangs back, just enough to find the boy he was fairly certain was his cousin, as another boy, tall and bald, was trying to talk to him but frowns when he hears what he's saying. "So you're the son of the great Endeavor, huh? What do you think you're doing trying to become a hero? Shouldn't you be trying to follow your old man?" Izuku can only sigh before walking up to them, grabbing the taller boy by the shoulder and growls, "Let me get this straight. You're attacking the son, who has a massive burn scar on his face, of a guy with a fire quirk and multiple child abuse charges?" When his actions were phrased like that, all bluster leaves the bald teen, who promptly bows to the point his head hits the ground before standing bolt upright and loudly proclaims, "My apologies, I was too blinded by my anger to see things properly." As soon as he leaves, Izuku turns to his cousin and simply says, "For the record, Toya told me the actual story about the scar." "You really have spoken to Toya?" "Yeah, when he left he went to work for Pyrelight. Changed his name to Midoriya and dyed his hair a hideous neon green too. He did ask that I reach out to you 3 though. Try to help you however I can." Shido wasn't entirely sure which revelation he was the most surprised at. The fact that Toya went to Pyrelight makes a lot of sense in hindsight, and he probably should have worked it out. "That was you in Reconnecting." He half states, half asks, "Yeah, the creepy old lady at the shrine gave me a book of the family history which for some reason contained a riddle which pointed me to him. I'm blaming my father." Izuku shrugs. They had started walking, since they both needed to change floors for their respective exams. "I know what you mean." Shido almost seems to smirk. "The old man might not have let me watch much in the way of fiction, but old woman attending a shrine with a prophecy quirk, Seems like such an overused trope. It is. Izuku laughs before doing a double take and adds, "She never told me she had a quirk like that." Shido merely shrugs before saying, "Either I asked the right question, or she's a part of this conspiracy to get us to talk." Oh Phoenix, this is a conspiracy at this point, isn't it? Prophecy quirks, hidden riddles and letters from dead loved ones? I feel like I'm in a bad novel about the Illuminati. From there they mostly just discuss their families, with Izuku not quite naming his stepfather since the two of them agreed that it was best not to mention it to anyone who didn't know. Izuku doubted the man would ever be biased towards him, but he would rather not have the allegation of such hanging over him like an executioner's axe ready to drop. Eventually the two cousins part ways to head to their own exams, and it didn't take much longer for Izuku to slip into the overview point Present Mike would be directing the whole affair from. He's soon shown to his seat by Present Mike, who picks 5 likely candidates, saying he had a good feeling that all of them will pass, although it was clear that he had deliberately avoided picking any of his friends or Ingenium's brother. With each candidate he was watching he had to figure out everything about them, not even getting names, just their applicant number. The first one was fairly easy to work out her quirk. He doubted he needed Databank to figure out that it was a full-body frog mutation. Regardless, she seemed to have high maneuverability and was clearly very strong, as she was able to toss the robots without too much bother, as well as moving rubble off of trapped applicants, as well as other feats that would ensure a high rescue score. She seemed, to Izuku, to remain level-headed. Izuku theorized that she had siblings that frequently relied on her, which caused her to develop such a level of stoicism, although he noted that it's highly possible that her mutations simply made her harder to cold red. The next candidate was a fairly muscular boy with black hair that seemed to keep getting in the way. He opts not to write it down in his report, instead focusing much of his efforts trying to figure out his quirk. It seemed to him that it granted him some amount of enhanced strength, although the magnitude led him to suspect that was only part of it. It was only when he zoomed his feed in closer to take a closer look at him that he noticed how angular his limbs looked when using them to attack or defend, leading him to conclude it was some kind of body-hardening transformation. Going on those lines, he explored ways such a quirk could be used or countered, as well as theorizing where on the Moss scale the boy's quirk would be, but he concluded that such a quirk presumably varied according to how much effort the user was putting in. Whilst he had no audio, he could still lip read, and from what he could tell of what the boy was saying about having to prove himself, the only assumption that he could come to was that he had self-confidence issues that would need to be addressed. Thirdly, he had a big furry brute of a boy that was laughing and talking manically about anything as he gleefully rips robots apart. He noticed that the candidate occasionally seemed to shrink and stop talking, so he could only assume that his quirk was a transformation mutation hybrid, with him getting some kind of high whilst using his quirk. It didn't seem to diminish his intelligence, which seemed fairly considerable given what he seemed to be ranting about, so whilst he noted that such a drawback was dangerous, it could be managed. Regardless, the combination of smarts and strength was powerful, and he noted that he would need to be treated with care so as not to develop an ego that might become troublesome. Realizing he seemed overly negative, he counter-argues that so long as he doesn't get too egotistical, then he would be an ideal tactical or strike commander. Next up was a blonde girl with 2 large horns and horse-like hooves. Judging by the fact that she was speaking nothing but English to herself as she charged through robots and occasionally launched her horns at others, he could only assume she was not a native speaker, and that care would need to be made to ensure that she wasn't given the wrong translations intentionally. Regardless, her quirks seemed powerful, albeit straightforward aside from the homing aspect of her launched horns, which seemed to be guided by her thoughts, potentially meaning she would need to be very careful about not being too distracted by controlling her horns only to get attacked herself. Finally was a girl with purple hair that seemed to be jabbing something connected to her earlobes into the vulnerable spots of the robots to eliminate them. Putting off what her quirk was, he focused on her clear pragmatism and innate battle sense that would allow her to assist a wide range of operations. It was when he noticed that the things attached to her earlobes were audio jacks that he realized that she must have enhanced hearing as well, which gave her a sensory quirk that, combined with her intelligence, made her ideal for leading and supporting tactical level operations from the mid-range. Having finished his analysis a bit early, he looks back at the other screens just as the other 0 pointers were set loose. He frowned before pointing at one of the screens and stating, "There's a girl trapped in that rubble in the zero-pointer's path." Present Mike frowns as well when he sees her as well and is about to contact the observation room when Kendo suddenly dashes forward to where she was trapped and uses her enlarged hands to lift the rubble she was trapped under and throws it at the robot's head. It wasn't enough to disable it, but it was enough to cause it to momentarily pause. Izuku could feel a sense of unease wash over him as his girlfriend has to carry the injured girl away from the robot that was trying to pursue her until finally time was up and she was able to hand her to Recovery Girl. Just as Izuku finished packing up his gear to hand in his reports and is idly chatting away with Mike in English when there's a knock at the door, and the girl who had been injured earlier pokes her head in, having already changed back to her normal clothes. She was clearly confused why there was a boy her own age there, but focuses on the matter at hand and asks Mike if there was any way she could give the person who saved her some or all of her points, saying she never had a chance to thank her. Just as Mike explains there is no way or need for that, Izuku chimes in, "I know her. I can tell her you said thanks if you want." There was a slight blush on his cheeks when he said that he knew her, which was enough for her to figure out quite what he meant. Regardless, she smiles and nods at him before ducking out, a somewhat embarrassed look on her face. Once she had left, Mike turns to him, the pair switching back to English as the hero asks, "So since when have you two been together?" Izuku can only sigh at that before answering, "About a month. She followed me out to Reconnecting when I went there." Auntie Mitsuki apparently decided to play wingwoman. "Ah, good for you, little listener," Mike proclaims as he pats him on the back. Izuku pauses, trying to figure out how best to phrase a question he's had in the back of his mind for a while. "How do you think us being together is going to cause problems in our line of work?" I can't get the image of water hoses, empty seats at the wedding out of my head. Mick's grin drops at that. It was a fair question, one that every hero struggled with, and so he can only answer honestly, well, unfortunately there is no single right answer. You two are going to figure out what works for you. But the two of you are smart and care for each other a lot. Phoenix, help me, you're basically my uncle, I just realized. He tried to think that statement, but Mike still heard his muttering and started cackling loud enough that Izuku was scared for his eardrums. To the surprise of no one, Izuku's analyses were more than detailed and accurate enough for his recommendation to be approved, although he was nonetheless pleased with himself, especially when Itsuka more or less tackled him to kiss him in front of the others. Soon, though, it was time for the others to get their acceptance letters, which Aizawa had already mentioned would be a holographic message from someone. As a result, they were all sat in the masonette the Midoriyas had recently moved into a stone's throw away from UA since they and Aizawa needed to go there so frequently. It had a fairly high rent, but the three of them, Izuku had negotiated a deal with Pyrelite over use of the fuel he had invented, giving him shares and royalties in exchange for them getting exclusive rights to it, made more than enough money for that to be an issue. Their home was bright and airy, with more rooms than they really needed, but that was fine since one spare room became Izuku's workshop and the other became a playroom for Aizawa's ever-growing collection of cats. He claimed there were only 3, but Izuku was fairly certain there were at least 5, with their bedrooms on the upper floor. The lower floor was mostly open plan aside from the repurposed bedrooms and bathroom. The kitchen, dining area and living area all merged into one large space. The 4 friends were currently in the living area huddled around the glass coffee table, Ojiro being chosen to go first, their parents quietly talking among themselves as they watched their reactions to the hologram in fact being of All Might. "I am here as a hologram." A flash of surprise goes through Bakugo's eyes as Ojiro yelps and Kendo grips Izuku's arm. Izuku already suspected it was him and had braced for it, especially given the fact that it was entirely in the symbol of Peace's character to do something like this. Regardless, All Might begins to explain the rescue points and how they worked, which meant that Ojiro finished with a respectable 45 villain points and 10 rescue points, with All Might showing him a clip of him using his tail to dislodge some rubble that had landed on another applicant and promptly throws it at a 3-pointer, destroying it and earning him praise from the others, with Bakugo saying, "That was the most badass thing I think I've ever seen you do." "That is the most badass thing I've done." At Aizawa's suggestion, Bakugo went next. This alone caused Izuku to silently ask him if he was doing it in point order, but the man simply smirked an answer which might as well have been a yes to the boy. Bakugo had gotten an unbeaten 77 villain points as well as 20 rescue points. His clip was of him using his explosions to fly over his zone's zero-pointer's head to blast its arm off course from smacking at a group of applicants, something even the adults applauded. It distantly occurred to Izuku as they started Itsu's recording that these were supposed to list the top 10, and he could only conclude that this was all one of his stepfather's logical ruses. He also concludes that he still feels uncomfortable considering him such. He was completely unsurprised that Itsu's clip was of her freeing the girl from the path of the zero-pointer and then carrying her away from the giant rampaging robot. Now that he was watching it without imminent threat of his girlfriend being flattened, it was clear that whilst it looked close, she was actually gaining ground. Well, young Kendo, I must say that kind of performance is exactly why we have rescue points. To recognize that being a hero is more than simply attacking, but rather to save lives when no others can. Combined with your actions previous, our panel of judges saw fit to award you with 80 rescue points. Added to your 25 villain points, you came first overall in the entrance exam. The booming hologram declares before finishing, Kendo Itsuka, UA will be your hero academia. With that, the hologram cuts to a table of the top 10 results. Sure enough, Itsu was first, followed by Bakugo. Of course, Ojiro's attention was elsewhere when he realized that the 10th place had 56 points total. I was off the top 10 by 1 FANG point? He screams, causing everyone except Aizawa to laugh, the hero instead merely smirking, which Izuku knew was the same thing. The fact that the smirk falls was a little worrying though. Aizawa gets up and heads over to them as he says, there's other stuff in the acceptance letters as well, your ID badges and class numbers mostly. He pauses for admitting, I tried to get you all in my class but wanted Kendo as well, and I lost the coin toss we do whenever we both want a candidate. I don't think he knows about your relationship, but honestly I doubt it would have changed his mind. I doubt so as well. Honestly, he seems the sort who would want to separate us more with that kind of information. Izuku shrugs before hugging Itsu tightly. He was disappointed, of course, that she wouldn't be in the same class as them, but at the end of the day, they would all be getting into heroics. Before he can think much more on that, someone knocks on the door, his mind immediately turning to what happened the last time a get-together like this was interrupted. Aizawa heads to the door and speaks in low tones to the man in a beige trench coat that Midoriya swears looks vaguely familiar until Itsu says, that's the police detective that spoke to us after the Sludge villain incident. Izuku-san, the detective needs to talk to you. Go deal with that in your workshop. Aizawa calls over. Whilst he wasn't comfortable with Aizawa acting like a stepfather towards him just yet, he had to admit the soundproof to hell and back workshop was the best room in the place to have a private conversation. Tsukachi and Midoriya were sitting on the 2 office chairs in the workshop. The room itself was painted green, although much of the wall space was taken up by tools and spare materials, so it was hard to tell. On the table was the prototype helmet Izuku had been working on for some time now without much success, which he sighs at before turning to the detective and asking, so what can I do for you, detective? I'm sorry, but I don't remember your name since I was kinda out of it last time we met. That's quite alright, Midoriya-kun. My father got cluster headaches from his quirk sometimes as well, so I know just how bad they can be. But that incident isn't why I'm here. It's about Operation Marianas. Izuku's eyes widen at the name. Operation Marianas was the task force mandated with bringing Endeavor and his sidekicks to justice. You think he's going to target me? We have intel that he means to move against his brother's legacy. We aren't sure if that means you or Pyrelight at this point in time, but I think we both know that most likely means both. My superiors have spoken to Principal Nizu already, and it's been suggested that since you don't have an offensive quirk, it would be best that you be armed with a non-lethal weapon at all times. I know you tend to keep something in your bag, but it's felt that you need more. Obviously, your proximity to UA and the fact that you have a pro-hero for a stepfather will help in this, but Nizu seemed adamant that you arm yourself. He's going to email you about what will be allowable. Izuku can only nod that the information, although his expression shifts ever so slightly when the detective mentions his stepfather, which Tsukachi doesn't miss, before he sighs and asks, aside from getting myself some kind of weapon, what else can we do? Not much, I'm afraid. Just be vigilant for anything unusual. He might try to keep you under watch. Alright, one last thing, detective. One of my cousins, Toya. He works at Pyrelight, having changed his name to Midoriya. Could he be targeted specifically? The detective clearly attempted to hide his surprise, but Izuku was skilled enough in reading people to catch it regardless, as the man simply says, "We'll look into that. Do you have any way for us to get in touch with him?" After giving the detective Toya's contact details, the man left and Izuku returned to the living area holding a tablet which he began reviewing the guidelines Nizu had sent him. He played down the threat against him as best he could as he explains what he's doing, stressing the fact that there wasn't anything that said he was being targeted specifically, which was technically true. His three friends had helped come up with ideas, with both him and Aizawa rejecting a few for a variety of reasons, mostly with a sentence similar to, "It needs to be non-lethal, Kaken." In the end, the idea he had settled on was some kind of shock glove. He considered implementing a few designs he had made for his actual hero costume, but ultimately decided that as long as they were sturdy but flexible, they should be fine as is. In terms of aesthetic, he goes back and forth between a few different ideas before settling on a pair of long black fingerless gloves with white accents and palms. Later on, he would tweak the design, adding fingers that ended at the second knuckle, which he would use for the gloves to be able to track finger gestures to allow for them to have 5 levels of output. His mind drifted back to his day at Reconnecting, one day as he looked at his right glove. He remembered what the attendant had said about Midoriya's making themselves a weapon. He wasn't sure if he could truly say this was his. It felt insufficient to him. Like he was yet to make a weapon he could proclaim was his and his alone. It was decided Izuku's tutorship would end until he started his formal education at UA, so the boy was left with a lot of extra time which he mostly used for research as well as inventing and designing weapons and gadgets for him to use, as well as maintaining his personal fitness routine as best as he could. Eventually, though, he felt that even he needed to break the ever-building monotony, and so used his contacts at Pyrelight to get him and Itsuka a couple of VIP tickets to the Heroics Technology Expo. He felt a little awkward suggesting it to her, but she was surprisingly enthusiastic about the idea of going. The expo was held the weekend before UA started, which was an added bonus. HTE was actually being held very close to UA's campus, so the pair decided that she should go to his and then they'll make their way to the convention center. Izuku was wearing his shock gloves as usual, as well as a black hoodie, a white t-shirt with the words, "Smart Casual" written on it, as well as a pair of jeans and his signature red sneakers, and was looking decidedly nervous. At long last Itsuka had arrived and Izuku was eager to get going, mostly to get away from his mother's teasing. Inko had had a day off and her encouragement hadn't helped his nerves. He didn't quite understand why she was being quite this bad as she cycles between crying and teasing him, since this wasn't the pair's first date, even if it was the first proper outing rather than just going to a cafe or the cinema, which neither of them really counted since they did that as friends already. It occurs to him that his mother doesn't count those either, and that's probably why. It wasn't until he shut the door and turned to her that he actually paid attention to what she was wearing, which consisted of a light blue dress that ended just below the knees and a black bomber jacket, as well as her favorite pair of black boots. It was only when he noticed she was wearing a bit more makeup than she normally did, which was very little and none when they were training, that he realized she had really made an effort for him, a thought that only made him blush and try to stammer out a greeting. Itsuka was, unsurprisingly, rather pleased at his reaction, but simply pokes his shoulder with an enlarged finger before saying, "Come on, stop with the fish impression and let's getting moving before the cues hit." Izuku takes a deep breath and takes Itsuka's hand as they make their way down to the ground floor of his apartment building, as he says, I doubt we'll have much of a queue with our tickets." "What do you mean?" "They're VIP ones. Those are really expensive even for you, Izuku." "Nah, I got them for free since I'm a Pyrelight shareholder." "A shareholder?" "Yup. Got a little bit in the license agreement for that fuel I invented. That stuff could change the world, Zuzu. And you just use it so you can put a freaking flamethrower on your hero costume." "Are you trying to encourage me or take the PSS out of me?" "Yes. Their conversation continues in much the same manner all the way to the convention center. Glancing around, Izuku notices he can actually see the roof of UA's main building from the entrance, but with their tickets they're soon inside the massive building and are immediately greeted by the sight of all sorts of support gear and other interesting technologies. They had already decided that going clockwise through the show was the best plan with a break when they get to the food area. I think Toya said we should find someone called Shield. Izuku half mutters, half states. Whilst he didn't mutter anywhere near as much as he used to, he still does it occasionally when he's not using his quirk. When he is actively using Databank, however, his mind can easily go too quickly for him to speak what he's thinking thanks to his training with Nizu. The center was split into two large halls, each with multiple sections, and the pair were standing in the modern materials section. Izuku looks around as he gently squeezes Itsuka's hand before saying, "You know, coming to a place like this you wouldn't think quirks caused a technological stagnation. You're really passionate about that, aren't you?" Itsuka says with a smile as she decides to lead them to something that looked kinda interesting. Well, it's not like quirks solved all our problems. Even with them hiring electrokinetics to generate power, we're still facing an energy crisis. Besides, there's still only so much room on Earth, and once the chaos of the emergence of quirks dies down, there's gonna be a massive jump in population growth. I didn't know you believed in the Beckart theory. Itsuka says as she blinks with surprise. Most people were at least vaguely aware that Beckart claimed that heroes and villains would die out as society normalized again after quirks, and that it would signify the end of the turmoil quirks had caused. Parts of it. Heroes are way too ingrained into society for them to just die out, and as long as they're around, people are gonna become villains for fame or to just prove themselves. But ultimately, the only way to stop villains for good will be to completely eliminate the root causes of crime and then also disband heroes. Which just isn't going to happen. This wasn't the first time the pair of them had discussed philosophy, especially where it pertained to quirks and heroics, but at the same time it felt a little weird for them to do so on a date, so eventually they just start looking at the various displays and making small talk. Both of them were blaming themselves for how awkward it was turning out until it was time for them to get food. Itsuka would have paid for her share were it not for the fact that Izuku was the richest person she knew and would barely blink at the cost. Izuku clearly decided to change tactics and started making cheap jokes to lighten the mood, which worked considerably as they were able to talk much more casually until they got to the last section, which was larger than perhaps all the others as it was where the big multi-DSPLN support agencies had a presence. He was racking his brain at this point, muttering, "I know I remember the name, Shield, from somewhere." "Well, your dad was in this industry, wasn't he? Maybe you remember it from him?" The both span around when a third voice answered the question, "And here I was, hoping you'd remember me. Granted, you were only about 6 when I last saw you." Izuku stared at the bearded man, his eyes narrowing for a few moments before widening with recognition, and says, "Uncle David?" "There we go," the man announces with a chuckle before leading them to what was presumably his display. Once there, he calls over to the blonde girl that Izuku now recognized as David's daughter. She herself smiles, realizing that he had finally recognized them, and says, "We were wondering when you would figure it out. And who is your friend?" Her Japanese seemed a little bit stiff, like she wasn't confident at speaking it, and so Izuku switches to English as he answers, "Dad never told me your family name, which was all Toya gave me. And this is my girlfriend, Kendo." He grins happily as he holds up their linked hands. Itsuka knew just enough English to have a vague idea of what they were discussing, although Izuku was being careful of being fairly emotive to make it easier for her. She couldn't help but feel a slight warmth in her chest when she was introduced as his girlfriend in such a casual way, though. She's pulled out of her mental tangent by Izuku introducing the two Americans. "This is David Shield and his daughter, Melissa. David was I guess, work friend? Of my father's. You worked on All Might support tech, didn't you?" "I still do, actually, although the big guy doesn't exactly need much. Just a suit that's sturdy enough to not get destroyed by his own quirk. So tell me, Izuku, rumor has it you're working at Firelight these days." Izuku proceeds to explain that he wasn't actually working there, just that he had licensed a couple of things he had invented to them in exchange for shares, and that the pair would both soon be starting at UA in the coming semester. Kendo wasn't entirely lost when they moved on to support tech in general, with Izuku mentioning his isolation system in passing and the problems he had had with it. Which was a shame, since it would make him immune to a massive range of quirks, Itsuka noted. She also noticed Melissa seemed to perk up when he mentioned he hadn't found cameras small enough to embed an array in the helmet instead of a visor, which she imagined would be vital to counter any visual quirks. Eventually, the day was coming to a close. Izuku had traded contact details with both of the shields as well as a few other interesting parties as he had been hoping. Plus he had gotten a bunch of interesting ideas that he couldn't wait to try out. He turns to Itsuka as they walk back. It was not the first time during their trip to the expo that he read her body language as he was concerned she wouldn't enjoy it as much as she insisted she would, and he seemed correct as he hugs her gently from the side and simply says, "Sorry if this wasn't as good as you hoped." "Don't worry, Zuzu, it was certainly helpful and interesting." She tried to reassure him. "Let's find something more," he trails off, not entirely sure if he dared use the right word. "More? I mean VIP tickets to a major tech expo is pretty big already, Zuzu. I think I was going to go with more romantic." Itsuka can't help but blush a bit. She really should have expected that before shrugging and pointing out, "We've had this conversation, Zuzu. We're both aiming to be heroes and we aren't going to have a lot of spare time. Finding us something that helps us both as heroes and as a couple is a good and we should do it more, but if you're suggesting we do something else, there's a really cool motorbike cafe not far from here." "Why am I not surprised that's your definition of romantic?" says the one whose definition of romantic was a support tech convention. Point. At long last, the first day in his actual education at UA to be a hero had arrived. Izuku thought about the way his life had turned out so far. His chance encounter with Eraserhead had ended with him getting a quirk, a stepfather, friends, a girlfriend, and a recommendation to the top hero school in the country. Not to mention the clout needed to move against Endeavor being a scumbag. He briefly pondered which was the biggest change, but soon realized they were all so tightly connected that it was simply a case of them all merging into one. He had tried to arrange for his friends to stay over the night before, but that had been shot down for a multitude of reasons, several of which involved he and Itsuka not being allowed to sleep near each other yet. The implications of such a rule was enough to make the poor boy blush, splutter, and he could swear he was about to get a nosebleed. Since he didn't have his friends at hand, Aizawa's cats would have to do. He was still convinced the man had more than the 3 he claimed to have, but was now starting to concede the possibility that his tabby one named Rascal didn't really stop moving and so might have been counted multiple times. Fortunately for him, his tuxedo named Cornetto was a lazy BFE, according to the man himself, which Izuku found to be somewhat hypocritical, and the gray Mainsian called Wordsworth just stared with disdain from the distance and seemed to like to pretend to be some kind of hairy gargoyle. He reads the hero news slowly as he eats his breakfast, noting a few different debuts but no new or really interesting quirks. Not that he had the time to do a full analysis right now anyway. Aizawa and his mother had both left already, but had left instructions for him to go straight to the staff room when he arrived. Although he and Aizawa had decided to act like they weren't step-related, Izuku wasn't sure of the term. That didn't stop him from showing him the list of names of the class and pointed out which ones were the ones he had analyzed. He got the distinct impression that he was setting up for one of his logical ruses, but what Aizawa was planning he just didn't have enough data to work out. Perhaps he was giving him the chance to mess with people? Going up to strangers and knowing their names did seem to be pretty fun. He manages to dig himself out of the depths of his own mind in time to get to school with plenty of time. He shrugs internally, knowing that he would probably be spending any time he was early in the staff room doing. He wasn't sure if family stuff really applied when only one of them was a blood relative, but Midnight and Present Mike were basically his aunt and uncle at this point. Respectively, of course. Trying as best he can to get the mental image of Mike wearing Midnight's costume out of his head, he knocks on the staff room door 3 times before immediately entering the room. He knew, by now, that All Might was teaching at UA this year, and since he already knew his secret and the fact that he was related to some of the staff, he had been told the door knocking pattern to tell the symbol of peace not to bother with changing forms. Once inside, he sees most of the teachers were there. Knowing Power Loader, he was tinkering with something in the support lab before he had a bunch of lunatics he needed to teach engineering to in it. 13 didn't really venture all the way to the main site. They usually stuck to USJ due to the sheer distance. He knew his mum sent them pastries frequently, but he did wonder if they got lonely over there. Once he was inside the room, his mother immediately made some kind of squealing noise, which was loud enough that the cocoon shifts and rises to look at the disturbance before Aizawa rolls his eyes and sinks back down, only for Mike to loudly proclaim, "Come on, show Yuta. Family photo time." Fortunately, even Aizawa understands that a family photo for his stepson's first day at school should not be taken with him looking like a zombie in a sleeping bag, and so he sheds it and does his best to not look like he escaped a morgue. Izuku stood at the front, a proud grin on his face as his mother and Awaza stand behind him on either flank with Mike and Midnight on either side of them respectively, as most of the teachers around take pictures of them, including ones on phones of the people in the photo. After that, Izuku gets drawn into having idle chatter with the teachers as he makes use of his access to their coffee machine. Whilst he had suggested they get one at home, Aizawa said that since they all had access to this one, just his rather ancient mocha pot and what seemed to Izuku to be about 6 different French presses would be fine when they were there, which Izuku conceded as fair. Just because they could afford something doesn't mean they needed it, after all. Eventually, Aizawa stands back in the cocoon and is about to send Izuku to the classroom when his pager buzzes. He takes one look at it, then at Izuku, who simply shrugs. "Nizu wants to sort out my timetable now? I hope we get to keep you after you graduate, kid. It's nice to be able to know what he's actually thinking." Blood King says with a smirk, getting amused or approving grunts from many of the other teachers. "Only when he wants me to, I'm afraid." Reading non-human faces is always rather difficult, but since he isn't human to begin with, it's even harder. "How does that work?" Midnight asks, genuinely curious. It's a person with non-human facial features. They instinctively try to get as close to the normal expression as possible, which is usually enough for me to work out. But since not only is Nizu not human but we don't actually know what his original species is, there's no base point for me to work from. Anyway, heading out. "Before you go, Izuku-san, I'm going to get them started on their activities as quickly as possible, so if we're not in the classroom, just head straight to the sports area. Getting you to do them again would be an illogical waste of time, so I want you to write an analysis on where each of them can improve." Izuku considers saying something snarky, but knows that a second opinion was always helpful and knew that the man respected his intelligence, and so instead bows, hugs his mother and then leaves. He realized as he walked, not for the first time, that perhaps he was being too harsh on the man. Even before he had married his mother, he had felt like family, although in his mind he was still more of a slightly prickish uncle than a father figure. He also realized that despite the fact that the man was supposed to be teaching here now, All Might wasn't there. Izuku didn't find that particularly odd. He imagined that even with his injuries he still had to spend a lot of his day being the symbol of peace rather than just a teacher. He feels a little bit weird as he makes his way up to Nizu's office, as he realizes that, despite the fact that he's been coming here most days for the last 5 or 6 years, he was finally in his UA uniform and was a proper student here. He was completely thrown out of his mental tangent once he enters Nizu's office, only to find All Might in his emancipated civilian form present as well. "I take it, this isn't just about my timetable?" he asks, a little bit concerned. Bakugo and Ojiro had learned, over the years, that despite his stoic appearance, Aizawa loved to prank and trick people, especially his students. Knowing this, both of them decided to play along when he appeared wearing the cocoon in the doorway. Ida had questioned the fact that they were starting without the last person present, but Aizawa said that even if they weren't speaking with the principal about something and were in fact late, he would expel them unless they had a really good reason, since every second a hero is late to a disaster site could be a life lost. "Why do you think he's taking so long?" Ojiro murmurs to Bakugo as they finish getting changed into their PE uniforms and head out to the sports area. "Beats me, vanilla." Auntie said that it's next to impossible to keep track of the nerd and Nizu's conversations. It wasn't until Aizawa had explained the tasks, Bakugo blasted a ball over 700 meters, which resulted in someone, they weren't sure who aside from it being one of the girls, making the mistake of saying it looked fun, which gave Aizawa a chance to threaten to expel whoever was last. That Izuku arrived, carrying a thick notepad which he was already writing rapidly in as he walked up to Aizawa. Once he was caught up with the previous events, he turns to face the class. Neither Bakugo or Ojiro were sure, given Izuku knew enough about reading people to be next to impossible to read himself, but it looked almost like he seemed unnerved by something. They could only assume Nizu had given him an update on Marianas, and they doubted it was a good thing. Izuku was doing his best to put his conversation with Nizu and All Might out of his mind for now and focus on analyzing his classmates' performances and quirks. Aizawa had said he can ask them any questions he needed to as well, and so he walks up to one of the many, now that he thought about it, blondes in the class and says, "Kaminari, I need to ask you some questions about your quirk." "Wait, how did you know my name?" "Oh, I guessed." Bakugo noticed Aizawa smirk ever so slightly when Izuku said that, letting him know that this was some ploy to mess with them. "This will be good." "Guessed?" "Guess mine." "A Shido," Izuku says before turning a floating uniform who hadn't had a chance to ask yet, "Hagakure." He thumbs behind him, "Kirishima and Jiro." "Okay, are you messing with us or is this your quirk?" "Yes, my quirk is knowing the names of strangers. Just perfect for getting into UA's heroics course." Izuku replies to Kaminari dryly. After eventually getting the information he needed about Kaminari's quirk's downsides and wrapping his conversation up, he drifts over to Todoroki, and sure enough, the red half of his hair was green. It wasn't a perfect job by any stretch of the imagination, and Izuku could see that some of the white got caught in the crossfire, but he had clearly tried to dye out his father's hair color. "Why do I get the feeling Toya had something to do with this?" Izuku asks. Shido simply shrugs before simply replying, "I asked, he taught me." Might want to ask Kirishima about getting some helpers as well. He dyes his hair too. "Hey man, how did you know that?" Kirishima asks, a little concerned that this student not only knows everyone's names but also knew he dyed his hair. "I know many things, Kirishima-san. Many things," he says with his best creepy smirk. "Socket nerd. Quit with the creepy clairvoyant act." Bakugo growls, Ojiro standing next to him nodding in agreement. "Oh please, this isn't my creepy clairvoyant act. This is my, I have profiles including weaknesses and counters on each and every single one of you act." He pauses before conceding, "Well, that's what I'm writing now for Aizawa." Eventually, Izuku got bored of freaking everyone out. Even Azui had seemed put off by him mentioning her many siblings. Fortunately, Ojiro and Bakugo decided to just play along as they found it funny as well, and it made a nice distraction from the hell tests Aizawa was putting them through. Some people weren't sure if the entire thing was some kind of mess with the class contest waged between him and Aizawa after the teacher revealed his logical ruse. On the way back, Ojiro walked up next to him and asks, "Hey, when Aizawa called that a logical ruse?" "Oh, that's easy. He's not looking at your actual performance. He's looking at how you approach the tests. If you're actually putting your all into it. If he decides that you're not giving it your all, then sure, he'll expel you. But aside from that, he values a strong work ethic as one of the things he finds most important in a hero." "Speaking of, since you seem to know everything about everyone, man, what hero is he?" Kirishima asks, a little afraid of his green-haired classmate. "Eraserhead, why?" "Huh. I wasn't sure, since I would have assumed an undergrounder like him would avoid anything that puts him in the spotlight, like working at UA. Supposedly, Midnight put his name down without telling him. Don't know for sure though, since despite what I like to pretend, I don't actually have a mind-reading quirk." "What is your quirk?" "You'll have to work that out for yourself." By this point they had gotten back to the classroom, as just as Izuku said that, Aizawa rises up from behind his desk, once again in the cocoon, and says, "To be exact, all of you who don't already know his quirk have until Thursday to work out what class his quirk is in as homework. I suggest you research quirk classes if you don't know them already. Those who do know his quirk will have to write a report about quirk categories and types, as well as how they interact." Izuku can only blink with surprise at that. Not even he was expecting to get homework on the first day at UA. Fortunately for him, the report would only really take him an hour or so. Then he would probably help Aizawa make plans for each of his classmates, which he had a few ideas for already. Aizawa lets them talk among themselves to get to know each other after that, warning them to keep the noise down as he naps after that, and Midoriya decides to drop the creepy act to make friends. Anyway guys, I knew your name because I managed to see the register because of my tutorship with Nizu. He says, technically not lying since Aizawa wouldn't be his stepfather were it not for his tutorship. You're tutored by Nizu? About what? Kaminari asks, realizing he probably won't be able to make much sense of what he's about to be told only after the words escaped his lips. At the moment we're going over combat doctrine and strategy. Specifically we've been looking at how different, notable names approach things like Sun Tzu or Rommel. We've also been at least discussing how to apply that to heroics. That sounds kinda cool and also terrifying. Kaminari blinks. He realized that Midoriya was probably dumbing it down a lot, but he was grateful since aside from only having a vague idea who those people are, he was able to follow along with what he was saying just fine. Izuku can only chuckle before saying, honestly, the scariest thing he's taught me is how to cold read people. That's how I worked out Azui had siblings. How did you work out I dyed my hair? Kirishima asks, somewhere between curious and distressed. My assessment as a recommendation candidate was to analyze 5 applicants to the main entrance exam. You were one of them. Honestly though, it looks good. Much better than before. He says with a kind smile. Oh cool. Gotta say though, not exactly manly to out people's secrets like that. Shitfuck, sorry I didn't think you were keeping it a secret, sorry. Izuku apologizes as he slumps forward until his head hits his desk with a thud. Did you analyze anyone else in our class? Yaoyorozu asks, putting a concerned hand on his shoulder. Izuku sits up again and says, oh, yeah, I also did Azui and Jiro. I think the other 2 I did are in the other class. Would need to ask my girlfriend though since she's there. He also points his thumb to them as he speaks, as he wasn't sure if they had learned everyone's names yet. Yaoyorozu pulls her hand away when he mentioned his girlfriend somewhat awkwardly, as she really did not want to be the cause of them breaking up. Still, she wasn't exactly about to ignore him, as he'd already proven how kind he was, as she had overheard him chewing out the guy harassing his cousin the other day. Izuku noticed this but worked out the reasoning without much hassle and so chose to ignore it. Instead saying, you know, I was really hoping that would have been expelled. As he gestures towards Mineta, who was very unsubtle ogling at Ishido's behind. The others all make agreeing sounds to varying degrees, although Izuku notes that Kaminari seems the least approving of his sentiment but concludes that so long as he keeps on the right side of that it should be fine. Izuku looks around at the others around the room and notices Ojiro and Ito were talking next to Bakugo, and so slips away from the current conversation as politely as possible and joins his friends just as Uraraka appears and asks him, hey, did you pass on? She said not to worry about it. I mean, she got the highest total score because of it. He says, noticing Bakugo squirm irritably as a result of him bringing it up that he came second and forcing the green-haired boy to suppress a smirk. Admittedly, we as a group figured out the rescue mechanic ahead of time. He could tell Aizawa was glaring at him at that admission before adding, well, mostly Kendo. I just gave some observations. Ojiro speaks up at that point and says, Kendo is the second smartest out of our group. After Midoriya, that is. Whilst my only interaction before today with Midoriya consisted largely of him fighting Bakugo over garlic bread, it was clear that he is exceptionally intelligent. Ida says with his customary hand gestures. Garlic bread. Uraraka blinks with surprise. My mum's wedding, we were all there. Izuku explains before realizing he should probably explain why Ito would be there and adds, she works in the cafeteria here under lunch rush, so there were quite a few heroes and their families there. It was clear to all of them at that point that Uraraka and Ito were probably going to end up joining their group in the long term, but not even Bakugo gave any dissenting opinion to it, since he still felt that Izuku needed more friends since he really only had the 3 of them. Unless you counted Mike, but by his own admission the man was basically his uncle. More so than his actual uncle, at least. That tangent made Bakugo look over at Todoroki and frown, somewhat surprised Izuku wasn't trying to befriend him since the boy was on his own. Eventually he decides to mention it to him and he simply shrugs and says, he seems uncomfortable around people so I figured I'd let him get used to everyone before I push him. Hey, what are you guys up to after school? Uraraka says after a while of general chatter with a bright smile. Kaken, Itsu and Mashi are coming over to mine. Izuku answers, pointing to the respective person, and in Kendo's case, the wall separating them from their sister class. He pauses before continuing, although with the whole thing to do with my uncle being burning garbage truck, the police are being a bit uppity, so I can't really have anyone else over, sadly. Technically that was true, although it was more because they were trying to hide his connection to Aizawa. Uraraka's eyes widen considerably and she looks shocked as she eeps and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was you, Midoriya-kun. I didn't place the name beforehand." Hey, it's fine. And whilst we got the money back and I'm making money from my own patents, I'm more worried about his children who he pretty much just abandoned. We've all been considering changing our surnames to Midoriya to get away from it. That's what my oldest brother did. Although changing the names of 3 people is a little too costly for us. And no, Izuku-kun, I am not letting you pay for it. Most of them jump at the sudden sound of Todoroki's voice, although Izuku was expecting it. Are you sure, Shido-kun? We all agreed to it when it first came up. We don't want to ask for handouts. It occurred to him that most of the arguments Izuku could think of against that would make him something of a hypocrite, and so he decides to drop it. It wasn't too long after that Aizawa dismissed them with the end of the first day nearly on them, and so Izuku, Ojiro and Bakugo opted to wait at the entrance for their last friend. Ida and Uraraka clearly wanted to see the last member of the group but ultimately had to leave to catch their bus and train respectively. Todoroki didn't bother, simply saying that if the police let up he should visit soon before leaving. When Kendo does arrive, she's followed by what seemed like every single girl in her class. "Hey guys," she calls out before hurrying over and pulling Izuku into a hug. After a few moments she releases him and introduces them all before Bakugo incredulously asks, "Ginger, did you just drag every girl in your class here to meet us?" "Yes, why?" "Because, why would you do that?" "We wanted to meet her friends," Tokage says with an excited grin, although Izuku got the distinct impression she was always grinning. Tsunatori speaks up at that point, shyly asking, "Midoriya, wasn't it? Kendo-chan said you were fluent in English?" "I'm a hyperpolyglot, so I know a bunch of languages. English was the first one I learned. Well, not including Japanese." He answered in English. Given how she changed from her usual timid personality to a fairly loud and bubbly one, it was clear to everyone that her timidness came from her lack of confidence in the language. It almost seemed like they were going to join them until Kendo suddenly remembered what Izuku had previously said about the police not wanting strangers visiting for security reasons, and so the other girls left somewhat sadly as she keeps apologizing as they begin to move. "I'm really sorry, Zuzu. I forgot about what the police said." "It's fine, don't worry. I really doubt he'd try to get at me like that. Even if he did try to put a spy in UA, it would be plain stupid to expose them on the first day of the year. If I'm being watched, I imagine it would be via one of the neighboring flats, and the police are being very careful with everyone in the apartment complex, not just the people in my building." He reasons. "Do you think you're being watched?" Ojiro asks, now getting concerned. "Maybe? I mean, when they re-examined the plane crash there wasn't anything that suggested foul play, so I'm not sure if he would attack family. At least not physically. Or he has someone in Marianas." Bakugo points out, not wanting his friend to get complacent. "Oh, I'm sure he does. That's why I'm unsurprised they haven't gotten anything specific in the year and a half it's been going on. It's not like he and his minions are the only bad heroes to ever exist, and he was the number 2 before he went rogue. And yet there's not been a single arrest or raid since it started. Seems suspect to me." "You're not suggesting we should suspect pros of working for him, are you?" "Not all of them, obviously. I dare say we can assume the ones working at UA are clean. Nizu has had it in for the man for years and would be swift to root out anyone who could be one of his followers and at the very least pressure them to retire." He pauses, wondering if Canvas retirement wasn't just due to the stigma against tattoos. Aside from that, I'm going to doubt those closest to All Might could be unless they've been in place for a very long time. Unbeknownst to all of them, 3 separate groups were listening to them for different reasons. You all spectacularly failed to work out what class Midoriya's quirk is. The answer, by the way, is intelligence. Regardless, we're going over quirk classes today. Aizawa says, his face unreadable to all but Izuku, who was able to tell his stepfather was both amused at some of the guesses and utterly annoyed at how wrong they had been. Technically, the closest had been Mineta's strange rant about him psychically stealing information from people's brains, which Izuku found to be a pretty cool-sounding quirk. Now then, to recap. There's 3 ways we describe quirks. Type, which you all know, I hope, range and class. There are a lot of classes, some, such as animal morphology, only exist within one type, but others, such as elemental, exist in all of them. To Izuku, this was mostly review, and since he learned instantly, he was fairly bored. Still, it wasn't as if he had nothing to do. Nizu had given him a task to write a lengthy report about how he would infiltrate UA within a specific budget and time frame. The fact that he had to do it entirely in their code was a matter that didn't mean much to him, but he could understand that it was at the same level of bad if a villain read it as his many hero analysis notebooks. If not worse. It was times like this that he wished the idea they had pursued in the early days of his tutorship, that his quirk might allow him to multi-thread his mind to calculate 2 different things at once had worked out, since, even if he knew most of the quirk classes, he still found it fascinating. He looks at what he's writing and frowns. It suddenly struck him that Nizu probably had an ulterior motive for setting him this task. With Endeavor's minions still unaccounted for, they could certainly try to install a mole in the school, if nothing else to keep an eye on Shido. Alternatively, he can't shake the concern that something else is growing in strength, and it didn't take Databank to work out that UA would be an excellent target as a statement to both the underworld and the public. He makes a mental note to go over his weaponry and pushes up his idea for a tranquilizer dart that injects a tracker into the target, as well up his list of things to build. He was fairly pleased when he first had that idea, as even if they managed to get away long enough for the sedative to take effect, he'd be able to follow them with the tracker and capture them then. Since he doesn't have a physical quirk, he should probably work on long-range options more than he has as well. Maybe some kind of sniper rifle? He liked the idea of a really long-ranged weapon, but wasn't sure what he would do for it. Plus, he didn't want to just shoot people. Project Bravo, as he had come to call it, would certainly help with his ranged options, but since Project Alpha, his isolation suit, was still facing problems, he felt that he should finish that first before starting another big build like that, to say nothing of the fact that he intended for Project Bravo to be controlled through his isolation suit. Maybe if he sorts out the offensive portion of Project Bravo, he could modify the same basic technology for a Project Charlie? Eventually lunchtime arrived, and Izuku was sat with Ojiro, Bakugo, Uraraka, and Ida. Shido and Yaoyorozu had joined them on previous days, but not today, since Itsuka had mentioned sitting with them today and bringing some of her friends with her. Sure enough, a few minutes into their break, she arrives with Kodai, Tsunatori, Tokage, and Yanagi in tow and slides into the seat next to Izuku's as everyone shuffles to make room for them all. They soon end up talking about their respective classes, Izuku clearly doing his best to not rant about people's quirks when a blonde boy appears suddenly, lunch tray in hand, and begins ranting. What's this? Why are you talking with these 1A vermin? Kendo gives him the most incredulous glare any of them have ever seen from her before explaining, because, Monoma-kun, I wanted to sit with my best friends from before the entrance exam. Which includes my boyfriend. To underline her point, she turns her head and kisses Izuku on the cheek. The blonde boy was already looking rather chastised. Taking the opportunity to mess with him, a sly grin appears on Izuku's face as he says, "The real question, however, is why you think any of us actually care about your inferiority complex? The specific brand of which I can only assume comes from a meta quirk. Probably not even one of the more out there ones, just a straight copying quirk? That would certainly explain why you're so uppity about something that's decided by a coin flip." By the time he's finished psychoanalyzing Monoma, the boy looked scared and confused, and everyone else was trying not to laugh too hard, although Tokage asks Izuku, "Wait, what's decided by coin flip?" "Class rosters." Izuku states as he turns to face her. Nizu decides where the recommendation students go for the sake of fairness. Then Kan and Aizawa senseis pick who they want, and anyone who they both want or neither choose, like I suspect Monoma was, are decided by coin flip until one class is full. Occasionally, if there's people with similar quirks or something like that, they'll decide to separate them though, so if one of them is coin flipped into one class, the other is automatically put into the other. He explains before adding, I was tutored by Nizu here for years, so I have a pretty good idea of how the behind-the-scenes stuff work. Us three only joined him here once when they decided a 3-on-1 spar against Izuku would be fun. Ojiro adds, it was fun. Izuku defends, yeah, for you. We just got our buttes handed to us. Bakugo growls, well, if we learned anything from that, it's don't attack the guy with an intelligence quirk. Itsuka shrugs. She turns back to Monoma, had been standing only to see he had slunk away, and sighs before saying, oh, I wanted to tease him more, that was funny. Is he like that with everyone? Uraraka asks. He's only that bad when it's to do with your class, thankfully. I might not be as good as reading people as you, Zuzu, but I get the impression he wanted to be in our class. Ojiro states. Maybe. Probably. Would certainly explain a few things. Perhaps he has a close relative that's a pro-hero and wanted to follow in their footsteps. Izuku shrugs. It wasn't as if he could analyze something he had no information about. The rest of the day, aside from his lessons with Nizu where they were going over how to apply stealth at the tactical and strategic levels, went in much the same way as his theory lesson with Aizawa. He'd do any work they were given and pay as much attention as he had to whatever the teacher was talking about, but aside from that he mostly worked on his own stuff. He was a little bit sad he wasn't allowed to bring his tablet in since that's what he made his blueprints on, but understood why, and so didn't complain. At least not out loud. Eventually the lesson they had all been waiting for arrived. Izuku had already put his stuff back in his bag whilst the classroom buzzed with anticipation. I am here. An unmistakable voice booms out before their last teacher of the day barges into the room. Entering the room like a normal person. To say this routine was not how a normal person would enter a room would be an understatement, and Izuku got the distinct impression that All Might knew that and was simply hamming things up to get everyone excited for their first practical heroics lesson. No way. It's really true. All Might. Is that his Silver Age suit? The voices of his classmates seemed to prove that it had worked. All Might manages to get everyone's silence far better than Izuku would have expected were it not for the fact that it's the #1 hero and a bunch of not even novices. They all massively respected the new teacher. He begins to explain they'll be starting with a battle trial before pulling a remote out of somewhere and uses it to deploy the costume racks. The class descends into a mad rush for their costume cases, which seemed surprisingly sturdy, now that Izuku had a chance to actually look at one closely. It was as he walked down to the changing room that it occurred to him that he had a fairly strange relationship with the support department due to him having a provisional support license already. Still, what it meant was that he was allowed to make anything for himself he wanted so long as Power Loader was given the blueprint to pass on to the relevant people for approval, and he still had access to the normal method of getting support gear in case it required skills he didn't possess, such as textiles. He had considered changing that, but Power Loader had pointed out that Project Alpha would limit the amount he needed to the point where he could probably get away without it. He wouldn't go without it, of course, but it did push its priority down a lot. Izuku noticed he was the last to arrive at Training Ground Epsilon, which consisted of a large circular pit that reminded him of some kind of oversized quarry which had 5 separate levels with a single large ramp connecting them and the surface. It was laid out in such a way that you had to travel the entire ring to get to the next ramp. Additionally, there were prefab buildings dotted around each level, including the bottom of the pit and the surface. He presses a button on the inside of his left wrist before typing in a number into the keypad there, the screen next to it displaying 20x zoom, to make the goggles on his customized gas mask zoom in on the bottom of the pit where he saw a flag with UA's logo on it. Additionally, he could see similar flags dotted around the place, which gave him some idea what they would be doing. He turns off his goggles and double-checks his costume. At first it seemed like it consisted of a simple gas mask with black tinted lenses, a long dark green hooded cloak, and his signature red sneakers, but it was much more than that. His chest was protected by a stab-proof tactical vest that was covered in pockets to store some of his gadgets as well as things like flashbangs and smoke grenades. In addition to his wrist-mounted control system, the bracer built into his left sleeve also had a flamethrower on the outside that used a small reservoir of his cinder fuel. His mask was also rather special despite its plain appearance. It was hooked up to its own oxygen supply that could be turned on or off at the touch of a button in case the air was too poor to breathe even with the filter or if he got a cluster headache. Additionally, the lenses were shatterproof and could not only zoom in but also had a low light setting that could activate automatically within 0.02 seconds. He had been careful to ensure he could carry as many weapons as he could, although aside from his flamethrower he didn't have much in the way of range yet. Still, he had a few shock weapons including 2 shock batons. Were they not each a single cylindrical rod that crackled with electricity when activated with a flick of the wrist? One might have mistook his voltaic blades for actual swords. Admittedly, he had them strapped to the sides of his waist in scabbards like actual swords which added to that, but he didn't really mind. Before he could mentally go over every single item in his arsenal, All Might gets everyone's attention. Well, ladies and gentlemen, they say the suit makes the hero, and let me tell you, from now on you are heroes. He grins even wider than before continuing, now then, this training ground is set up for large-scale team versus team exercises such as the one we will be doing today. You'll be split into teams of 10 which will be pitted against each other in a kind of capture the flag event. Around the area there are 15 flags, each with the UA emblem on them. You'll have to bring them to your team's base for them to be counted in your score. This event will go until all neutral flags have been taken, plus an additional 15 minutes. Until that 15 minutes start you cannot attack the enemy base or hang around outside it as judged by myself. Additionally, you will only be allowed to eliminate enemy team members until the second phase. Until then, now then, since this is a 10v10, Aizawa was kind enough to pick the teams to make sure they're balanced. We have also given each team a designated leader. Red team will be led by young Midoriya, who will be joined by Shido, Azui, Kirishima, Koda, Shoji, Siro, Tokoyami, Hagakure, and Mineta. That means that the blue team will consist of young Aoyama, Ida, Uraraka, Ojiro, Kaminari, Sato, Jiro, Todoroki, Bakugo, and will be led by Yaoyorozu. The two teams quickly assemble, Izuku's eyes dilating somewhat under his mask as he begins to plan. Even as All Might continues, red team's base will be that building right there with the red UA logo on it, and the blue team's base is the identical building with the blue UA logo at the bottom of the arena. Get to your bases and we will have a 10-minute preparation phase. Izuku looks around the base, making note of potential entry vectors both for defending and for their inevitable assault in the second phase before turning to face his team and explains his quirk to them. With that, they quickly came on board with his more specific questions about their quirks before he explains his plan. Bakugo wasn't concerned how his own performance would be, but he was concerned some of his teammates were underestimating how dangerous Midoriya would prove, something he could tell Ojiro felt similarly about. Still, Yaoyorozu was taking him seriously, which made sense since she was one of the few people who knew his quirk going into this, and had hatched her own plan which seemed to play to everyone's strengths. Even Bakugo agreed that her hanging back to fortify and trap every potential entry point was a solid idea, but he wasn't stupid enough to think that the DMed nerd wouldn't be expecting that. He had been racking his mind, trying to figure out what trick Izuku would be pulling even as he blasted around the arena, targeting and attacking the other team's high-mobility members and grabbing as many flags as he could. Ojiro was enjoying fighting Shoji and Koda alongside Sato. Whilst Koda seemed extremely shy and his quirk didn't help in hand-to-hand, he was still very strong, and Ojiro could tell that whilst he wasn't very experienced at fighting yet, he was learning quick. The real problem was Shoji was ridiculously strong and his 6 arms meant that he had even more options in hand-to-hand than Ojiro did. It occurred to the tailed boy that that wasn't actually the real problem. No, the real problem that he thought of as he used his tail to bounce over a right hook from Koda was that he was yet to see Midoriya. It was at that moment he felt a metal object jab at the back of his neck followed by a powerful electrical surge through his body which soon went limp as he lost consciousness. Izuku smirked under his mask as Ojiro and Sato were knocked out cold by the voltaic blades. This was going well, and now that he had freed up Shoji, they had access to his quirk-empowered senses again, which would help massively. Using their eyes and ears across the area and databank, he had been able to glean a massive amount of information to plan and counterplan against Yaoyorozu. The fact that she hadn't been seen leaving the immediate vicinity of their base only confirmed that she had chosen the most obvious course of action, which he didn't hold against her, since he would have done the exact same thing in her situation. Her quirk was simply too good on the defense not to make full use of it. He mentally tallies the score as they knew it and realized they were 6 apiece, which mean the second phase of the trial would begin soon. Better get the pieces where he needs them on the board. All Might looked on in his skinny form in the observation room, joined by 2 other members of staff who were watching with conflicting emotions. Both were still processing what the symbol of peace had told them when he suggested they watch. One of them would have at least read the report and perhaps gotten the video based on what they read, but the others still felt uneasy about the entire thing. But at the end of the day, All Might was all but certain on his choice, and so far the chosen successor was performing admirably. Shido frowns ever so slightly. The last flag was on its way back to the blue team's base, but Uraraka was about to be surrounded. Bakugo was currently trying to find Midoriya, who had vanished since he knocked out Ojiro and Sato, and the sounds of battle echoing around the quarry-like training ground made it impossible for Jiro to pick up the sound of someone being stealthy on the other side of the zone. Shido was a little bit wary of making big plays when there was a missing intelligence quirk user working against them, but knew he didn't have much of a choice, and so unleashes a blast of ice that progressed until Uraraka had a ramp to serve as a shortcut into their base. It wasn't until she had kicked Shido away, jabbed towards Azui's eye with the flagpole she was brandishing as a staff, although she was more than capable of dodging, and removed Kirishima's gravity before smacking him away from the ramp, which she then smoothly slid down, that it occurred to Shido that this seemed far too easy, especially from what they knew about the opposing team. All flags have been secured. The second phase begins now. All Might announces before looking back at his 2 guests. Young Midoriya seems to have taken the news about Endeavor's so-called burning hand rather well, all things considered. He comments as he turns around. The kid probably figured out he was being watched as soon as the detective told him they thought he might be a target. Aizawa points out before casting a glance at his understandably worried wife. All Might, sir. I still don't understand one thing. Inko starts nervously. Whilst she wasn't starstruck by the heroes she worked with anymore, the symbol of peace himself was a different matter entirely, especially with what he had told them. Your quirk. You said it will augment his own quirk, right? Do you have any idea how? I'm worried it might be something that will let him be more reckless than normal. Aizawa finishes, knowing roughly what she was worried about and understanding why. Izuku didn't need more encouragement in that regard, if the incident with the Sludge villain was anything to go by. He looks at Inko again, a slight frown on his face before elaborating. I noticed he told his friends about the cell monitoring him that we found in a way that implies it was purely hypothetical, which means he might not have the support network he needs if they try anything. All Might frowns at that. The boy was fiercely intelligent even without his quirk, but whilst Nizu and Aizawa had tried to rein it in, he was certainly far too eager to make the mistakes many past heroes had and push away people that might be able to help him. He sighs before considering his words and explains, honestly, it's impossible to say. My own master's quirk let her telekinetically dismantle constructs, but One for All bolstered it so she could reduce them to base elements instead if she applied more energy to it. With her, One for All also made her passively stronger, quicker, and sturdier, although not to the extent it has for me since I was quirkless. I dare say that if your son was to become the 9th holder, he would gain those as well, and probably to a greater extent as my master did, because our quirk grows in strength with each succession. All Might turns back to the screens and begins to figure out his preferred successor's strategy. He doubts he will be able to work out every step, but he soon gets a general idea as he announces to his guests, regardless, young Midoriya will have his work cut out for him in their here and now if he's planning what I think he is. This is the dumbest plan I've ever made. Midoriya thinks to himself as he runs as fast as he can up the training zone from the blue team's base, carrying their entire collection of flags under his right arm, his flamethrower armed and ready to fire. He allowed himself to look down at the bottom of the pit, seeing that most of his team were keeping them busy. Midoriya? Are you there? Come in. A voice crackles over his comms. I'm here, Shiro, what's up? He answers, still wary of the few enemies he hadn't seen down there. Bakugo just headed inside our base. As expected. Keep to the plan and we'll be fine. I'm en route. That means only Ida and Uraraka are unaccounted for. Both of them have plenty of mobility, especially in a wide open area like this quarry. He decides to detour through the nearest cluster of buildings about halfway up the climb to the surface, realizing that not only is Ida's speed mostly in straight lines, but Uraraka's ability to neutralize him will be curtailed by him being able to grab onto things, even if there is more ammo here. His mind drifts back to where the majority of his team were holding off the rest of them. That glacial ramp Shido had put out near the end of the first phase enough that they took to his tactic of spreading out and engaging them individually to prevent him using large-scale attacks in fear of friendly fire, or, well, friendly ice. He shakes his head and focuses on the situation at hand. Looking around, it seems that they hadn't found him just yet, and so he gets an idea. Katsuki knew that he was probably walking into one of the nerds' traps as he cautiously approached the red team's base. As promised, it seemed identical to the blue one, and a quick lap around the building hadn't shown any surprises, and it would have to be someone really small to fit under it, so he readies his left hand, prepared to blast anything out of place as he reaches out and yanks the door open. An unsettling feeling coiled around his gut, but a quick look behind him yielded nothing, and so he steps inside. As with the blue base, the building was a smallish wooden hut with an open-plan layout. He sighs and radios in, "Hey Ponytail, looks like Elbows has used his tape to stick their flags to the wall." Over. After a few seconds of what he imagined was fighting, she responds, "Given it's a quirk, I imagine Shiro-san's tape to be too strong to tear it off. You'll just have to use your explosions and be careful not to damage them. I doubt any destroyed ones will count." Over. Understood. He replies with a barely held grumble. This scheme smacks of Izuku. He knows that Katsuki has issues with dialing down his explosions due to the nature of its fuel, and it relies on the sort of logical extrapolation that his quirk finds with laughable ease. He's about to start blasting the tape off when he spins around instinctively and lets off a far larger explosion than originally planned, a split second passing before he realizes that Shiro had been there the entire time, taped to the ceiling most likely. A feral grin spreads across his lips before he roars out, "Eat sheet and die, you elbowed freak." Wow, Midoriya even predicted your insult correctly. Shiro retorts, using his tape to pull him out of his hiding spot with one arm and make a probing attack with the other. Midoriya was extremely smart even without his quirk, so Shiro was more than happy to put his faith in his plan, even if his part to play was a bit dangerous, even in the first phase. Still, he just had to get Bakugo's attention and keep him distracted for their ace in the hole to strike. Katsuki couldn't quite tell if Elbows was still probing his defenses or if he was just trying to delay him. Izuku wouldn't have sent him alone, surely. So either they've gone off script, which he doubted given how Elbows seemed to be completely calm, or he turns, ready to let off a blast towards the door only for something to hit the palm of his hand, distracting him long enough for Elbows to tape his ankles together. "Shitfuckers." He snarls, looking at the sticky purple orb now stuck to his hand. Immediately he realizes that he's been caught between not one, but two capture types and down half a quirk because he doubted he could get off a big enough blast to dislodge the orb before they can finish him off. He looks up at his two foes, noting that Elbows was on one side of him and Grapefucker was on the other. With him down to one channel of attack, it didn't take a tactical genius like Izuku to work that one out. Deciding that Grapefucker, who was definitely talking but Katsuki had no intention of paying attention to him, needed to learn some humility as well as the fact that another lucky shot would take him out entirely, he levels his hand and sets off a series of rapid-fire smaller blasts to knock away the increasingly panicked volley of sticky orbs of the now crying midget. His eyes narrow when he realizes his foe's scalp is bleeding and so launches a far heavier blast to knock the boy clear out of the building just as his free arm gets wrapped in tape before Elbows swings around to pull the arm to point across Katsuki's body. Took your sweet time about it. He growls irritatedly. Let's just keep that between you and me. Shiro quietly remarks before going to check on his teammate, leaving a cocooned Katsuki to try not to laugh. Ochako felt uneasy as she and Ida approached the cluster of buildings Midoriya was seen headed into. He'd clearly worked out the best place to mitigate their quirks, and it was clear to her that the boy was far smarter than her and he had some sort of intelligence quirk, but she didn't really understand it beyond instant learning. I don't like this, Ida-kun, this is a trap. For his credit, the taller boy nods and replies, indeed. He wants us to see him. If we had anyone else available, I'd say we get reinforcements, but it seems the others are still busy and Bakugo has gone dark after entering their base. We don't have an option, do we? He shakes his head but clarifies, we'll just have to be as wary as possible. He walks forward, knowing that his foe might have tripwires set up. Unlike most of the class, he had caught a glimpse of his costume under the cloak and had seen that its pockets were full of gizmos and tools. He casts his mind back, trying to recall what specifically he had seen when he remembers him checking a small black leather pouch full of. He has lockpicks. Worry flashes across Uraraka's face before she steps up next to him and asks, so he's probably in one of the buildings? Most probably. He's either hiding from us or planning to ambush us with traps. It was then that he sees his teammate swat at what she clearly assumed was a bug before pulling out a small dart from the back of her arm, only to then go limp. Admonishing himself for not predicting this, he catches her before she hits the ground and calls in, Narozu. Midoriya has hit Uraraka-san with a tranquilizer dart. She's out cold. Are you in danger? Comes the crackly reply, followed by the telltale sound of Todoroki creating a large amount of ice. The darts don't look capable of penetrating my armor, but I don't want to underestimate Midoriya-san. Alright, the other team seems to be backing off, so now is your best chance to get her back to base. That didn't seem right. Why were they retreating? The fact that she wasn't sure when he asked didn't help his nerves. Izuku was honestly surprised that not only had Ida fell for his fake Yaoyorozu voice and sound effects, which he attributed to the stress of Uraraka being taken out without him being able to do anything to stop it, but the teachers were letting him hack into the other team's comms to do it. Down the line, sure, but the first class? Still, with Ida now dragging his unconscious teammate into an ambush, he takes off the mic he was using and packs away the equipment he had plugged into his wrist-mounted computer to hack their comms and waits a few moments. It had been a close call when he realized that they knew he was indoors, so he was forced to improvise away from the alley full of traps plan he was going with initially. Grabbing the bundle of flags, he sneaks out of the building he had picked his way into on the opposite side Ida had left on before heading onwards. After a few minutes, he reaches the base without incident and is immediately greeted with the sight of Shiro poking an unconscious Mineta with a stick, who thankfully notices him pretty quickly and says, Blasty is wrapped up inside, but he knocked out Mineta before he went down. Izuku nods in answer and heads inside, calmly greeting his bound friend with a nod and afternoon, Suki. Chuckling at the explosive teen's attempts to free himself, he sets the flags down and checks the time. Nearly there, folks, about 3 minutes left, and not even Ida can get up here, grab the flags and get back to their base in time. He declares into the comms as he turns to the door and sets up a tripwire just in case before adding, can I get a sit rep? Tokoyami here. Our foes are holding position around their lair. Ida has been dealt with by Hagakure-san utilizing dark tactics dash. By that he means I clotheslined him with a 2x4. The invisible girl cuts in dryly. Why yes, quite. He mutters before continuing, Shoji has withdrawn to nurse his ailments but is still going to serve as our watchman. As for our dark foes, Dark Shadow was able to ambush and defeat Aoyama to prevent him using his quirk to counter us, and I have not seen Jiro since the blast. She might be out cold or she's holding back to monitor our movements. Did they seem to notice anything wrong with their comms when I hit Uraraka? If they detected our manipulations, they have made no sign of such. Then she is most likely down. Given her quirk, me blowing up their base with her in it probably wouldn't be very pleasant. Indeed, it is unlikely any of them were expecting you to sneak an explosive under their base and set it on fire. Attention everyone. 1 minute remaining. All Might calls out through their comms and speakers scattered around the training field. Be ready, they might try something. Izuku states, firmly but calmly to his team in a mostly successful attempt to reassure them. Time ticks down slowly, both sides expecting the other to launch one final attack and bracing themselves until at last All Might calls the exercise and dispatches medical bots to retrieve the injured whilst everyone else assembles at the control room just outside the training ground, where they were mildly surprised to see Aizawa had joined All Might. Nicely done, everyone. You overcome this challenge despite it being a second-year exercise. That, unsurprisingly, elicits a reaction from the class with a decidedly frazzled-looking Shido asking, "Why did you give us a second-year exercise for our first lesson?" The class murmur in agreement as Aizawa simply asks, "Why indeed, any ideas?" Midoriya was the only one to have his hand raised, but given that Ida and Yaoyorozu had been taken to Recovery Girl, the others were more than happy to let him take the lead. You wanted to not only see how well we all work in a team, but also to give us an idea of what works equipment-wise in a variety of circumstances. Those are both good reasons, young Midoriya, and ones we did consider. But not the main reason. You wanted us to learn not to undervalue someone just because they have a non-physical quirk. Bakugo says, surprisingly quietly. Aside from being cocooned in tape, he was largely uninjured. Correct, young Bakugo. Just because someone cannot throw buses or send tidal waves at villains, does not mean a hero cannot be useful in other, more subtle ways. I doubt any in the blue team noticed Midoriya was able to hack into your comms and trick you with a voice changer and some canned sound effects. Aizawa points out, making the last members of the losing team still standing turn to the boy in question to shuffle uncomfortably due to the attention his mentor put on him. He is saved, momentarily, by All Might announcing, "All right everyone, you'll get changed, your next heroics class you will be analyzing your performance here with Aizawa in here. Now watch how a hero leaves." With that, the living legend darts into a side door with a staff-only sign on it, leaving the erasure hero to blink slowly, mutter something about irrationality, before following him. Now left alone, the class explodes in volume as people inquire about Midoriya's comm hacking, something he only starts explaining when they get outside and start heading back to the changing rooms. Honestly, I was a bit surprised they let me hack your comms, but if that's why they were doing that exercise early, I can't say I'm too surprised. He says offhandedly, after explaining in brief terms about he was able to deploy a portable comms relay and what amounts to a small soundboard which he had loaded with sound effects designed to sound similar to common types of quirks. The conversation continues in much the same vein even when they enter the changing rooms, finding several of their injuries classmates already there, although they seemed subdued, presumably sapped of energy by Recovery Girl's healing. Practical heroics was always the last lesson of the day, just in case injuries or healing prevented students from attending classes after, which would have a detrimental effect. So after that they part ways, although Izuku's short journey home is interrupted by a phone call. "Hey Melissa, it's been a while," he says in perfect English as he steps past the gate. "Hey Izuku. Listen, you know that camera problem you were having?" "Yeah." He wasn't really sure where the younger Shield was going with this. "Well, after we got back to Island, I decided to have a go at it, and I think I might have something you can use." His face lights up. "That's great, Melissa. Can you send me the schematics so I can take a look when I get home in a couple of minutes?" "Of course, call me back when you're ready." He turns to Ojiro and Uraraka, who were the only two of his friends to be relatively uninjured in the battle trial, and briefly explains that Melissa had reached out to him with something that can fix a problem he had been having with a design of his, then runs on ahead. His training with Aizawa means the run was of little problem to him even after the grueling exercise. As he sets into his apartment, he smiles, feeling that everything was looking up. The Midoriya Izuku family didn't usually drive to UA due to how close they were to campus, but as soon as they had heard about the swarm of press buzzing around the gate, they unanimously decided to take the car instead. "I suppose I should be glad that the staff entrance is so well hidden," Izuku mutters half to himself as they pull into a nondescript parking garage next to the campus and drive into the basement level. It's only as they drive up to a seeming dead end that the tunnel opens up, concrete giving way to a gleaming white metal tunnel which will take them all the way to the actual staff car park. By the way, Izuku-san, Aizawa asks as they get about halfway down the tunnel, did you use a normal tranquilizer dart or a huntsman dart on Uraraka yesterday? Just a normal one. The chemical in a huntsman is a lot slower acting and I didn't need to implant a tracker. Good, last thing we need is parents complaining that you're stalking their daughter. Izuku, understandably, squeaks and blushes furiously as Inko simply giggles at their banter, glad they seem to be on better terms than before. She knew, of course, that as much as Izuku respected Shoyuta as a mentor, he resented him somewhat for seemingly trying to replace Hisashi, and she could hardly blame him. Izuku had been so young when he died but was still old enough to have clear memories of him that he made no secret of cherishing. It was a problem none of them had been able to figure out the right way of resolving, and in the end Nizu had decided it was best to just let him get used to it over time. Hey Mom, you remember the Shields, right? Yes dear, you mentioned you met them at that convention you and Kendo went to, right? Yeah we did. Anyway, Mel called me yesterday and she's given me the schematics for a micro camera she thinks might be what I need for the helmet for Project Alpha. Interesting, be sure to run it past Power Loader. Aizawa says, Show dear. I have every confidence in the support design skills of the Shields. David designs All Might's gear after all. Inko points out. The conversation goes round in circles a few times before they finally arrive at the staff car park where Midnight is there waiting for them and pulls Aizawa away to help deal with the press since Sho radiates such pure hatred towards the press that it'll hopefully scare them off. The remaining two head up to the staff room since they're fairly early, not even Ida has arrived yet. As Izuku nurses a cup of coffee he reviews his schedule for the day. Homeroom was going to be class rep voting so he should probably make sure to attend that. Then he had a support tech lesson with 1H. With any luck he'll be able to show Majima-sensei the micro camera specs without Hatsum catching wind of it. She made it no secret that she was unhappy that he wouldn't give her an in at Pyrelight, although that was mostly because he didn't know if he could. Of course, finding out that he knew the Shields would make her start trying to dig at his industry contacts in general, and it was only because the others in her class were scared of her that the others didn't try to compete with her. Not that he blamed them for that, she could be fairly intense. The door suddenly slams open, revealing his very annoyed stepfather and Hisashi, who he could tell wasn't much happier. What happened? Snipe sighs, clearly exasperated already. They refused to leave until they spoke with All Might, and then one of them tried to follow us in. Hisashi explains as Aizawa gets them both a cup of coffee. Isn't he not in at all today? Izuku asks. Correct, but that didn't stop them. Thought it was a cover story. Shoyuta huffs before admitting, not that I blame them, it sounds like one when you don't know about his time limit. Izuku decides it's best to let Shoyuta de-stress a bit before pointing out that they need to get homeroom over and done with. Denki knew that UA wouldn't exactly be a normal education when he signed up, but everything was so much more intense than he was expecting. The lessons were taught by heroes, which was cool, but the fact that it was present might kind of fell by the wayside when he's explaining tenses again. Heroics being taught by All Might was amazing though, even if it means putting up with the press buzzing around outside like angry hornets. Jiro looked about ready to kill someone put to the constant chatter on the edge of her hearing. Which brought him to the craziest class he had ever been in. In a good way, of course. Jiro was cool and he liked talking to her about music. He was fairly certain he hadn't hidden the fact that he liked her mom's work from her, but she seemed glad he had avoided mentioning it. Bakugo seemed like a barely controlled bull glaring at a china shop with pure hatred in his eyes, which was funny from a distance. Ida was just intense in his rule stickler yi or whatever the word was. And then there was their resident Crippy. The door suddenly opens, revealing the last member of the class carrying a familiar yellow sack over his shoulder. It wasn't until he set it on the teacher's chair and revealed Aizawa-sensei's face sticking out of it that he remembered it was the man's sleeping bag. He seemed mostly asleep despite having seemingly been carried by someone significantly smaller than him from the staff room. At least he seemed that way until Midoriya flicked him on the nose, making the rest of the class stiffen in fear. When I said to wake me, that was not what I had in mind. Now get to your seat, problem child. Why are you such a cryptid? Denki asks, fear and awe mixing in his voice. Because it's fun? Midoriya answers like he's asking a question. Izuku wasn't sure who he wanted to vote for. Whilst he and his friends had agreed on no hard feelings when it was brought up last, it wasn't as if he was expecting them to vote for him. He wasn't sure if he wanted to vote for himself. He looks around and sees that most people seem to have voted already, so he quickly puts down his own name and hands his slip of paper off to get tallied. Aizawa was somehow convinced to total the votes together and so soon writes on the whiteboard. Midoriya Izuku, Yayoro Zumomo, 6. Idatenya, 3. I won't bother writing the others down, looks like the last people just voted for themselves. Aizawa says dismissively. Anyway, your student representatives are Midoriya Izuku and Yayoro Zumomo. He continues before mumbling at them to get them to come up to the front. He nods at Yayorozu as she follows him up before remarking, "You know I didn't think anyone was going to vote for me since you all act like you're scared of me half the time. Don't worry, class rep. It's all in good faith." Kaminari calls out, the agreeing cheers causing a wide smile to spread across Izuku's lips. "I won't let you down. You got 8 votes?" Itsuka exclaims before pulling Izuku into something somewhere between a hug and a death grip. "Why yes." He wheezes as he feels his lungs being forced empty before she finally releases him and he's able to breathe again. "I don't know how I got that many in truth. I assume this lot or the people in my team from yesterday." "Oh right, you mentioned that." "Wait, what happened?" Komori asks. "Instead of the normal battle trial they gave us a 10v10 capture the flag event that the second years normally have to do." He explains, before adding, apparently it was to make the rest of the class appreciate non-physical quirks. "Well, they sure as shit do now. Most of the heavy hitters were in our team and you absolutely curb-stomped us." Kaken points out. "What was the score at the end?" Tokij asks. "FING 15-0. Bakugo huffs, causing Ojiro to sigh. Their combined group of friends had taken up one of the largest tables in the canteen. "At least you were conscious for the whole thing." Uraraka whines. "I tranked her and tricked Ida into carrying her into an ambush." Izuku explains to the 1B girls present. "I still think such actions are unheroic." Ida huffs as he pushes his glasses back into position. "You'll be facing much worse than that stunt from the villains when you get into the field. Has your brother ever told you about the Deus Ex Machina incident?" Izuku argues. Ida looks thoughtful for a moment as Uraraka cuts in. "I've been meaning to ask Ida, are you rich or something? You sound very formal." "I come from a long line of heroes, including my brother, who is the current Ingenium." He answers, pride clear in his voice. "The nerd is probably richer though." Kaken smirks. "Attention! Level 3 security has been breached. Please evacuate in an orderly fashion." An announcement suddenly blares out followed by a loud alarm. "Level 3? An intruder has gotten onto campus." Izuku explains as he gets up, only to stop when he sees the crush of people trying to get out. "Sheet. This is a stampede waiting to happen." He mutters to himself. He looks around for ideas when he sees something out the window and turns to Itsuka and asks, "Lift me up. It's just the press, so we need to get them to calm down before people get hurt." A few moments later he's standing in his girlfriend's enlarged hands and yells out, "Oh everyone." The sight of Nizu's only personal student looking angry at them was enough to still most of the upperclassmen, which in turn caused the first years to stop. "It's just the press, so calm the F down, help anyone who got trampled up and to Recovery Girl's office, then evacuate like normal, sane, sensible people. This is the greatest hero school in the country. Act like you if I belong here." After putting the fear of Nizu into their hearts, the crowd sheepishly begin to help people who had fallen down to their feet, with a few of them quietly directing some others to take the injured to the medical wing as Izuku is lowered down by Itsuka. He looks around, noticing that by that point it was just him, Itsuka, Tokij, Ida, Ojiro, and Kaken, and looks out of the window again, his eyes dilating as he processes something before turning around to face them and tells them, "Come on, we better get to the assembly point too." His bright tone seemed at odds with what had just happened, let alone the dark mood he seemed to be in when he used his quirk, but it was obvious that he was hiding something, but they didn't argue. After wrangling his class into one group, an ectoplasm clone approaches and tells them to head back to their classroom, only to stop Izuku and tells him Nizu wants to speak with him around the front. He nods, this all but confirming his suspicions, and leaves the class in the capable hands of his vice rep and walks calmly around the building until he's out of sight, then breaks out into a sprint to get the rest of the way quicker. Skidding to a stop between Nizu and Power Loader, he looks at the remains of the gate, his eyes dilating as he activates his quirk and states, "This wasn't the press, was it?" "I highly doubt that." Nizu answers, before motioning towards Power Loader. The man nods before explaining, "The gate was completely destroyed, not even enough to analyze. I was able to find the gate mechanism though, and it seems as if the gate was just vanished. No signs of fire, if that's what you're worried about." Sighing with relief that it probably wasn't the hand behind this, he takes a moment to think. "A hammerspace quirk?" Izuku suggests before shaking his head. "No, this is a message to either us or the underground. You don't draw the attention of UA if all you have is a hammerspace." He dials up his quirk some more for a moment before jamming it back down and exclaiming, "Disintegration. It must be. Any debris would be little more than dust, and that's assuming there would be any. I suspect you might be right, Midoriya. We'll run the quirk registry, but I doubt we'll find anything." The news was suppressed, but the building containing the physical backups was attacked and nearly razed whilst someone hacked the digital one. Apparently the government has been cutting corners and hasn't run a digital backup in 3 years. Izuku sighs and rolls his eyes, before asking, "Has anything been taken or moved here?" "Taken or moved? We don't know yet. What do you have in mind?" "Well, not only is this a brazen declaration of war, it may well have been a distraction. And if they were trying to distract us, I have to assume it was to either prepare some sort of sabotage, which the automated systems would most likely detect, or gather intel on us like where to hit us where we're weakest. Your class has its first rescue class at USJ in a few days. A wily foe could jam our comms and strike hard." Nizu points out. "We'll sort out the details at the emergency meeting we're obviously going to have after this, but I think any isolated classes should have more teachers assigned." Power Loader states, "Did you go ahead with the emergency defense protocol for the bots?" Izuku asks, "Prepared but not deployed." He answers, "I suspect we may have to deploy it just in case." Nizu says before turning to Izuku and says, "Head up to your class, Midoriya. Obviously I will have to cancel our session today, so you'll have to entertain yourself. I believe Yamada will be teaching your class soon." His jovial tone belied the serious conversation they had been having, but Izuku wasn't one to pass up messing with. Hizashi and so grins viciously and nods before leaving. Once the boy was out of earshot, Power Loader turns back to the principal and asks, "Is something wrong? You didn't have to send him back so soon." Izuku was the only one really capable of really reading the mammalian creature's facial expression, but even he could sense the grim sense of foreboding Nizu was giving off as he admits, "I have a bad feeling about this. This reminds me of a man who is supposed to have died 5 years ago." "What is up, 1A? Oh hey Midoriya, I didn't realize you'd be joining us." Hizashi screams, trailing off when he sees that Izuku was present. "Nizu is a tiny bit busy, you buffoon." He smirks, speaking in English. "Yeah." The teacher retorts before doing the register. "Hey Midoriya-sen, what did you call him earlier?" Siro asks. He grins and says, "I called him a buffoon. I can just tell we're not going to get much done on the curriculum done today." Hizashi sighs, pointedly ignoring the look Izuku shoots him. "We could just focus on having fluid conversations in English and at least pretend to be working?" Izuku suggests, knowing that after earlier most people probably won't be able to focus and are probably in need of a bit of fun. Which now that he thought about it may have been why Nizu sent him here. "Who wants me to tell you guys about the time I discovered present Mick's greatest fear?" The man in question squawks at the betrayal, causing the class to laugh, already moving on from the fear and confusion of the press invasion. Izuku did his best to hide his displeasure that they hadn't moved the trip at all, but conceded that the chance to lure there would be attackers into a trap was a chance they simply couldn't ignore. Still, All Might hadn't arrived yet when he poked his head into the staff room to get a decent cup of coffee, and a brief look at the news had shown he had probably gotten distracted by random petty crimes and used up his time for the day. Now that he thought about it, how did that work? Logically, it shouldn't be a set amount of time per day due to it being from an injury, but rather recover time over, well, time. It occurred to him that due to him still being an active hero he hadn't actually been in since before the Prez invasion, so maybe that's why he let himself use so much of his time. Even Nizu makes mistakes and misses simple things like not just calling the man instead of waiting to tell him in person. Bringing his focus back to getting into his hero costume, he goes over the gear he's bringing with him. Obviously he had his tranquilizer gun, which he had loaded with huntsman darts. A nice slow-acting chemical plus a tracker that gets implanted in the subject's bloodstream that emits a near-undetectable signal if you didn't know what to look for. He also finds a prototype shock grenade had found its way into his gear, which he was fairly certain was Nizu's doing since the mammal had previously banned him from making, let alone using the blasted things. He also had his voltaic swords with him. That's a lot of combat gear, Midoriya. Do you not have rescue gear you could bring? Kirishima asks, which was a fair question, Izuku felt, even if he had to answer carefully. Not really, due to my quirk being more backline, my training focused on support heroics with enough combat to defend myself if I come under attack. I've only been to the USJ like twice, and that was for very specific things. I haven't even shadowed a class doing this training. All that means that I just don't really know what sort of gear I'd need. I do have a first aid kit though. I imagine I'll be allowed to apply that to the dummies and it'll count. He answers. It was genuinely the truth, although he did have a few plans for rescue gear he could make down the line after Project Alpha. The helmet was coming along decently and he was fully confident that it would be done by the internships. He had considered pulling a few all-nighters to get it done for now, but not only would he not be allowed by Nizu or his mother to get away with, the odds of him getting it finished in time was very unlikely even if he had the world's greatest 3D printer. Which now that he thought about it was probably Yaoyorozu. Dismissing the thought of how much food he'd need to cram into her to get the suit made, he finishes strapping everything into its proper position before heading outside where the bus was. He finds Yaoyorozu and Ida already there, with the latter rambling about organizing the class to get them on. Ida-sen, you realize UA's on-campus buses are open plan, right? He asks the taller teen. Ida blinks with surprise before actually examining the bus and sees he was right and bows to him. My apologies, Midoriya-sen. My brother mentioned being stuck next to someone he didn't get on with for several hours once, and it led me to conclusions. Nah, that's the off-campus ones. The on-campus ones are open plan and electric. So you're telling me we could travel around by plugging Jamming-Way into the bus? Jiro asks as she arrives. Where would you attach the cables though? He asks, mostly trying to improve their mood for when things turn south. It seems to work, though, as the mental image has both Jiro and Yaoyorozu giggling to themselves. Surprisingly, it was Kaminari and Mineta that arrived next, the former asking, what are they laughing at? Powering the bus by attaching jump leads to you. I don't know where exactly, and at this point, I'm too scared to ask. Izuku explains, causing Kaminari to squawk indignantly. Hey Jamming-Way, have you ever done that? What, attach jump leads to myself? Of course I have. I'm the only one in my family with an electric quirk, and we only have one car, so whenever the battery fails I have to go out and get it working. I usually attach the leads to my thumb and ring finger. Those BSRDS pinch. Only one in your family with an electric quirk? How does that work? Mineta asks, peeling his attention off of Yaoyorozu for a moment. My biological father was an asshat who left my mum when he found out she was P-Arginin-T. She later remarried though. My stepdad is more of a parent to me than my actual dad at this point. What is with this class and not having their dad around? Izuku ponders out loud. What do you mean? Kaminari asks. So we have you. My dad died in a plane crash. And we have the entire clusterfuck of Todoroki's dad. Ida looks conflicted. Izuku suspected that as much as the taller boy hates swearing, it's entirely justified in this instance. Wait, who is Todoroki's dad? The others stare at him like he's an idiot. Because he is. Kaminari-san. Todoroki's father is Endeavor. Yaoyorozu explains. Fortunately, that was enough for even Kaminari to piece everything together. Oh man, that's a lot worse than I was expecting. Wait, doesn't that mean he's your cousin? Congratulations, you can read a family tree. Izuku says dryly, causing Jiro to snicker. Hey man, just because you have a girlfriend doesn't mean you can ruin my attempts to get one. You're flirting with a lesbian, you don't need any help with that. He dodges a pair of headphone jacks as Jiro snaps, how the hell did you figure that one out? You mean aside from your mum mentioning it in an interview a couple of years ago? I saw you staring at a Shido's thighs yesterday. Thighs? Kaminari asks, as Mineta nods vigorously. It seems he had been as well. You know Mineta-kun, you may have more success with girls if you were about twice as tall and significantly less annoying to be near. Izuku remarks, deciding the great midget had had enough fun. Seeing his reaction to everyone laughing at him was worth it. Eventually though, everyone arrives and they pile into the bus. Izuku notices a car pulling up to the school just as they leave and he thinks he can see some of the local heroes in it. Ah, so that's their plan for if there is an attack. That makes sense. He thinks to himself as he settles down to doze for a bit, only to open his left eye as he could sense that Azui was staring at him. Yes, Azui-san? Call me Tsu. Fine. Yes, Tsu-chan. As you've probably worked out, I like being blunt. I think even Kaminari could have worked that one out, but yes. Why do you like messing with people? I've been taught by Aizawa-sensei and Nizu since I was like 10, that's what happens. She nods, accepting the answer before continuing. Also, I don't understand your quirk. I thought your family was famous for fire quirks. Just when quirks started popping up, my ancestors saw the way the wind was blowing and basically invented quirk marriages in an attempt to create a phoenix quirk. As a result, every now and again one of the constituent quirks shows up in one form or another. I did some research a while back. I'm probably not the first person to possess Databank or at least some lesser version of it. It's just that my ancestor who did have it was around in the time where naming your quirk was a sign of being egotistical. Wait, really? Siro asks, what caused that to change? Heroes. Having a quirk with a catchy, or marketable, name is useful when you depend on it for building a reputation. A lot of heroes rename their quirks either in school or early in their careers since usually the quirk counselor names it based on what it does. Traditionally, companion quirks name themselves. Tokoyami adds. That's right. Dark Shadow exclaims happily as it emerges from Tokoyami. I was so happy when the doctor man let me pick my name. Shoji, who had sat next to the avian teen, simply pats the quirk on the head, causing it to shiver before vanishing back into its host. Looks like we're nearly there. Izuku says as he catches sight of the enormous dome ahead of them. It was only after the bus was unloaded that his wrist computer pinged, informing him that its signal had been lost. He sighs before heading over to where 13, Aizawa, and Nemuri were discussing. Well, he wasn't sure but suspected it was about All Might not being present. Senseis? He asks, getting their attention before making sure Jiro and Shoji were distracted. My gear just lost signal. Which is pretty much impossible without it being jammed. Alright, that means that the bots will be useless until we can deal with the sauce of the jamming. Our backup is planned to arrive about 5 minutes after we were supposed to get started. 13, leave the signal. Aizawa says before looking over the class as 13 heads over to a panel next to the door and presses a button, causing a large green light to turn red. If the villains don't see them, they'll bolt and we probably won't get a warning like this. Izuku, when the fighting starts I need you to get to the control bunker. Some of the USJ's defenses are hardwired and you have the clearance to use most of them. Have you figured out where they'll attack from? Nemuri asks Izuku as he nods at Aizawa. Some kind of warp quirk is the only thing that makes sense. If they're attacking in bulk, they'll probably appear in the central plaza. He explains, having analyzed the likely scenarios. After that, Yaoyorozu gets the class vaguely assembled and Midoriya falls in, dismissing the others' questions about what he was talking to the teachers about. 13's speech about using dangerous quirks to help others didn't really apply to him since the only person it could harm was himself, and besides, Not only had he heard it in the past, but his mind was focused on other things. I wish that multithreading thing Nizu suggested about my quirk was correct. He thinks to himself. Just then he notices Eraserhead and Midnight stiffen. Following their gaze, he sees a small inky black void slowly expanding down near the fountain. Everybody back on the bus. He roars, his tone grim and serious. As they had discussed, 13 starts to lead the others away as Izuku pulls out 2 smoke grenades and pulls the pins on them. Holding on to them for a few seconds, he turns to the others who seem to be hesitant to leave him behind and simply says, "Don't worry guys, I have a plan." He drops the smoke grenades, letting them completely obscure the rest of the class from being seen by the villains, and with any luck, he was also by the smoke obscured as he darts to the left, down the slope and dashes into a well-hidden door. Locking it behind him, he scurries down the dark and gloomy corridor and reaches the USJ's control room. The room was dimly lit, with most of the light coming from the large holographic screen taking up the far wall. Locking the control room door as well, he swipes his ID card into the console to get access to the systems. As expected, there was a large error alert at the top of the screen, informing the user that long-distance communications were unresponsive and that wireless controls were non-functional. This allowed him to deduce they were using a quirk rather than a machine due to the technologies involved, so he pulls up the camera feeds. It looks like the class had gotten away. Presumably either Eraserhead had determined who the warp user was, or the smoke screen had prevented the villain from determining where to warp to in time. It was only when he looked at the exterior camera that he realized the dark truth. The warp user had tricked 13 into driving the bus into one of their portals, right into the middle of one of the largest groups. Midnight was already in position to gas the villains who got too close, but it was a major issue. Turning his attention to Eraserhead, he sees that the man was fighting his way through the group at the base of the stairs. He was somewhat concerned since the man was ambush-focused, not an endurance fighter, but it would only be a matter of time before reinforcements arrived. He flicks through what was currently available to him. Looked like he had trank turrets and some camera overlays as well as some bots that were still hardwired to their ports. Which was all he really needed. Flicking on an overlay for electromagnetic noise, he finds 2 potential sources. One was far too minor and seemed to just be Kaminari given it was on the bus. The other, however, seemed to be underground in the landslide zone. Presumably the villain had been put somewhere where he couldn't be taken out. Of course, the attackers weren't expecting for the heroes to detect him before he moved, so he accesses one of the Venator bots and programs very specific instructions into it before allowing it to run. He can't help but smirk as it wheels itself into a position where none of the villains can see it before launching a salvo of missiles at the hunkered-down villain, blasting him out of his hiding spot. As soon as the villain was exposed, he used one of the turrets to knock him out. His quirk was out before he hit the floor, granting Izuku full control. He smiles viciously as he turns on the intercom. "Attention all villains. Your jamming quirk has been neutralized and reinforcements are seconds away. May I suggest praying?" He smugly says before cackling and turns off the mic and activates the bots, turning on their defense protocol. Whilst the bots start attacking the villains, he sends Nizu a message through his wrist computer, alerting him of what's happened before looking through the feeds. Most of the cannon fodder seem to be panicking, especially when Death Arms, MT Lady, and Kamui Woods burst in and started helping Eraserhead deal with his group, easing the pressure on Midnight and allowing her and 13 to try to evacuate his classmates from the bus. He gets a message from Nizu, informing him that All Might was already on his way and that the other teachers were just leaving. He decides to keep both bits of news to himself for the moment and checks out the rest of the villains. It seemed that the man covered in hands was the leader, and he was clearly unhappy with how their attack was going. The large bird monster seemed to be a bodyguard, but the way it looked completely dead-eyed made Izuku wary. Taking up the last spot in the villain's leadership was the foggy man with the warp quirk. He had to hope that he didn't know where the control room was, otherwise he was dead. He sees the increasingly irate handman yell out something Nomu? Given the fact that bird monster thing was suddenly brawling with Death Arms, he suspected that that was its name. He marks it as a high-priority target for the bots and watches it demolish some Venators, shrugging off numerous direct missile strikes. He needed to figure out its quirk. Strength? Speed? Maybe some kind of general enhancement like All Might? Since Handman was going on about it being designed to kill All Might, that made sense. He was considering what else to think of to invoke All Might a third time when the man appeared anyway, and he was visibly set off. Even Lady pauses partway through kicking the Nomu in her giant form. The two titans start battling it out, the sheer wind pressure from their augmented blows preventing either side from assisting. He spies how the Handman was eyeing his peers and has one of the turrets try to shoot him, only for the Nomu to break off its battle with all might and body block the dart, which doesn't have any effect on it. That was concerning. He does get an idea though. By forcing it to focus more on protecting the Handman, he can give All Might and the others more breathing room, giving them more time for the next wave of reinforcements to arrive. The system had a simple numerical priority system, so he gives Handman a value 1 point higher than the Nomu and watches as the bots start trying to attack him. It seems that whilst the Nomu was indeed forced to divert its focus towards protecting its handler, he shakes his head. Now wasn't the time for shitty puns, but he was definitely saving that one for later. He gets another message and barely manages to contain his cackling until after he turns on the intercom. Haha. Look what Nizu gave me control of until the rest of the teachers get here. He jeers as a colossal bot, larger than even the executors they generally use as zero-pointers, punches a hole in the dome which it forces larger with its weight until its entire head and torso is visible, after which he continues, behold, the eclipse. The massive bot launches a salvo of rockets and lasers, blasting at the two priority targets. The warper is able to defend the Handman from the assault by redirecting it back at the bot, which causes him to frown and add him to the priority list. Seeing the bot about to attack again, he glances back at the Nomu. It seemed that its regeneration struggled to deal with burns, and so All Might was doing much better now. Movement in his peripheral vision draws his attention to the exterior cameras. Here comes the cavalry. He gets up, linking his wrist computer to the controls before unlocking the door and pulls out his tranq gun. A quick check showed that no villains were near the other door, so he runs out as soon as it was unlocked again and sprints towards the plaza just as he hears Present Mic followed by an All Might crash as the Nomu is sent flying through the roof and several bullet shots. As soon as he has line of sight, he cranks his quirk up to full, processing a massive amount of data as he lines up a shot. As soon as it lands, he was exposed, and with a warp quirk at their disposal, he was at serious risk if it missed. Once he was reasonably certain he had a good shot, he takes it, the dart flying for him, in slow motion until he lets go of his quirk, allowing it to hit the Handman in the thigh. He looks at it with irritation and confusion before looking towards where it came from and glares at him. He is saved, surprisingly, by the warp user who uses his quirk to warp the two away. By now the minor villains had all been dealt with, and with the big players down, or rather about a kilometer up, or fled, he felt safe and relieved. It was only as he felt the stinging pain from his quirk's backlash that he realized he had had it on at a fairly high degree for more than he had planned, even before he used max power for a shot. The pain was immeasurable, and a feeble whine escapes his lips as he sinks to the ground. Distantly he could hear Recovery Girl talking to someone. Probably the bots. Maybe to him. He feels something being injected into him, and the pain gives way to haziness, and he realizes that she just gave him some sort of really strong painkiller. Or maybe an anesthetic. He just about manages to utter the word huntsman before darkness consumes his vision. Izuku wakes up in his own bed. There was a moment when this doesn't seem particularly unusual to him until all three cats start wailing like banshees at him from just off to the side of the bed. That's odd. They almost never come into my room. Especially Wordsworth. He thinks, just before his mother and Shosen come running at the sound and poke their heads around the door. My baby! Mom cries as she runs across his room and pulls him into a hug with all her strength, using her quirk to carefully move the cats out of the way. Can't breathe, he manages to wheeze, causing her to loosen her grip on him as Shosen sets a cup of coffee on his bedside table. Aside from your quirk exhaustion, none of the students were harmed at all. Me and Death Arms got roughed up by the Nomo, but with 4 pro heroes, one of which was a very angry All Might, and the bots, it was nothing Recovery Girl couldn't fix. He explains before adding, Recovery Girl said that you said, huntsman, before passing out. Does that mean you got Shigaraki with one? Shigaraki? The hand guy. Yeah, I'll message Nizu the code for it when I get into my lab. Also, why are the cats all in my room? Sho-san smirks and ruffled his hair in a rare show of affection. They were worried about you, kid. Now hurry up and get dressed, sweetie. Your friends are here and are worried about you. The police even relaxed their restrictions and your cousins are here too. Really? Why would they do that? He asks curiously. Because they're family. No, I meant, why did the police lift the restrictions? Endeavor hasn't done anything more than send some lackeys to rob some of the convoys he had previously been assigned to protect that didn't have time to change the details. They think he's just going to lay low. And right now, the investigation into this League of Villains, as they call themselves, takes the priority, so they're diverting resources from Marianas. Sho-san explains. There was a bit more of a back and forth before the adults leave, the three cats seeming to sense that he was okay following after them. Izuku suspected that they were more interested in the treats Sho-san mentioned giving them to keep their guests entertained. Izuku quickly dashes into the bathroom and sorts himself out before getting dressed in his room and heads downstairs. As promised, Kendo, Mishiro, Katsuki and his four cousins were in the lounge. Almost immediately he's pulled into a near-bone-crushing hug by his girlfriend, forcing a deflating whine out of his lungs before Katsuki says he needs to breathe so he can explain his crazy but plan, Itsuka. She clearly wasn't happy at that but relents. Izuku is about to start explaining when Sho-san calls out for him to message Nizu, and so Izuku quickly grabs his phone and tablet. Why do you need to message the principal? Shoto asks. The dart I shot Captain H&DJB with has two functions. One is a slow-acting tranquilizer. The other is a tracking device implanted in the target's blood system that is connected to a secure satellite network. By sending the encryption key to Nizu, he will be able to identify where he went after he got teleported away. He explains, ignoring the quiet giggling at him calling the leader of the villains, Captain H&DJB. You knew the attack was going to happen. Mishiro says. It wasn't a question. I thought an attack was likely and we were the most probable target. So me, Nizu, and Power Loader formed a contingency plan after the press break-in. They most likely used it to get a look at the class schedules. With the chaos of the break-in and our focus on the gate, it would be simple for them to teleport an infiltrator in, get the intel, and get out. And the bots? Katsuki asks. It's been suggested in the past that we use them to augment our security in the event of a large-scale attack like this one. Whilst it had never been put into effect, Power Loader did write the programming for it and Nizu requested that he activate it. After that it was a case if bringing some extra heroes that they wouldn't have thought to prepare a contingency for, the local heroes who showed up, and then when it started I reasoned that their warp quirk would require a certain degree of accurate information about the destination to be able to open a portal, so I set off those smoke grenades. I also used them to cover my dash for the control room, which was probably the scariest part since I had no way of knowing if they had some sort of sensory quirk that would alert them to my movements. Well, that and the bit where they teleported the entire bus back into the USJ to stop you guys escaping. Shoto said you passed out? Fuyumi? He thinks that's her name? Asks. Recovery girl injected me with the good stuff because if I push my quirk too far I get headaches, then migraines. Then if I push it way too far dash. Which you did. Katsuki cuts in. Which I did. Thank you, Katsuki. When I push past the migraines I get cluster headaches. Which is pretty much the most severe pain known to medical science short of pain-inducing quirks. Those exist? Mishiro asks. It was actually Toya who answered. Yes. Most of them end up going into neuroscience since their quirk allows them to test for nerve damage. I know of a couple who are underground heroes too. Must be pretty easy to incapacitate villains when you can ambush them and flood their entire nervous system with pain. Kendo points out. Mishiro and Katsuki nod. From there they discuss what Izuku had missed due to him having to analyze every square centimeter of the place. And keep track of an ETA for their reinforcements, which was mostly just the villains' names as by the time the rest of the class were getting off the bus most of the excitement was over. Hey Zuzu! Mishiro asks at one point. What was with that funky zero-pointer you pulled out? They all recoil at the grin on Izuku's lips as he begins to explain. By third year, the standard zero-pointers, executor class ones, just aren't enough of a danger to serve as hazards. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Shoto or Katsuki could take one down now. And probably Yaoyorozu too, now that I think about it. Anyway, the Eclipse class bot is basically an upgrade on the executor. Better armor, faster, smarter AI, and armed to the teeth. Of course, it's expensive even for UA, so they only really have one or two around at a time. I didn't expect Nizu to position it near the USJ and give me access to it, to be honest. But that's mostly because the last time I got to control one I kinda burned down the forest training zone. The raider helpfully calls out, "He got grounded for 2 weeks for that." "That's why you got grounded and couldn't go to the beach with us? You burned down a forest with a training mode killer death robot." Kendo sulks. "Maybe." He replies, leaning over and patting her on the back, causing her to pull him into a significantly less bone-crushing than last time hug. There's a comfortable lull in the conversation, broken only by the sound of 3 hungry cats meowing and clawing at Aizawa in the kitchen area. Man, dealing with the rest of the class is going to be interesting, to say the least. Izuku eventually comments as he leans back against the sofa he and Kendo were on. "They're certainly interesting." Mishiro says diplomatically. "Oh, before I forget." Izuku suddenly says as he sits up again. He turns to face his cousins, and he can tell by their reactions that they're reaching conclusions that may or may not be correct. "How's the progress on getting Auntie out?" This was evidently not the question any of them were expecting, but Fuyumi explains, "Well, she's been cleared to start being rehabilitated to leave." Coincidentally, that happened when Endeavor was ousted. Natsuo interjects. Izuku had noticed that they had taken to only calling their father that, but he wasn't going to judge their coping mechanisms. Yes, well, reintegrating someone who has been stuck in a mental hospital for years under close watch isn't something that can be rushed. And add the security concerns of the possibility of him going after her or us, and it's slow going. Fuyumi finishes, a slightly annoyed tinge to her voice seeming to scare her brother into silence. "Do they think the entire thing was fake to get her out the way?" Katsuki asks. "No," Shoto states, speaking for the first time. "She definitely had some sort of breakdown from the abuse." He motions towards his scar to underline his point. It seems that after about 5 years discrepancies arise that suggest that she was getting better by that point, but it was covered up on his order. Izuku shakes his head and mutters, "I swear Dad's entire family is messed up." He was, unfortunately, heard by most the people in the room, forcing him to elaborate. When Dad and his brother were kids, their parents basically fawned over Dad due to his auspicious quirk. He could breathe green fire, whilst Endeavor was largely left to his own devices. I suspect his neglect played a large part in his later actions. Him severing ties with the rest of the family was honestly fairly reasonable. Him growing resentful towards Dad is understandable, especially since Dad basically proved the whole auspicious quirk thing true by building Pyrelite from nothing, despite Detnerat hounding him for years to buy him out. Believe me, they haven't stopped. Toya interjects. Anyways, I'm not apologizing for that a-hole, but I do understand why he's like how he is. In fact, when we first went to Nizu about Endeavor stealing from my inheritance trust, he had a rummage through the case file for the plane crash. He didn't find anything that implicated him though. I can't tell if you think that's a good or a bad thing. Natsuo says. Izuku looks around. His mother didn't seem to be about at that moment, so he quietly explains, Nizu hates lying, especially to me. But he will gladly tell half-truths. He didn't say he didn't find any evidence of foul play, he said he didn't find evidence that Endeavor did it, didn't he? Shoto says, working it out. Izuku can only nod in answer. As the USJ attack took place on a Thursday and they needed time to do a proper revamp to their security, they ended up with a long weekend. After spending Friday reassuring his friends and his cousins he was fine, he and Kendo decide to go on a date to take their minds off recent events. They were also keenly aware that with the sports festival looming, they probably wouldn't be able to go out without being recognized for much longer. Whilst class was cancelled, there was still an investigation to handle, so Sho-san had to go in and help with that, and with the police relaxing their restrictions, Mom felt like it was a good chance to visit the Bakugas for once, meaning he was in the apartment alone. Cornetto meows loudly, almost as if to remind him that the cats were still around and would somehow alert Mom and Sho-san if he invited Kendo in. He's still blushing at the implications of that rule when she knocks on the door. He grabs his jacket and heads out, locking the door behind him. He wore a white t-shirt that bore the silhouette of Groucho glasses on it, as well as black jeans. The jacket he was hastily putting on was light green with the dark green phoenix of Pyrelight's logo on it. "So, Zuzu, what did you want to do?" she asks him as they walk down the stairs to leave the building. She was wearing a light blue dress and a black jacket. "Oh, I booked us 2 tickets to see that new Drifter Hero film." Drifter Hero was an American film series infamous for its clichés and cheesy action sequences, but since the Drifter Hero had a quirk that let him merge with motorbikes to turn into a mech, it was something they both found to being something if a guilty pleasure. The cinema wasn't too far from Izuku's apartment, which he was fairly certain was so they could pick up customers from UA's student body. Which, considering they were that now, he wasn't going to complain about. He had gotten them fairly good seats near the back of the theater, with them each having a drink and sharing a massive paper bowl of popcorn. Dismissing the question of what the thing was actually called, he settles down next to Kendo. He turns to her to say something when he sees a familiar flash of pink and what seemed to be some red following it. "Oh great," he whispers. "People from my class." Kendo looks slightly annoyed at that and says, "You haven't spoken to anyone else about it, have you?" "No, just you guys. I was going to wait until Monday so I could do it in person and prove to them that I'm fine." "If is your life, Zuzu? I wish I knew. Really, I wish I did." On the one hand, Eijiro was glad to have something to take his mind off of the USJ attack. On the other hand, said something was a maybe date with one of his oldest friends, Mina. Still, Mina was his friend and they always watched Drifter Hero films when they came out. It just wasn't normally them on their own. "Hey EI," she whispers suddenly. "Don't look around, but I think I saw Midoriya and his girlfriend near the back." He has to fight himself, but he doesn't spin around to look up there. Instead he quietly asks, "Should he even be up and about yet? He was unconscious when we left." She simply shrugs as the adverts start. The angle, and the fact that it was dark in the room, made it hard for Izuku to read Ishido's and Kirishima's lips, but he was reasonably certain they were either talking about the attack or they had noticed him. Great. He whispers a plan to Kendo to get away without those two getting a chance to approach them, just as the Drifter Hero uses his quirk and punches through a wall, giving the president's daughter an escape route whilst someone who Izuku is fairly certain is a parody of Captain Celebrity fights the antagonist, who in turn seemed to be riffing on Toxic Chainsaw, mixed with Chernobyl. Predictably, the film ends with Drifter Hero riding off into the sunset, the discount Captain Celebrity explaining to the president's daughter that Drifter Hero never stays in one place for very long, etc. By this point Izuku and Kendo had packed their stuff away and shoved their rubbish into a carrier bag, so when the credits start rolling and the lights turn on they're able to leave quickly. Eijiro and Mina look around the theater, trying to find the other couple. "Maybe they're in the hall?" he offers. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to be there either. "I'm sure I saw them." Mina whines, which Eijiro had to admit was fairly cute. He puts his hand on her shoulder and moves her out of the way of everyone else trying to leave. "Do you think they saw us?" she asks. "We're not exactly designed for stealth, Mina," he says, gesturing first to his hair, then to her entire bright pink existence. She pouts for a moment, then complains, "Then why didn't they let us say hi?" Eijiro had suspected something like this might happen, and so states, Midoriya had to do quite a lot and watch his mentor get the snot beaten out of him until those other heroes showed up. He probably doesn't want to be reminded of it for this one weekend before we go back. Mina blinks with surprise, not expecting such an answer from him, and so asks, "You've been thinking about this, haven't you?" By this point the pair had started walking. Yeah, it's like, he was super manly, taking on all those villains. Even if he was in a secure room, I imagine UA would make the control room secure at least. He even shot their leader who was covered in hands. And I don't think those were props. Whilst what did we do? What did I do? Just sat in the bus waiting and watching other people do all the work. Mina looks at him appraisingly. You're still too hard on yourself, EI. We've been at UA for a couple of weeks at most. No one is expecting us to fight 100 actual villains who are trying to kill us. I don't think Midoriya would have been allowed to carry out his plan if he hadn't been trained by Nizu for years, even if he still had access to the control room otherwise. I know that, but nothing. Now, I believe you owe me an ice cream. Well, Kirishima seems to be struggling, but with a Shido around he'll be fine. Kendo says as the other couple walk past the alley they had hidden from them down. After waiting a couple of minutes they step out and head to the biker cafe they had gone to after their last date, both of them having agreed to make it a tradition for them to go. Izuku hums in agreement as he turns his phone back on. He sees a text from Yaoyorozu asking if he was fine and asking if they should set up a class group chat, which he expresses his wariness at it being hijacked and used for dumb stuff. He then puts his phone away as they walk inside and get some drinks and a burger each, this time ordering the others' fillings, and get seated. Hey Izuku, what if the villains catch onto your tracker? Kendo asks quietly. Well, it was a possibility me and Nizu discussed when I first proposed Huntsman to him. We decided that scouting the location was the only real way of checking. I haven't looked up the location myself, so I don't know how easy it would be. He explains, lying about him not looking where it was, but he was keenly aware of his tells and was able to fool her by schooling his expression. The location had lined up with a bar in a rough part of Kamino, called the Cloudy Night Sky Bar. He and Nizu suspected that Kurogiri was the proprietor of the place, based purely on the name and his mannerisms. Thankfully, she buys it and changes the subject, knowing that he didn't want to discuss it whilst they were out. They spend the next hour or so discussing the film and sitting in comfortable silence before eventually paying the bill and parting ways with a kiss. He meanders back home, humming the theme tune for the film they had watched softly. He's about to unlock the door when he notices it was already. Warily he twitches his fingers in his left hand, making sure the taser glove is ready, and opens the door. Mom? Sho-san? He calls out. No answer except the cats. Closing the door he makes sure they were okay. They had definitely been disturbed by something, but were fine. A quick sweep shows there wasn't anyone around and it didn't seem that anything had been taken. It was only when he checked on his workshop and the scent of something burnt that he caught on to what had happened. Behind a box full of scrap metal was a handprint burnt onto the wall. Its size seemed to match his uncle's. Nizu, what are we going to do about the break-in? Inko is terrified of going home, and Izuku has been designing even more weapons than normal. He even designed one that would make a pyrokinetic spontaneously combust. Aizawa laments. It was just he and Nizu in the latter's office. After Izuku had discovered the handprint, he had ran straight to the school and told the heroes what he had found, showing them a picture he took on his phone. The two of them reacting so negatively is to be expected. Lunch rush is helping to try to calm Inko down whilst you're here. Nizu states, unsubtle, telling Aizawa that it was his job. As for Izuku, Power Loader is letting him help him revamp security. Thankfully that sidekick of Endeavor who possessed a warp quirk went to UA, so we have the telemetry of her quirk in our system. The system they're developing to detect hostile warp quirks will have Kurogiri's and Hellgate's quirks on it from the moment it comes online. Nizu glanced at the filing cabinet drawer that contained everything he and Izuku had done, much of it in this very room. That said, I have asked Hound Dog to offer his services to them. How about yourself? How are you taking the news? Aizawa sighs, having expected that question. About as well as to be expected, I suppose. Izuku and Midoriya Toya both suspected that the Burning Hand were waiting for some other group to catch our attention, but I still don't know what he could possibly want. He's given up all his wealth, power, and respect that he had as a hero, and I doubt the rest of the underworld welcomed them with open arms. We had been assuming he has been laying low, but this move runs counter to that. Nizu states, wait, didn't they pull resources off of the Burning Hand and onto the League? Yes, they did. And if he has a mole in Marianas like we suspect, then he would know that. What if it wasn't just one mole though? Are you saying we have to assume that the entire operation is now loyal to the man they're supposed to catch? All it would take for that to happen is if there was a traitor in whoever was reassigning people. Do you think we got all of his plans here? Most of them were students who have since left the school through the normal methods. Except Canvas, of course. He was using students? He was using his interns, as most pro-heroes do. Obviously, I personally vetted each and every single one of the ones who stayed, although the stigma was enough to cause many of them to simply drop out. Aizawa nods, remembering that part. Unsurprisingly, simply working under a hero before they turn villain was often enough to destroy a career, especially when the fall was as violent as the former flame heroes. Aizawa remembers watching it after the fact. He remembers Izuku and Inko crying at everything happening. He remembers the funerals. Aizawa-san. Nizu asks, concerned for his friend and colleague. Sorry, got lost in thought. Nothing useful though. He replies, coughing once to gather his focus and sits up slightly. Moving on, what's the plan for dealing with this? League. We must strike before they have a chance to recover. Thanks to Izuku's huntsman darts, we have the location of a seemingly abandoned bar in Kamino Ward, Yokohama. Scouting efforts are still ongoing, and with Kurogiri we can't glean much in the way of comings and goings, but the Commission is pushing for a two-phase plan to re-establish confidence in the hero system. First of all, they want the sports festival to go on as originally planned. Seeing Aizawa was about to object, Nizu raises his hand, paw. I understand the dangers involved, Aizawa-san, however we have no reason to believe that the League has the capacity to strike so soon after their botched invasion of USJ, nor do we have any reason to suspect that the Burning Hand will try anything. That said, the Commission will be assigning some of the local heroes to assist in security, and seeing their success in helping defend the school, have authorized us to continue using our bots for security. The second phase is an all-out assault on the League sometime afterwards. Since most hero schools have their internships in the same week as us, it will most likely happen then. As such, I will be tentatively requesting that no teacher take interns who do not at least possess a provisional license. Aizawa wasn't especially happy about the idea that he wouldn't get to take Izuku as an intern either, and it showed, but he saw the logic behind the decision. An all-out assault could easily go very wrong in countless different ways. What about one for all? Do we need to convince All Might to change his timetable? He already has. He wants to give it to Izuku as soon as possible so he has time to get used to it, both before the festival and for this counterattack. He is yet to be informed of Endeavor's break-in, but I imagine that if anything, that would make the need even greater. So when? As soon as classes start again. I'll have him come up here during one of Izuku's sessions with me so no one is suspicious. It was currently Sunday, meaning they had about a day and a half to prepare for the succession. What if he says no? Aizawa asks. I must admit, it has crossed my mind. It's the main reason we crossed out Togata-kun. It's clear to anyone paying attention that he simply would refuse it. Please tell me you phrased it more diplomatically than that when you told Sir Night-Eye? Oh yes, I simply asked if he truly believed the boy would take it. He capitulated quickly enough. Aizawa nods. Sir Night-Eye got surprisingly emotional when it came to anything related to All Might, but he was still a highly intelligent man. There had been talk about introducing him and Izuku a couple of years ago, but it got pushed aside in favor of other things. And All Might is confident that Izuku has the muscle mass needed to use it safely? Myself, Recovery Girl, and All Might pored over the notes Shimura Nana left for him via Gran Torino. It seemed that All Might needed much more muscle mass as he does not possess another quirk. If Izuku was also quirkless, then he would need more, but by our calculations he has more than enough to use it safely. Izuku knew that he was simply hiding from his problems by working with Power Loader, but calibrating the newly installed warp detection grid was nonetheless an important task that needed to be done before class could resume. Which did, of course, lead to the next problem. He was on the hit list of not one, but two dangerous villain organizations with warp quirks. Granted, one had been largely wiped out, but just the remaining members were a serious threat. Turning his focus back to the task at hand, he resumes typing in various readings they had gotten on the two warp quirks: electromagnetic radiation, thermal energy, psychokinetic discharge, and the like. Hellgate was a fairly easy to detect quirk, given it was literally a portal made of fire. His vestigial mutations gave him a bit of fire resistance, but nowhere near enough to survive that. Which is probably why they were using it. They couldn't be followed using their portals. Kurogiri's quirk, on the other hand, was strange. It seemed to be made out of his black mist. Which made sense. They weren't entirely sure of its range, which was a little disconcerting, but they could work with that. It probably relied on having a detailed knowledge of the area of both portals. Many warp quirks used similar principles. What was strange, however, was how completely nondescript it seemed to be. Most warp quirks had some sort of gimmick. For example, Hellgate's interior was made of fire and hot enough to incinerate pretty much anyone without a fire quirk. Kurogiri's quirk didn't seem to have anything like that. Almost as if it was specifically designed to be like that. He dismisses that concept. Whilst he suspected that the man who steals quirks was the villain who crippled All Might, the man was defeated at best and dead at worst. Of course, there was the strange Nomu creature that seemed to have multiple quirks. So perhaps the League's core members are former minions of his? That would certainly make sense. He should ask Nizu about this when he has a chance. Of course, he didn't need his quirk to know that the heroes were worried about his and his mother's mental health following the break-in. He didn't hold it against them, of course. After he had run to the school, the three of them stayed the night in the teacher's dorm on campus. He was yet to decide what to do about the handprint physically. He should probably ask Shosan if they have the same paint still. He notices Majima-sensei looks over at him in the corner of his eye just before the man asks, "By the way, Midoriya-kun, how is the helmet coming along?" He smiles and nods at the man, glad to have something to think about that wasn't his recent villain encounters. "Great, thanks. Project Alpha should be done in time for the internships." "Excellent. Speaking of, have you considered what your next project will be?" "I have a couple of options. I think I want to go for some kind of drone system. I haven't decided if they should be armed though." "What else have you thought about?" "Some kind of long-range weapon, like a non-lethal sniper rifle." "Well, with your quirk you'd be pretty good with a weapon like that. Those bullets are surprisingly heavy though, and sniper rifles are quite bulky. It could get in the way if you're not using it. Similar sort of issue if you arm your drones. Unless you were planning on making them taser drones. In which case they'd have to get into melee, which would be less than ideal. Not to mention the battery charge issue. I was thinking having some kind of backpack I could wear that the drones would be able to dock with to recharge when not deployed. That could work. I assume you'd link them to your suit's display to control them. Plus, maybe like a tablet I could give someone else to take them over if needed. Make sure you can override the tablet's controls, just in case it gets stolen. I'd thought about it, but that project is down the line anyway. They returned to their work for a while, each quietly typing the details of the two quirks into the system that should, in theory, set off a campus-wide alarm and ping the local hero agencies as well as the police within a second, as well as deploying the bots to the bridgehead. The two briefly debated whether to call it a beachhead or a bridgehead, but given the nature of warp quirks they settled on the latter. You know, the school could help you get the security in your building overhauled. I've already watched the CCTV. The policeman stationed outside stepped out of his car and bowed to Endeavor when he showed up. There's not much we can do when Marianus is as corrupt as that. So what, you're going to stay in the teacher dorms? Your friends aren't that stupid, Izuku. They'll catch on quickly that something is up. It was a fair point and Izuku knew it, but he didn't have anything to say in response, so he turned back to the computer and asked, "How are we going to test this, by the way?" Majima-sensei sighs, clearly not happy with him changing the subject, before explaining, "We have the readouts for a second year with a personal warp quirk. She's already agreed to come in tomorrow to help us test it. Whilst I'm almost certain that we have enough on Hellgate to detect it, we won't know if we have enough of Kurogiri's warp gate until they try again. Assuming they ever do." Izuku nods at that. Finding replacement thugs after the catastrophic failure that was their attack on the USJ would be difficult. Add in Shigaraki's injuries and they wouldn't be able to do much anytime soon. Not unless they had more Nomu ready to use. Izuku springs upright, catching Majima-sensei's attention. "Sensei, you know how we think that the Nomu was artificial?" "Yes." He blinks, not sure where he was going with this. What if it wasn't the only one? Majima-sensei looks thoughtful for a moment, then shrugs and says, I'm sure Nizu has considered that, Izuku. Remember that as smart as you are still a child who doesn't have their provisional license. He shoots the boy a glare when he starts to protest. You've come far and are much closer to getting it than your peer, but you still have a long way to go, kid. Izuku deflates at that before turning back to his work. I know. I just want to help, he half mutters, dejectedly. I just want to protect everyone. He thinks to himself and turns back to his work. He had been in Mu for a while now, chasing a rumor that Endeavor had fled to the city-state to avoid extradition back to Japan, but so far he had seen no sign of him or his burning hand. He runs his hand through his hair. He really wanted to get it shaved off again, but that had the risk of him being identified and put his friends and family back home at risk. Given the place was essentially the villain equivalent of Island to the point that they don't have any heroes, the place made sense for him to retreat to. Of course, given that he had access to Karen's quirk, he could have returned to Japan for something. Maybe he should see if he could get a hold of Midoriya-san and give him a heads up. Whilst he hadn't enjoyed being chewed out by him, he had known he was right. Not only that, but his charisma was inspiring, and it was partially why he had decided to go down this path instead. That and Endeavor was a traitorous murderer and needed to be brought to justice by any means necessary. He dives down an alleyway and heads towards the Founders Plaza. It would be risky going there, but he had searched pretty much everywhere else in the city aside from the maintenance sections, which was supposedly full of turrets and robots hardwired to kill intruders on sight. Which put him in a bad matchup since his only real stealthy attack was ripping the air out of his target's lungs and making them suffocate. He wasn't technically wanted here, but he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. Whilst Mu didn't have heroes, it did have a very strong police system and took a dim view on would-be vigilantes. As a result, he settles in a cozy little cafe in the corner of the plaza named the Fifth Plinth, which seemed a little strange to him given that the plaza didn't have any plinths. He suspected that with the cafe's clear London theming that it was a reference to something there. Well, he assumed that was the reason they had what looked to be a map of London's underground network on one of the walls. His, and pretty much everyone else's, attention is suddenly caught by a loud whistle from the plaza. Several human police officers and some of Mu's scorpion bots were in the middle of the plaza, trying to clear it of civilians. That was odd. At least he assumed as such judging by the reactions of the cafe's staff. Suddenly a circle of fire appears before filling in with more fire. That was definitely Karen's quirk. Hellgate, he thinks it was called. Sure enough, Endeavor and a few of his known underlings, one of whom was carrying a large metallic briefcase, step out of the portal, causing the human police officers to bow or salute him before he walks off towards the city's government complex on the far end of the plaza. That was strange. But it did confirm that he was in Mu. He had to wonder where he had been. He had to wonder why he was there. He had to wonder what was in that briefcase. He also wondered what the so-called Scorpion King was getting out of hosting him. He also wondered when he would get to kill them. After all, no one can withstand a typhoon. He smiles as he sips the coffee he had bought, his internal monologue stalling because the coffee was significantly better than he was expecting.